I feel like we're in a nursery rhyme.
Oh my God, Adam, shut up.
Feel safe.
Adam, man, we're behind a wooden building, okay? I mean, of course we're safe.
Concrete building, go!
Okay, surely we're safe here, right?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, we should be safe from that guy. The only real problem now is the loot. You know what I mean?
Oh my God, Ben. You know what? Next time, I'm just gonna let you keep on talking until the plane kicks us out into the ocean. Would that be better?
Yeah, probably.
Guys.
Oh, get him.
Guys.
At the very least.
He's aiming a panzer at us now.
Oh my God, Adam, we're fine. We're behind a concrete building.
Yeah, but the patch note said that
Adam, oh my God, let it go, okay? This is concrete, mate.
Great starting spot, Ron.
게임쇼에 출품한다라는 것은 게임 개발자들한테는 원래도 되게 로망이에요. 꿈이기도 하고. 그래서 또 게임쇼로 오는 거죠. 왜냐면 다른 회사들 보면 자극받거든요. 야, 쟤네도 저렇게 잘하는데 우리도 잘해야지. 네.
이거 이슈가 있다는 말씀이세요?
이거 불편하겠네. 버그 같네. 해찬님 이거 ILI로 이거 디폴트 설정 바꿀 수 없어요?
GPG는 뭐?
이거 못해?
The creators of the Dark and Darker mobile challenged their own version of the dungeon.
연락 가능해요? 10시. 그 빌드를 그럼 만들죠. 만들자. 여러 얘기가 많아요. 게임 전시회에 나가는 게 이제 맞냐. 직접 유저를 만나서 유저와 호흡하는 것만큼 우리 게임의 상태를 잘 알 수 있는 건 없다고 생각해요.
진행하는데 문제 없어요. 제가 다 고쳐놨으니까 이제 잘할 수 있을 거고.
한 40분 이상 플레이하신 분들도 상당히 있는데 그분들이 나가시고 나면 그 계정을 초기화하기 전에 제가 후딱 달려가서 템이라든지 이런 걸 다 확인하고 아, 이분은 이런 형태로 플레이를 하셨구나.
플레이어 여러분, 이 게임을 즐겨주세요. 행운을 빕니다. 이제 PG, 건전 스퀴즈. 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
That's why we do this, I suppose, is escapism. It's trying to get away from the modern life, just for a few days. So as soon as we turn up and we get dressed in this medieval costume and medieval camp, then we live the medieval life for 3 days. Yeah, I love it. I really do love it, yeah.
So I would die. I'd be so dead. Sword, like, they're heavy. They're like 10, 15 kilos. I'd be like, oh, wait a minute, sir, please.
So I think that's something we kind of tend to forget, that like people are always people and they like to look at beautiful things. They like to tell a joke. They like to have, a good meal and a nice beer at the end of the day.
What's the difference between a fighter and a barbarian? So if you're going to choose a fighter, be prepared, be careful, concise, get ready to kill. If you're going to be a barbarian, smash everything!
Fantastic. I love Sandhawk and I love explosions. Tago would be my #1 map, and the reason for that is because all of the buildings are like packed tight next to each other, so you could like blow a hole and then like run through them. I think that would be pretty cool.
快乐吧，快乐为主，主要是想炸东西。
건물이 파괴된다는 건 좀 배틀그라운드라면서 신박한 컨텐츠인 것 같은데 만약에 파괴가 된다면 저는 개인적으로 일단 투척물이 굉장히 중요해질 것 같고 그다음에 좀 깜짝깜짝 많이 놀랄 것 같습니다.
สายบึ้มบ้านครับ
Who would I love to see play who isn't playing today? I think we're gonna go with Fex. Big muscles, big strong guy. He could tear apart Sandhawk in a heartbeat.
Who do I think is gonna be the king of destruction? I'm gonna put it on Tiggleton. I think he's gonna be memeing. I think he's gonna be trying to explode and destroy everything he can find.
Feels good to be the first winner of the Sandhawk Destruction. Easy peasy.
就是还是挺有趣，然后很新颖的吧。然后我也觉得就是 PUBG 就应该有更多像这样的更新吧，这样会玩的就是种类会多一点，让玩家。
It's a face-off between these two
All
boys.
you, buddy, take it away.
Against James, goes on forward, gets him, and James back-to-back winner goes for Gustav immediately after.
Unbelievable, James.
Gustav.
Oh, he read it wrong.
C4 in the circle center.
Where it is, and
Oh,
Belmont
no.
will get spotted by Gustav.
He gets Clarice and he
Oh
wins
no!
it.
Look at Tig! Oh, the reactions!
Any words about the second game? I mean, I gave James the win. He needs the back. What can I say? I'm stacked already, so I didn't really need the money.
B1, who will win? Batulin's had the cover. It's gone now. Him and Gary Batulin.
I think that it was very fun to play Destruction. It creates some very interesting situations. Basically, you change the houses because you destruct them. So I think I enjoyed that. I think you should try this more just because it's fun to break all the buildings, to find some C4, sticky bombs. It's really fun.
Go, you can take the chicken throwing once again. Took it back. All right. That's right. Oh.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I will take it.
P90 and some grenades. Gets a spot onto one, throws it down, bounces right next to Durin. Really nicely thrown there.
He's just dropping a red zone right on top of Day Trade. They knew that this was going to be hazardous, but there's just no option back behind it.
Salute just wiped Day Trade by himself. A couple grenades to P90.
Word's going to go for a couple of shots. Do manage to get the knock onto him, but look, it's Freaks finding multiple angles of approach. Eternal Fire goes down.
Heaven swings in. Any extra frags on the body?
Ooh.
The Epic Mean with that Dragonov.
Going with the nade. How's it going to roll? Bounce is going to go right up underneath the car.
Stuns around. Mean trying to find the off angle, but he's got it.
And every single time it goes, it gets punched. And oh my God! Drive over here. I'm going to take the path. That path isn't good anymore because look, you're just going to have Eternal Fire step right over there. They don't even need a mortar. They just say, nope, that was too close. We don't like it. We're just going to go ahead and shut you down. Thanks for the points.
I mean, everybody knows with Gen G losing a couple players. Wavo knows as well.
Oh.
Shen, who's going to strike, can't find the second spaceman there to take one down. Day Trade in a lot of trouble.
And it is just a set of dominoes. It's much easier. There you go, New Happy. You just decided you want it, so go and take it.
I love it. They do got a knock. Here comes Wavo as well. New Happy gone in an instant. Woo! Day Trade getting involved, trying to do something. Just Panadol left now. Comes 4 a.m. They know there's 3 teams that have taken knocks, and they're trying to find something. Panadol, though, takes down Godby.
Okay, now it's going to be a new set of contenders. Nades raining in. Could kind of hurt Tiamba over into that SG kind of BB position, but oh my God, New Happy. What do you do? Tries to make it happen, gets just absolutely picked apart. 4 angry men and Falcon both just double team.
Man, what some phenomenal shooting there. 4 kills in this game for him. Stuns are coming out here for the Freaks. They're trying to clear the space. They know they have the numbers advantage now. Trying to find the angle. The shotgun, though. Heaven can't find the timing.
T1 on one side of it, but also going to have to deal with Rillo as at least 2 members of Falcon going to have some vision on their approach. But T1 putting in a ton of work.
But that's okay. He can hold on there. Start sending the first nade, but another one shows up and he's done.
Of an extra nade over. Halo, here's the pin pulls. It's going to peek off a bit wise. Playing from him and Snakers. Laps the nade up on the roof, almost gets Bobo down as well. 2 confirmed now, but I think he saw him. Pro down, crawl to the side. That one's going to bounce. Amazing bounce. Heaven. That's looking good.
Oh, that's looking real good here. Oh no, that is a lot of people hopping out of a vehicle in HS.
That should allow for Ikeslip to wrap the corner. One well-placed flash here could keep 3 players blind at least for a bit. Ikeslip is going to underhand it. This could be huge. As he wraps around the side, picks the other side, though. Finds the first one, goes to the second, finds him as well. Needs just one more. As he swings the corner, goes for it, but it's going to be him down. Bean! In this fight, if you're Falcons of Danger, if you want to come out victorious in this game, it's a massive one.
Rello with a good spray, and now the push coming through. What? Go down in 10. Navi will finish off BB team.
Buildings left in Yaz that have angles, that have grenades into start winning games by himself. So good. There it is, Diffix, let's go. Nice shots.
Come back, kickstart once and stepping in, goes for the spray, but narrowly misses it. He's gonna go up, trying to find more, but cheeky play. It's gonna be a jump up and around. Heaven trying to put in something, but H1 falls in. Nade lands on top of him. Sonic's in some trouble right now. Tickleton just trying to hold back everybody else, but he goes down. Freaks feel unstoppable. This is going to be T1 coming up right back behind. The Mad goes down. It's going to be Akeslip just leading his way, seeing if he can spot out anything. Inside Smokes does spot out another one, going absolutely wild, but Zenith is going to shut that one down.
I mean, that's a lot of knocks. And Kempa, nice spray onto the jumping player at T1 there. Ming, though, in the back, gets it under control just in time. And T1's falling apart. Petrichor Road on a rampage.
Dude, Petrichor Road had to fight tooth and nail for every single one of these, looking back down into the two other squads. Can they manage to survive through? Summer does get the knock on Best of Luck. You can see that BB doesn't have too many options. FaZe trying to step out. It's going to be Ming that takes him down. Does get the flush as well.
He is pumped up. Best of Luck gonna bleed out. One hit now and he's got it. Bill first down, BB out.
Just creeping forward, Vex, he's put up a massive amount of work today, but there is nowhere to go. Petrichor Road fought their whole way into that. Enough time to maybe try to circumvent, get into a position over in the north. Here comes the F, making the push in. Multiple members go down. A doozy with a great defense. I don't know why you'd want to run into the thick of this. Kwepa trying to make some type of, but a doozy gonna do it again.
There could be another player coming. Oh, but Batulins reacts so nicely. Just gets taken down. A doozy, man. Sosa able to dodge one. Trying to continue the push forward, but he's shut right down by Vex.
Vex still continuing to hold the line for FaZe. Need it so bad. Gustav also lined up over there yet again. Vex finds Diffex. Hackatorial looking like he's trying to line into it. Big shot coming out.
In mind, you already saw a doozy taking a chunk. Example. Feels like a matter of time. Yep, example. Gonna clean down a doozy. TE, what can you do?
Oh, and they're so weak right now. Perfectix just steps up, picks up one, picks up the second one. There you go.
Or up and over. This is a smart kick. He's got him. Oh, what a jump by Kick.
Finally feeling it a bit. It's going to be Sonics making a massive move. Rillo goes with a quick pop off around the new angle. Snaker's going to find one as well. Kickstart tried to make something happen with a big, beautiful play, but it's all going to come apart in the end as Sonics go down.
Get him. Come here, boy. Help. Where are you going?
A new update hit PUBG on December 4th. Sandhawk's buildings and terrain are fully destructible. A C4 can blow up a building. We challenge you to use explosives creatively in hot drops against some of the best fraggers in the world. Will you accept this challenge?
Yeah, I'm super ready. I mean, it's an exciting mechanic. Panzerfaust, C4, frags, mortar, anything to blow something up. I played a lot of Battlefield, should be fun. If you don't mind me asking, who are my opponents? So do you guys understand the rules?
Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. All right. Let's fight.
Show me your mark.
This, example. Only south side. You know?
Yeah, I mean building.
Yeah, no north. Oh, I jumped late. GG, man.
I late too. Whoa. Oh, nice parachute, bro. I have new gens too.
Good luck. Oh, no gun.
Oh.
Ooh. Ah!
To test the destructible
No.
wall. Just blow open the wall. Oh my god. What? You got dogged. Wait, that's OP. That's insane. Oh! Rat, absolute rat, this guy.
How did you kill him?
I blew up the wall with the grenade.
Ah! I didn't expect that.
I didn't know it would work. I threw one grenade, everything. The two walls, everything.
Oh! What? What?
Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? Yeah.
How about solo?
Huh?
Solo.
1v1?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
You are noob. I will crush you.
So
Easy clap.
Sorry.
Hey yo! That's illegal. Oh! Easy. Hush puppies.
Nice sticky bomb. Come, baby.
Okay, bro.
I have surprise for you.
No, you do not.
No,
You have a
I don't.
phantom?
No.
Oh.
What the
Hello. Sorry. Hello.
Sorry.
Go push, Emma.
No. I don't push vector.
Oh. Ooh.
Go get him, Kimus.
Oh, he's cheating. How does he know I'm there? This guy's got wall hacks, man.
Come on, baby.
Oh, I'm quick, boy. I'm fast. Hey!
Shakalaka boom.
Boom shakalaka.
What? What? What is this like? Oh.
Ah, what'd you
I'm coming.
I need grenades.
I'm coming.
No.
Sorry.
The best kill. I think Himas.
This guy.
Yeah, he cooked me in the 1v1. I mean, the odds were stacked against him, you know. He had his back 180 degrees turned to me and he just flicked on me so fast.
开马斯啊，感觉在追着我揍，兄弟，感觉都在追着我打。
这个是 noob.
Yeah, because he didn't kill Kimus in those situations.
True.
That was
True.
fun.
Yeah, the whole thing was a lot of fun, blowing up walls. I think that's going to be a creative mechanic, you know. I hate campers, and that's a camper's worst nightmare.
感觉挺真實的吧，玩進去就很有代入感，還挺好玩的。
Em thấy khá là hay ạ, vì núp nhà cũng chết rồi nên là em thấy hay hơn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that like you could just mortar a house across the map twice. The first shell will blow it open, the second shell will blow it up from the inside. So it's definitely going to change a lot.
I agree.
就这些玩法肯定就是会去更多的开发嘛。我还是觉得这个破坏地形挺有意思的，好吧
？Em nghĩ là có vì thì mình cái tính năng đó là giúp mình công nhà dễ hơn đó, nên là em sẽ.
I thought he would say that I can't screen peek in the competition.
那是最左边的配过盾啊，就动不动就往我的屏幕上撇，我都不知道怎么玩，兄弟。
Yeah, I definitely did.
I was just spectating. Spectate mode.
I mean, it was really important that I got mine today. You know, I had to put up a couple kills here because as far as PGCs go, I think these three are like the GOATs.
我说实话，这已经有一个2022年的冠军了，所以说我们先把它排除，应该答案在我们这3个人里面选。
Em nghĩ là Tàu Quýt Mai chứ không phải em đâu.
Thank you.
He agrees. I mean, I hold you all in really high regard. You're all insane players, so it's a pleasure to be here.
Guys.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck, good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Well, the drums of war have sounded for our finals in Circuit 2, and all of these teams, 12 teams in fact, look to join Petrichor Road, Na'Vi, Eternal Fire, T1, as they find themselves all the points that they can muster to try and get forward to that PGC Grand Final. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kalaris, and joining me to my left-hand side is the illustrious man himself, Mr. Toffees. We are in for another great Circuit Final.
It is going to be another Circuit Final, and as we get closer to the Grand Final of PGC, things are going to get, I think, a little wonky out there. I've already heard there's some reports of hot drops. There's teams talking about possibly creeping others. So I think the race to get those points so that you aren't being chased in the final Circuit Final has to be here today.
Oh, definitely so. And let's talk about our partners and everything going down at PGC right now. A huge thank you to our main esports partner for PUBG. It's op.gg. You can overpower your game if you head over to op.gg and check out everything that's going on over there as well. We are currently in the lovely Tropicana Gardens Mall as well here. They are our venue partner for everything that's going on for our World Championship, so thank you to them. I love the mall downstairs. I get to have lovely food, I get to do some lovely shopping whilst getting ready for the show. It's brilliant. We also have coming at us TT Racing, which is our official furniture partner for the esports here at PUBG, and they are checking out all of the chairs that are going on and making sure that they are able to get everything ready for these pro gamers to do their very best over on the stage. And finally, he loves them. He loves them.
I really do.
It's our Cooper joining us here as our official hand warmers partner as well, making sure nobody's frosty, everybody's warm into these games day in, day out. Toffees.
Well, it's crazy because you have to, some of the teams have had trouble staying warm, so hopefully this will get them warmed up faster.
Get them warmed up, get them warmed up. And you guys over as well at home can be involved in so many things, but not only that, but we've got the Pick'em Challenge that's going on as well. Now, do bear in mind that the Pick'em Challenge in-game, actually, the cut-off point before you can actually pick who you think is going to win the tournament as a whole ends on the 20th of December. So you can't pick during the final, you want to pick before the final, because that would be a little bit of an event.
Who would change their picks at the last second? No one.
Yeah, or maybe even 5 minutes into a game, per se. But anyway, we've got the Neo Media icon lights as well that you can see right here. You can scan that QR code and check out that. Maybe you can bag yourself one as well at home to have as a cool trophy on your desk whilst you're playing PUBG at home as well. Let's get into the nitty-gritty of things here, Toffees, because we find ourselves in our second circuit finals. We already have some teams that we think are probably going to be secure going towards that PGC Grand Final. However, there's still so much to play for these teams.
Absolutely. I mean, we make kind of a, a joke reference to the idea of, the hand warmers and staying warm. But the reality is that one of the biggest challenges we've seen at this format is teams that are coming in cold, that haven't had those last couple of days of play. So we are in Circuit 2 right now. This is that Saturday. It is the last chance at Circuit 2. You want to get those points for the Grand Final. But the teams that did so well in Circuit 1's Grand Final have had 2 days off. And my question is, will they continue to come in? Will they be hot? Because we've seen so many teams who take a day or two off have trouble getting their feet back under.
Yeah, it's no secret that in our Circuit 1 Grand Final, 3 of our 4 teams from those PGS 1 through 4 slots did not have a good time in that first final. Of course, we've got them all back here to try and, well, we've got most of them back to try and get everything going for this one. And I think that maybe some of their fortunes will be significantly different, right? Because they've had those couple of days at the start of Circuit 2, as you can see here, to really get to grips with what's going on in this lobby, even though there's, some shifts here and there, 4 new teams coming in each day for them. But they've done so much better, it feels.
They've started to get their feet under them. And I think I talked to Gunnar this afternoon at the pool, and he said, I think a lot of teams are finally starting to truly understand the format, the fact that you just have to get to the circuit final, and that's where every point matters, because those 3 circuit finals, the add up of all those points you get determines if you get to go to the PGC Grand Final. And so I think teams are starting to really get their heads around how to play through the entire circuit.
And of course, we're playing for big money here at the PGC. We've got ourselves $1.5 million plus crowdfunding as well, which means you guys at home can also be contributing right now to the prize pool to allow all of these teams to, thrive when it comes to becoming a world champion. And rightfully so, they deserve it when you're the very best in the world at our lovely, lovely game. And here's the 16 teams that are going to be repping. As I previously mentioned, Petrichor Road, T1, Na'Vi, Eternal Fire. It's their first day for this circuit. We'll see if being warm across the last 2 days is going to benefit some of these other teams, or if these guys can come in swinging, because they looked great in our first circuit, but we'll see if it's a bit of a detriment for them here.
It should be pretty interesting. I mean, I think when we get to the fantasy picks, you'll see most people are probably also on board with us saying, I believe that they're going to go ahead and
get concerned.
Yeah, you're concerned, but you can't not risk believing in them, because these are really good teams. Petrichor in particular has been really strong, and they're going to have nothing weighing them down as they come in today.
I was agonizing over whether or not to pick a Na'Vi member, because with this current iteration of Na'Vi, usually I'm like, I want a Hakatori, I want a Diffx, something like that. We'll see. We'll see throughout the day.
Did you do it?
No.
Oh, sad.
I went other directions. My team's a little different compared to what I would normally go for. Anyway, that's by the by. We don't want to know about my team. We want to know about these teams, because, of course, we've only had 2 teams who have played every single day, the Expendables and Falcons. And I think, especially for the Falcons, it's certainly paid their way, as you can see Roth enjoying some lovely stuff.
He really liked that coffee.
He did. That was a great coffee.
I'm glad that they put that shot on there. But yeah, I think they have. I really think that those teams that have played every day have a huge advantage. Expendables in particular have just been super exciting to watch.
Well, let's hear from backstage and see what's what.
It's pretty good when you're inside. It's very hot outside, very humid. The hotel's very nice, the pool's good, so it's nice to get out there and cool down, but overall it's been pretty good. Well, at the start we were pretty rusty, came in versing some other teams that had already played and were pretty confident. So we've just been kind of working up our play and just getting better and better, improving on our problems, and it's actually kind of good to play more games, but we want to break at this point, so hopefully we do well today and get top 4.
Luke 12 there from TSM, of course, as they've got themselves 27 points in the finals at the moment, but let's focus on 2 other teams here. Batulins and Rello, Twisted Minds and Falcons repping. Rello and the Falcons boys, I brought it up just before, man. They have been playing some great PUBG for them. I feel like this is some of the best international PUBG they've played all year.
Falcons, I mean, it seems like they're in the right space head-wise, and I think the big question for them lately has been Roth, addition to the roster. Is he really fitting in? What's happening? And then yesterday we saw Roth have a couple of really good power plays on his own. So maybe that's the key, is maybe he's sort of linking up with that team and they're in a good headspace to move forward. But I liked what I have been seeing. In the same token, you look at Batulin here, he has gotten more points individually, I think an example has even. Like Batulin, for being the leader of this team, has been absolutely, let's be honest, on an upward trajectory as a player for 2 years now.
Oh,
where
yeah, of course.
Dead are the days of IGLs can't frag, right? Like literally that comparison is showing 2 IGLs who are now known for their ability to carry a team and lead a team both in word and action. And I love seeing Batulin in particular because I think he is, I would say most people would not argue that he is the #1, the greatest leader in PUBG that we have right now.
Across the board in terms of if you had to aggregate every skill when it comes to PUBG, he's the GOAT right now. Like, I don't think there's any disputing that because he's, as you say, leading, but then leading from the front and also be able to clutch in a lot of these scenarios. He's worked hard for it, man. Like, very, very clearly. You go and watch his stream and stuff like that. Yes, okay. It's in Russian. I can't quite understand everything that's going on, but you can tell, like, all of his practice really pays off.
Every smile that you have seen this year when they lifted trophies was justified by a tear that was shed in past years. They have had heartbreak over and over again. Exactly, and so they definitely are in. This is their princess era, man. They are living their best life. And the other side of that is Rello. Rello is another player who has taken this IGL role but has run with it. I mean, here you see him go head to head with FaZe, and FaZe walked into a juggernaut. He just drops them all.
He was a little sick at the beginning of this tournament, and yet they were still able to put up extremely impressive performances. And you can watch all of those performances, not only here, but also on the co-streamers that are actually covering the PGC 2024 as well. So make sure to go and check those guys out. But have us open as well. We're going to tell you a few things here and there. And also, make sure to have the map open because that gives you invaluable information as to how all of these teams are going to be moving around. It's a great tool to be able to see what's going on. But again, I mentioned that you guys can be involved before, be it the Pick'em Challenging game, but you can also be involved in the Fantasy League. It's never too late to join, let's be real, because you can just kind of, you basically compete in, you get the isolated numbers of just circuits and things like that as well. So join on in if you're not already. And so far, I think there's something like 10,000 people playing. So there's so much going on over there.
And massive amounts of prizes. If you're in the top 400, there are prizes available. But let's be honest, the real reason I play is not for the prizes, it's because it introduces you to players you've never met before. To beat Toby, which is not happening, which is not going well for me right now.
No,
but it's a chance to like see players that you wouldn't normally look at, watch teams that you're not normally interested in, and sort of get even more built in and more on the line when you watch PUBG, which makes it so much more fun.
And at the moment, Salute is still at that #1 spot in terms of pick rate. It doesn't surprise you after that first circuit 6 wins, to say the least. But you know what? As soon as Example came in on that 3rd day of that circuit, suddenly that tune starts changing since he was 3 times MVP of PGS4, PGS5, PGS6.
Right.
And it may end up continuing if Example has anything to say about it.
If you're making your teams, and the reason that there's so much Salute on there is if you are parsing those numbers and you're saying, ooh, he's got the most points, do keep in mind that Example has played a few less games. So you do have to kind of keep an eye on that if you're making your team at home right now. But either of them, I can tell you, is a good investment. Let's look at who the top point getters have been, and that's it. Salute right there, but remember, he has played more.
Okay, exactly. I think it's important to realize for something like this is that, yes, you've got a player that's played, you know, like 6 days compared to players that may have played even just 4 days or something like that. But still, regardless, a great performance, especially from the Guangdong Freaks guys, and we're expecting them to probably pay dividends in the future regardless.
I like that Beamy was number 11 on points, mostly gained from the blue, I think. He set records yesterday. I was very impressed. But didn't he set a record for most first aids ever used in a match?
At a PGC.
That's insane. I was like,
already.
How many was it?
Too many.
Too many. That was obscene.
I don't know the numbers exactly.
I saw Ibiza at lunch and I was like, how about that Beam? And he goes, yeah, pretty good pickup, I guess.
Yeah.
But absolutely, he helped them get here today. I'm excited to see what happens going forward. Let's take a look at Twisted Mind, 65% on the Pick'em Challenge. No surprise.
It ain't going to change too much. It ain't going to change a whole lot. We just saw fluctuations in Guangdong Freaks' pick percentage after they got themselves the 6 chicken dinners. But here are today's matches. We're starting off in the grassy pastures, moving to the wild cards, and going to the dusty dunes afterwards. I could have just done all the call-outs out there, actually. I could have gone grassy pastures, then it's time to Tego, we're rolling into Rondo, and then it's the dusty dunes.
Yeah, the condos. Red Rondos.
Well, we have to...
Only for Martin.
We have to kill that one with fire. I need a flamethrower on that one.
It's really it's my fault. I laughed so hard the first time you said it that I can't stop saying it. I miss you, Martin. It is going to be a fascinating day today. He's not dead. Well, he's not here right now, so I can say it. But we're starting the grassy patches, and I think the start is super important today because, you know, I talked to the Sonics, for instance. They have 7 points right now. If they don't start strong, they become a target for everybody else in this lobby, and it's already kind of started. We saw T1, Sonic, who's their coach, put in a drop chat as well as on the stage and said, we're dropping on all of 4AM's alt drops today. Like, they want to get those drops for themselves in the grand final. And that's the danger of this format, is those teams have to, you got to move fast so you don't get taken out.
Yeah, at the same time, I'm expecting those teams that have come in very warm to really start turning up the heat here. But let's get to it. It is Circuit 2 finals as we figure out who's going to earn those juicy, juicy points towards the PGC Grand Final.
很难受吧，没打好，然后争取下一轮的话找找问题吧，希望第2轮能发挥出来吧。接下来的比赛，
感觉还没有适应这种节奏吧，因为我感觉跟我们国内打的不一样，可能我们队伍比较慢热吧，我感觉可以慢慢的去适应一下，然后我觉得可以进，我们会努力。
일단은 저희 랜마전이 좀 많았는데 좀 일단 첫 번째 매치부터 랜마전에서 좀 지고 들어가가지고 그래서 자신감도 많이 떨어지고 그래서 그런 것도 일단 일부분에 포함된 것 같고 그래서 좀 경기력이 안 좋았던 것 같습니다. 일단은 좀 이틀 동안 좀 쉬면서 일단 저희 한 거 계속 보면서 저희 PGS6 때 좀 좋았던 기억을 떠올리면서 그런 걸 다시 기억할 수 있게끔 찾는 게 우선적이라고 생각하고.
Every team right now is even like targeting other teams after a few games because let's say a good team that loots Pochinki, for example, is on the bottom of the leaderboard. Someone might want to target them and get them out early, especially even like going to the next circus. If a team like Sonics or Twisted is there, they're going to get targeted for sure if they're in the bottom 4.
因为这种游戏它其实差一点就差很多嘛，然后我们就因为一点一点的细节没有做好，导致最后的分数 就很低嘛，因为这次比赛是1轮比赛进12支队伍，所以它的游戏节奏会变得更快，因为大家拿到进入决赛的分数会更早嘛，所以这比较考验战队临时的自己的那个变化。对我们挺自信的，我觉得我们只要做好接下来的这个比赛的准备，我们是100%能够进入决赛的。
지금까지 좀 많이 성적을 좋게 못 냈는데 국제 대회에서 지금 열심히 다들 해서 좋은 성적 나니까 좀 만족스럽고 앞으로 더 열심히 노력할 생각입니다.
저희 4명 다 일단 게임에 집중을 엄청 잘했던 것 같고 한 명도 빠짐없이 거의 실수가 없었던 게임이라고 생각을 하고 서로 실수가 나오더라도 커버를 쳤기 때문에 치킨이 많이 나왔던 것 같습니다.
Mình nghĩ là sau khi đi đấu tất cả các vòng xong thì mình nghĩ là phong độ của mình lúc đó chắc chắn là lấy lại được rồi. Tại vì vòng chung kết thì không có thể nào mà đánh mất phong độ của mình được nữa.
I would say like tilt is very like in terms of like LAN tournaments, it's very fast. Like I can be tilted for like 1 minute, 2 minutes after the game because we lost it because of our mistakes or like some other like problems. But like for the next game, since I'm professional, I have to become absolutely not stressed, not thinking negatively, and just play the best game. I think we were playing better and better by each game. At least like our communication was becoming better. So, and in the last 2 games, we finally show like the real Twisted Minds.
X-Left 在 C 的同时，我们尽量做得更好，让它更 C， 我们做的可以更好，让团队也多协作起来。
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come one, come all to what's sure to be a circus of a final here in circuit number 2. My name is Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Toby. And Toby, we have got some bangers lined up here today.
If all of the previous days are anything to go by, it can't go. I mean, that's full on. That's the way around.
I mean, it's been wild. It was wild all day yesterday. It was wild on day 1. So I expect today to deliver in a big way as well. Everybody fighting for every last point that they can get to make sure that they can qualify for that grand final. And nobody, I repeat, nobody, Toby, wants to have to rely on that Circuit 3 final to make it, because it is going to be hellacious.
It definitely will be. Definitely. Today is the day you want to accumulate as many points as you possibly can. So maybe a bit of a change from the previous days where you, quote-unquote, just have to not make it into the bottom 4. Now it's all about gathering as many points as you can, because you might not get another chance to.
Well, it might be all about gathering as many points as you can, but for some teams, it might be all about making sure that your rivals don't get in as well, because you look at a team like Petrichor Road, their first, they came in first place after our Circuit 1 Grand Final with 60+ points. They're looking pretty nice for that Grand Final overall. So they've got some decisions to make, and we heard the desk talk about as well, T1 in that same boat.
Yep, definitely. There's there are certainly some teams that could go out and play a little more gambly play styles. The question is, who do they go for? Who have they made their enemies? And if so, can they come out on top regardless? I feel like there are certain teams that came off to a pretty tough beginning to Circuit 1 that have clawed back into it. A team that we'd like to see here on our screens. VP, the Beamy team, at least in terms of time spent alive.
Team Blue Zone.
Off of yesterday. Team Blue Zone, we can now call them, as Beamy made a name for himself yesterday.
He sure did. I mean, and, you know, it's kind of sad too, because I hate that everybody's talking about the Blue Zone stuff, which is, well, it's hilarious, obviously. But he had one of the coming out of the Blue Zone, that epic grenade kill on the New Happy, the 3-piece, and just surviving all the way up to the end in game number 6 to secure his team a spot. I mean, he had some phenomenal plays yesterday, but, you know, well, of course, we got to talk about the Blue Zone stuff. So.
Definitely it's up there. We are just a couple of seconds out here of match number 1. Get active in chat, get excited, because this, again, is the second of just 3 total circuit finals. So we've already played the first one. 5 seconds and counting, as we are now about to head on over to Erangel.
Yes, indeed. And of course, all the hype up that we've had about all the craziness that might happen, of course these guys are probably going to come in here and just play it completely straight, right? Like they're not gonna screw around at all. They're just going to play it like it is a very important game.
If anything in this tournament so far has been anything to go by, then I like to disagree with your take on it. And you know what? You know what I love the most about this? That even when the players try not to cause chaos, we let the circles do that for us. Even when they try to play it as straightforward as can be, we usually get curveball circles, or, as in this case, somewhat curveball playing paths.
I mean, the last time you and I were sitting here, we started off our day with a circle that looked like it was going military, and then cut hard north and played around the bridge. So that plane not really looking like it's a lot better for that type of situation. We'll see where it goes, and keeping a very watchful eye on where these guys. Oh, look at 17. They're going Pachinki.
Up towards Pachinki. They are going to go get that to themselves. As in the meantime, we look towards the east. It's always a little interesting seeing where teams could potentially end up fighting for vehicles. I don't think there's going to be any of it here. Usually be West Coast. Could be out towards the east as well. But with Falcons, Looting, and Milta, with No Face being here, and Navi out towards Milta Power, it should be pretty safe for everyone to go where they want to.
T1 looks like they are not going to be dropping 4 a.m. This 4 a.m. is on.
Not yet.
I don't think these two teams could get any further from each other. But there you go. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
That is, boy, that is barely touching the plane path, isn't it? But TSM is just pumping their fists in the air right now as they have Prio on wherever they would like to play. And, I mean, you're looking right around Everest. You got to be, right?
Interesting to see here. You know what? Guess with me in chat, everyone. How many teams do you think are going to opt to rotate into this circle north over? Paul, I want your take on it too, because I'm looking towards T1, even Eternal Fire. Unless if they get E pickups, because that, of course, changes things. There's a very, very nice highway over shooting range, like up throughout the north, past the plane crash area, and then down towards North George from there. The issue is, there's still that bit more landmass on the southern side that it might not be worth a while.
Yeah, and you start thinking about, okay, well,
Yeah, well, you brought up a great point with the E pickups. That kind of throws a curveball into everything that we've kind of come accustomed to seeing on circles such as these, with those long wrapping rotations around the north side. And then you start thinking about, okay, well, TSM, they have prio on anything they want to play. Could they decide to do a two-side of the river split just in case it does hard shift to the north? And meanwhile, you got, all of VP. And look at that, 59 first aids used in a single match, chat.
I can't help but wonder if Beamy in one game yesterday used more first aids than a lot of teams did combined throughout the whole day.
I wouldn't be surprised.
59 first aids. Oh, we said the TSM were safe. We said they were happy about the spot that they were in, but Luke sure won't be. As Expendables come say hi, and Duck Juice gets the first point of the day.
Man, they did not waste any time. Now, you got to wonder if that's Expendables. Look, there's only 2 teams in the lobby right now that have played every single match so far at this PGC. The Expendables is one of them. And you wonder if that's something making a move like that, the quick looting, making sure to crash onto the southern side of what normal TSM looting pathing is to make sure that they can catch somebody out solo. That was really well played by them.
The timing is perfect too, because they came out of Gatka. They landed obviously before TSM because they were trying to stretch to fly further north. So not only do they land, but they get into the buildings, get looted, and then they see, wait, they're still flying north. We can catch them by the time they land. And they got there while Luke did manage to find a gun and get ready. That 4v1 pull-up was definitely too much for him to handle.
Sure, Sonics wasted no time either. They had that West Coast split loop path, and now they are already pushing their way up there into South George, getting a little bit close to TSM. Meanwhile, VP, they've got all of North George to themselves, but they also have Nixie left behind. As you get, you gotta get a good feel.
We're just watching everyone.
You gotta get a good feel for the Beamy experience. Yesterday,
okay, here we go.
In game number 6.
3, 4.
On foot. 6. The entire way.
They actually, you know what? I was memeing in the green room. Can we please get a highlight of every single heal? I did not think they were actually gonna make it, but here we go. This is what we saw yesterday.
This is everything.
And then when he's running low, we go, oh no, there's nothing left. Oh wait, we just killed the entirety of Dates right here. So why not go back up to 21 first dates?
Oh my goodness.
This is...
That is...
Poor Luna Galaxy.
I mean, yeah, that's...
Beamy, you could have had the record at 57. Come on, man. But in the end, it was too much for him.
No,
couldn't find the 60th, and there sits our record. They're all laughing.
He healed himself into 3rd place. Absolutely bananas.
Insane. 59.
You're never going to see that again, Chad.
I'm not going to lie, I thought it was a bug when I saw it on TV. I was like, there's no way anyone has been able to pull that off. But hey, there you go. It was all him. And now Lou went forward, went scouting. Twisted Minds likes to do this when landing in on school naps. If they see the Rostock team leave early, they'll try and backfill and wrap on over. But this time around, Blue gets punished, and seems to me like Salute might want to, at least initially, wants the point off of it.
If anybody was wondering whether the Freaks were going to come in cold or not, there's your answer.
Most pick player.
Picked him off from well across the river from range. But the smoke cloud keeping him alive, and the tree doing some favors as well. Looks like Twisted actually might be able to get over there, but they've got to be careful about how they approach this. You've got the entirety of KDM looking now, as now VP getting in too close to the Expendables, and Clories will get the spray down on the Luca Rux.
Expendables wasn't enough for them to take the fight with TSM. They're going straight over to VP as well. Nice bounce off of the pole there. As Beamy goes for a shot, finds the headshot onto Delwyn as well. With the Scar in hand, not a gun that gets a lot of love in competitive PUBG, but here we get one.
I think the screenshot, chat, you see Beamy outside of the blue, and this is what he does when he gets to actually fight, too. He is a fragger of the highest order.
Who is Beamy? I only know Bloomy.
Bloomy? he's got all the clues. Bloomy.
Yep.
Blues clues.
Yep.
I don't know. I was going to try to do something there. It didn't work, but either way, the Expendables, they're not all even in...
No? They're just fighting?
Yeah, they're not even in the back 6 right now. They have 2 knocked, or 2 down, or 1 down, rather, Delwyn. But now it looks like the entire squad is in there, and they are surrounded by VP and TSM just off to the south, holding down Hospital. So they should be the only ones there. But now Freaks have arrived as well. They're in crates.
I like the aggression out of Expendables here. I mean, obviously it's a very fast southern plane path. I don't think they necessarily thought VP was going to be here. They stopped TSM. They found one. They said, we can't flex west because that's where they're playing their splits. Let's go north. Let's see what's available. Come in, get caught off guard. Because normally when Expendables do aggress this early on, they do it because they all fall together. So as you said too, Poro, the fact that 2 of them were isolated and 2 on a bike is a clear sign to me that they were not expecting confrontation in South Georgia there.
Look at Gen G doing a little bridge camp here. They know where 4 a.m. likes to drop, and 4 a.m. still down there on Military Island. They're taking their time. They're hoping that everybody has made their way up to that far north circle, but Gen G, they've got time today to wait this one out.
They definitely do. 4 a.m. We'll see if they, unknowns to the threat that lies across the bridge, if they can waste enough time here that Gen G opts to think better of it.
Cutting back to your point from earlier, the far northern wrap.
Yeah.
As Twisted Minds was one of the first there, but now Eternal Fire getting a little bit close to TF, and then Na'Vi and T1 also deciding to make that wrap as well. So that's teams that have come in from the north side.
And Na'Vi doing it all the way out of Milta Power as well. That is a long northern wrap, and honestly, I mean, if the circle swings north, they're gonna be very happy seeing us. The entire buffet will be open. But back to the bridge we go. It's Gen G. They're waiting. They're sat here. Xiaopian is going to be the first one over. Should be the first to fall, and indeed he will be just that.
Yeah, first and only probably, as the rest of the boys were nowhere near.
Yeah.
So they're taking their time. I think that was the goal, is send Xiaopian over, make sure that everything was clear, and now they know. Okay, let's hopefully we got a lot of meds because we're going to be eating a lot of blue here.
See Summer able to disengage, or should at least be a standard ult. It's coming over the hillside on foot. Should be able to get back to his teammates. The Coop, though, not really in the mood for acceleration. Summer, hello, get going, get away. Maybe he's thinking I could stick around. Ming is still down here too, so potentially trying to bait a couple of bullets to allow for his teammate to get safe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was doing. He was making sure that he held that ridge line, so that if Daytrade did decide to push and take shots into the back of the fleeing Coop, then took a few shots over in that direction as well, just to keep him honest. So good stuff, good team play coming out from Petrichor Road there.
I love the fact that not only did you bring up that we had those 3 teams coming over the north side, but those are all 3 teams that did not play yesterday.
Yeah.
They haven't played this circuit at all. Na'Vi, T1, and Eternal Fire all coming in over the northern side. I think Type he must have caught that vehicle from Kemper, right? No, he's Type, he didn't see it. Now he does. Now they're getting out of the car. Now they think they're realizing it.
Okay. Yeah, so this is the question that we have to ask today, all right? These guys that did so well in that Series 1 Grand Final, they've been sitting around for 2 days watching these games. Are they going to come in cold? And there you go. It's a 50-50 circle, but that's the fat part on the north side.
Yep.
So Na'Vi immediately retreating to the God spot.
Not gonna complain about that whatsoever. In the meantime, south side, do you have E-pickups? Because I think you would want some. Look towards, I mean, you know what, even Ross or Gas Bridges might be a stretch, but a lot of teams are gonna now try to opt to go into the blue, out towards the east, to get towards that northern side. It's Eternal Fire. Spot
no.
T1. They knew they were in the nearby vicinity, but I think T1 thought that they had them further inside the city proper.
They thought wrong, and now Eternal Fire kind of eaten, and they know exactly where the T1 boys are, but they can afford to stick around in this apartment complex a little longer. I don't think if Eternal Fire really wants to go room to room in that situation, that would be a little bit dangerous. As you see, VP picked up 2 more from TE, the Expendables, as they try to make the cross early. So now Clory's the only one left alive from the Expendables.
Really smart rep by Virtus Pro here as well. Not only were the teams to land on the northern side, but they see Eternal Fire and T1 fighting. They hear the explosions in the north. They go, great. If they're fighting northeast side of North George, that means that the bridge has to be free. No one has upped the trap all the way around. I mean, technically Na'Vi could have done it, but I like their gamble on this one. Go north, not even stop to scout. This should be safe.
Yeah, 100% the better play by Na'Vi, and that is not a team that you want to give really good position to.
Oh no.
Because they know how to secure that dub. As we see Petrichor Road taking a few shots at Falcons. Falcons deciding to go the long wraparound. They're going to eat a lot of blue zone here and go for the eastern side, but Petrichor Road had the same idea, and now Petrichor Road, they're feeling comfy, man. They've got a lot of points from that Series 1 Grand Final. They're going to stick around and chase down Falcons, as we see Twisted Minds now spotting out KDF.
Nice position up on the ridge line here. They keep it in the 2-2 split with Lou and Perfectix north side, but Tulans, an example, making sure that no one's crossing the bridge near them. In the meantime, Freaks, as we saw, with Salute is the spearhead of the operation there, able to get to the compound up towards the north, but all 4 of them now locked into this one building. It's a great compound if circles keep coming your way, but if not, getting out of there later on in the game when everyone's got angles on you, that is incredibly difficult.
Everybody going to hear the chopper blades in the air right now as Gen G took that E pickup from way down south. They're going to fly right over the top of Navi. Looks like they have not popped it just yet, so that may be just them going all the way to the north coast and working their way down. There's a lot of room left to play up there, and yet they're cutting a little bit more even to the west here. They've got a free compound. If they can survive the onslaught from Navi, as we see, yeah, Xiaopian, he found the camp.
Yep, one team goes to the air, another to the sea. Sonics, I think H went in boat right now, trying to see if they can scout the way further towards the north. He's parked it on the shore, and you know what, Glorious joins in the water, a little wet on his part, as he goes for a swim. You know what,
wet.
Solo player left alive, trying to see what Beamy did yesterday can be repeated. Somehow, he finds himself in the George Paul Bay, and I think for now, he's not going to be seen, but I don't know how long he's going to last in the hills.
Yeah, we'll see how he plays it. The other, I still have no idea where the rest of 4 a.m. is. Like, they haven't taken an E-pick up.
They're on Millie.
They're still driving up here. They're still eating blue. And, yep, Sonic's going to take the boat over to that western coast.
It's actually kind of insane when you think about it, how there were 3 teams on the northern side just before. And now, I mean, with the exception of 4 a.m. who are coming in towards the east, it's just Daytrade on the south. And okay, now we do see this circle swing north, but it goes to show how little there is to play on that southern side. If you don't have South George, all containers, you're very far out in the open. In the meantime, everyone made their way north, and it paid off for them as the circle swings there too.
Ferris from Navi scouting by blood right now as he's just driving around, seeing what's open, seeing where he gets shot from. And I mean, they should realize that there's nothing off to the north of them except for Gen G, and now they'll hear Weibo coming through. They may get an eyes on Falcons as well, but you can finally see 4 a.m. just now arriving in shooting range. So still a number of teams on that north side, north of where Navi. What is happening here? T1, Eternal Fire decided to push it.
Did Raining just go for a gun game challenge? Nade into shotgun into rifle. I mean, 3 kills with 3 different weapons back to back to back. Raining, what an effort. Now just Ruin left alive on the side of Eternal Fire. He was a killing machine on its own.
Toby, we were just saying, okay, I won't say we. I was just sitting here talking about it wouldn't make sense for Eternal Fire to go room to room, trying to go and push those two.
Really went room, and it went sideways.
Now, I mean, well, they pay the price for it, so now it's all down to Ruin. We'll see if he can pull something out, something magical. We've seen some great solo play here thus far this tournament. Ruin maybe next up on the block here is Chawu. Get a few shots in the Thanadol, but he is not going to go down.
Rest of 17 is trying to come over and help out. This fight might be perfect for them to try and third-party issues. There's not really an angle to do so. Belma peeks on over, though, finds Effectix, finds Lou as well. As we mentioned before, Twisted Minds were in a 2-2 split, and while I don't think it was Daytrade per se calling the bluff, because there wasn't really anywhere else for them to go, it definitely worked out in their favor, and it's Belma doing the work here.
There you go. Solo Ruin.
Points.
Gonna find Batulins, and now Example, the last player left alive for Twisted. And he is just driving her. Yeah, just go back to your compound, my friend. Wait until that next circle pops. Try to keep the wheels on that thing, if nothing else. But yeah, I mean, right, just like that.
And off of that, look at the position that 17 gets.
Yeah, I mean, and Daytrade gets everybody up.
Yep.
I mean, it's beautiful. I mean, Navi still, you feel like, is in the driver's seat, right?
Oh, yeah, they're set tight. They're in a really good position right now. In the meantime, 4M having a hard time figuring out how they get inside the circle, with Falcons trying to gatekeep their entry on it. You see their Rainin swaps over. What a play.
Oh, man. That's a rough call, man. Yep. That's a real rough call to go and push in those apartments, and you're kind of hoping for the best, and unfortunately that time didn't work out for EF, but they got plenty of time to reset, and they still got one left in this thing. So points are still to be had as we see Sonics have now made their way into the zone. They are going to take over that compound that Gen G just left.
I like the patience that we saw there from 4 a.m. too. Not only are they, of course, looking towards the circle, finding an entry, but they're also stopping just to make sure there's no one coming from behind. This was a northern hardship. We all knew that with a southern plane path, there would be a lot of people coming in from down there. So smart on them to make sure they're not getting backfilled, because now that they know, they can aggress forward, they can play knowing that no one is pushing in behind.
All right. You see 4 a.m. kind of heading down that same valley that Petrichor Road starting to look over to. Weibo on the north side. I don't think they have angles onto anything that any of 4 a.m. just yet, but Gavi Gabi flying a little close to the sun, my friend, and yep, there you go. He's going to get spotted out and taken down. And now 4AM just down to Bobo and HSM.
Of all places you can go, 4AM opts to go into the eye of the hurricane. There's so many teams around them, and they've had no chance to scout anything up here. They're trying to get up, trying to show presence and force split teams down. Issue is there's no splits around here right now. Weibo is up here, Na'Vi is eyeing in this position too, and now Gen G is fortifying on the west.
It's, you know, it's just it's a little greedy. It's a little greedy on the part of 4AM, especially the fact that you just have no information, but you hope that maybe it pays off, and unfortunately this time it's not going to, as we see TSM still spreading around on that western edge. But they have Sonics off to the north, and Sonics has to find somewhere to go play here soon.
Yep. They played it on foot, I believe, coming off of the boat earlier.
Yeah.
So
well, they got
maybe
at least
they
one
went.
vehicle.
Yeah, well, they do have a Pana. Maybe they went unnoticed for some, as I cliff
Still
peaks. So
driving
now
around?
HPL able to find one. They thought better of it. Unfortunately for them, they thought better of it a bit too late. Had they stayed down there, maybe they would have fended off against Petrichor, but that was not quite to be. And now 4AM is down to just 1 of 17, opting to pull up on Kwangdong Freaks.
They sure are, and they got grenades in hand. Salute, the hero from Series 1 will find the knock on to Lil Ghost. Xiaowu, Xiaobei, and Suju now arriving. Good grenade from Xiaobei will find Salute, and that's a big man down as they try to make the push in.
Has Heaven gone unnoticed? Now he gets the knock. I was going to say, he's the one isolated in a separate building. Maybe he can get something done. Able to find one. A lot of hip-fire shots coming through here. And Xiaobei will win the initial fight, but Bean drop shot finds one.
Oh, no!
Finds the second almost. But now it's up to Heaven. Solo versus Solo. Sushu versus Heaven. They're both running for, but look at how many people are looking this way trying to steal coins.
Oh, Summer, yeah. I mean, look at that. You got Day Trade and Petrichor that both snaked a couple of points, and Heaven is able to get up there without Suju here. And now it's all down to Heaven. Can he get the res on a Guman? I'm not sure where Guman is knocked.
I love the idea that he goes up initially to peek down, because he knows they're coming down this hillside.
Yeah.
Whenever they start getting flushes from the north side hill, you know they're close. So show some presence, try and bait them or force them off, at least for a bit. Issue is Chewy has committed to this? No, not yet. He's kind of running backwards now. But had he gone straight for the rest there, they would have all been in that building immediately.
Petrichor,
they're pulling up now.
Yeah, they're crashing down on that. They know exactly what's going on. And Raining will spot out Ruin, who was trying to creepy walk and heal at the same time. So that is going to do it for Eternal Fire in this round. And Petrichor, they'd love to get these 2 points, but they want to get them clean. They want to make sure they keep all 4 alive. 3 kills already in the bag. Can they make it 5?
Salute is in trouble in the backside here, and they both will fall as a result of it. Nice pull up there by Petrichor. Were able to stay alive. All 4 up winners of Circuit 1 finals out here, getting off to a good start too.
And Veer, while all this was happening, Virtus Pro has been looking pretty good as well. That's a nice grenade from Thanadol, as they have been kind of positioning themselves to clean up everything that was coming out of apartments, but now they've had to take the full 4v4 versus Day Trade. They got the initial opening knock, and old Belmoth can't contribute right now because he knows Example's behind him.
This is what they need. This is what VP desperately needs. Example to go out and do some damage, or at least force Belmoth to look the other way. He's hitting some good shots, both of them down to low HP as Example tries to peek further forward, but now Norrens is turning around trying to help out his teammate, and it will work out for them. Hakatori too, from down low, able to find EP on the flank, will get the flush on him as well. So now VP, surprise, surprise, is down to just Bloomy.
In his natural habitat. Well, the problem is he's got a couple of solos that are still coming out of apps. Those were the ones that VP were looking for as Day Trade made their way over.
The Padawans.
Yeah, you got 3 solos down there, and now Navi is starting to get a little bit more active as Diffix. That's not actually going to be Diffix that gets that knock.
Yeah.
Tiggleton gets the knock and the flush on the Rex. Sonic's getting involved here on the northwestern side.
Big fight up here for a lot of control, because if you can finish this fight fast on the side of Sonics, there's a VP Falcons fight on the east you could set up a really, really good third party for. And I think third party is exactly what Petrichor is looking to do right now. They're coming up out of the compound that they took away from Freaks just before, instantly setting up a perimeter to the north.
I mean, Petrichor, we wondered if they were going to come in cold after having sat out for the last 2 days, but they're coming in just as hot as they left, as they have already 5 kills to their name, top of the leaderboard, and they're sending 3 to go clean up on this third party if they can manage to find the angles. As Falcons, they have their hands full with Weibo right now.
Exactly. They're playing 3 inside with Relo out on the ridge line towards the north. If he can find Sai, they're both the ones flanking, then it should be doable for them to just kind of play on the low side. Relo spots him, though, but can't connect anything. Now gets a second chance around, down to 14 HP, but forced to prone.
Oh, both of them just trading back and forth, but Snakers will find Spaceman. So that'll open up a little bit here. Now Petrichor Road, they start things up as Rello will lose the 1v1 to ZYY. And now it's you've got Falcons down to 3, and they are committing to the shelter. They have nothing else they can do.
And that's the issue. You need the guy outside to help set up a perimeter, to help kind of force teams away from your ridge line. As Sonics is now looking this direction. To Gen G didn't want to fight them. Sonic says, fair enough. We'll just keep flanking further towards the east. And now Falcons and Weibo, for that matter.
Want to start wrapping to the north.
Yeah.
Take out Gen G. That is definitely. Updates off Navi. They've sent Fairest off to the north, but the other 3 are going down to the south to try to see if they can maybe capitalize off of that knock, catch day trade when they're not looking. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road still fully engaged on Falcons. So are Sonics.
And day trade knows this too, that they have to try and reset as fast as they can. As Fairest, Sabres find Bobo, proned it out, got 1 placement point off of it. 4am game, not really the way they would have wanted it to, as Sonics continuing to apply pressure to Falcons. It's not fun being stuck in a bunker you can't get out of.
It sure is not, and they're going to try to use whatever smokes they have left. Ixlex will find Snakers. He's going to steal away the knock from Sonics as well. So that is another point picked up, but it looks like Petrichor Road, they have had their fill, and they're going to head back down south and just secure their spot in this next zone.
Makes sense, too, because they haven't heard Na'Vi and Daytrade continue that fight that we all thought was going to happen. So having Chewy being the anchorman on that south side, making sure that no one's trying to make a flank play on them, which it kind of looks like they're setting up to do right now. Great awareness on the side of Petrichor to not get too eager for the points on the north side, leaving their backs open.
Yeah, I mean, they had Chewy left behind as well, just to make sure that they had somebody with eyes to make sure that nobody was going to come up behind them. Gen G, they're perfectly content just hiding out in this sniper tower, waiting for this thing to play out a little bit more. 19 alive. So there's still a lot of players left on the field.
With how this circle is playing out right now, Sonics get to pick and choose whatever they want here. Do we go third-party east? Do we go force a fight on the west here? What do they want to do with shots being fired right now? You'd have to imagine that Sonics are looking to flank further east than this one.
Yeah, interesting. Petrichor Road deciding to get in those vehicles and just do a little donut before Daytrade just opened up on them. Unfortunately for Daytrade, couldn't get any knocks there to open things up, and now Daytrade going to go ahead and pull back around and reposition. They've left Flash behind to make sure that Na'Vi doesn't backfill them.
Yeah.
So they know that they still have room to play with here.
Look at all the smokes being applied by Petrichor. They're playing this as it's the final fight of the game with all the util. They're expanded, trying to force Daytrade back. But again, they know everyone's playing rich right now, sitting out on the edge. If they can force them back, if they can force them to run away, they know there's another team waiting further down the line. If we can pin down Daytrade, deal with them fast enough, we can turn around in time for a potential push from Sonics. Smart awareness, smart aggression coming out of Petrichor here too.
It's a lot of patience being shown by these top-tier teams here in a very important game number 1 of these Circuit 2 finals. None of these teams really want to fully commit until they absolutely have to. As we see Sonics now starting to make their way over to Gen G. They're going to spot them out. The Gen G try to flex out of their tower now that the circle has left them. And they've got Adder that's still behind, but Tosi and Varpo, they're going to be spotted.
I mean, Sonics and Petrichor, the teams in blue, they're funneling these 3 teams right in towards one another. It's amazing to see, really. It's all about elbow room right now. You want to have time to reset should a fight come your way. Petrichor doing what they can on the south side, Sonics on the north. In the meantime, look at the space they make in between one another because of it. No one's able to really claim center here because they're doing such good aggression on the edges.
No, yeah, and Petrichor are now opting to leave Daytrade to their own devices, but I think the damage may have been done. They're forcing Daytrade to push now into Na'Vi, and Na'Vi is ready and waiting. They'll find the opening knock on Athanadol, and Soset on the low side is going to find Flash as well.
Such a hard angle to come in from if you're Daydread here, but they see Petrichor leave. They go, great, now we got to make a play. There's no time for us to go, if not now. Issue is, Na'Vi is here ready and waiting, and Soset off to a great start. Already over 500 damage done this game.
It's all about area control right now. Don't extend past the area that you have cover, that you have control over, and don't let anybody come into your zone. Soset, you can see he knows exactly where they are, but he doesn't want to put himself at risk here. He's going to spot out Norins, but Norins will get the knock onto him. Norins will go down to the blue as Belmoth taken down to 1 HP. Diffix has him dead to rights, and that grenade should do it.
It will.
And there it is.
There he goes.
Cook it a little bit more next time.
6th kill for Na'Vi. 600 damage to Diffix. Able to rag up a lot of points on a lot of people's fantasy teams too, so they'll be pleased with that. As now Gen G forced to try and make a move around the side here. Diffix though over the top. Double headshot onto Summer. He was about to make the push off towards Sonics as well, so that's going to slow them down. But no, it won't.
Chewy!
Chewy and Ming peek on over and instantly 5-3 from Sonics.
Sonics get absolutely roasted right there. Tickleton now the last player left alive for them. He's lying prone, waiting for the smokes to dissipate. See if he can maybe get something off of this. But Gen G, they see it. They smell the blood in the water. But Ming will find Adder, and Petrichor Road is owning the lobby as Tiggleton goes down.
The circle control that Petrichor gets off of that flank towards the north side. Ike's left and Summer. Sat circle sending out Summer now the one to stay behind us. The remaining 3 starts aggressing further forward. Ming here with teams above him as well, trying to make the push on through. Gen G falls. Now Na'Vi is down to a clean sweep from Petrichor as they hit 13 kills.
Like a force of nature, a wave of blue cresting over the top of this hill. Na'Vi will get the res back up to 3, and they should have room to pull back. They should have room to reset just a little bit, but you can see Petrichor, they've got, their eyes are bloodshot. They are pushing hard. They want this one.
They are feeling good, and look at the kills, the distribution on the team as well. Everyone out here delivering such a good awareness here in the end game. It's the now trying to push on forward, but Na'Vi, they have the rucks for cover right now, and there's technically nothing forcing Petrichor to make this aggressive move, and I think this is what the nice disengage here.
Oh,
the thing is, Chewy is kind of caught on an island here with only a ruck for cover. They need to try to disengage because they're not inside the next circle yet.
No, they had to go. They were trying to go low while they had an opportunity, but the circle has arrived, as you said, and Ferris will have to leave his spot as well. So good work by Ferris on that low side for Na'Vi, forcing Petrichor Road to kind of slow their push here. But now, once again, these rocks, they're in the zone, but I mean, you've got 4 guys that know exactly where you are. How much utility do they have left, though?
They left Summer behind that initial 3-man push. As Ike said, great angle, but his gun gets jammed in the tree. But now they know exactly where they are. Hakatori, though, the first one to open up, makes it a 3v3 fight.
And it's a really tough angle to push here as Na'Vi is just playing around that ridgeline. As soon as they see anything, any head pop over the top, Chewy will hold it. He's going to find Diffix. Does he have another one in him, though?
They have all of them down here. They spot all of them now as well. Ferris, though, able to get one now. It's a 2v2. Couldn't commit to the rest fast enough. Ming, able to get the first. They have him locked down on the rock. It's just Soset left alive, and Hakatori, no make him. Able to get one, and now it's a 1v1. Summer committed to the rest. Fit finds the kill, and that's going to be Petrichor Road out victorious. But what a valiant effort from Na'Vi in trying to turn that around.
If you were worried about either of these two teams being cold coming into today, well, worry no longer. They are just as hot as they were the day they left. Petrichor Road looking unstoppable, and Na'Vi looking like they were almost the ones that could do it.
In this final fight, every single player on these two teams had their highlight-worthy moments. They were hitting all the shots needed in order to try and claim it, and then for Summer to go off the rest, just catching a glimpse of a player through the edge of the smoke there and win it. What a finish.
Beautiful work from both of these squads, and good work from Sonics as well, as we had a number of teams that we were happy to see in that final. But let's throw it over to the desk to break down game number 1.
Has Petrichor Road finally hit that prophesized stride that we were expecting from them on international soil? That's the question. They already came into today with a #1, and now they've got themselves yet another win on the board. This is Petrichor Road looking all sorts of awesome here at PGC.
The road to PGC for Petrichor has been muddy at best. Ups and downs, backs and forths, but here at PGC, it has been nothing but non-stop. And I was worried, will they come out a little bit rusty? Will Na'Vi come out a little bit rusty? And that end game was everything I could have wanted out of game 1 here on our circuit final.
I think the brilliant thing for me watching Petrichor Road at this tournament so far is that, again, I said it in the previous circuit, I'm going to say it again, it's not just the Ixlef show.
Yes.
It's every single component of this team coming together, where for many tournaments beforehand, we've thought to ourselves, yeah, okay, and everyone's not gelling around Ixlef. Ixlef's had to go out there and do some carrying. But it doesn't feel that way at this tournament at all. Chewy's able to step up, Summer's able to step up, Ming's able to step up. So Petrichor Road's looking deadly in a tournament where we already had so many deadly names. I don't think I was including Petrichor Road in them, but now I am.
I wasn't. I mean, when you talk about them coming out of the PGCs, they were 15th and 18th respectively at the last series.
Yeah.
So showing up here, I think people didn't have as many expectations, and perhaps that's what they needed. They needed the sort of freedom that not everybody was watching them 24/7. They came out, they played their game, and it really seems strong as a 4-man roster right now. They've been very impressive to watch. But also worth noting, Na'Vi coming out a little bit cold, 2 days off. They didn't look cold at all. They were playing incredibly aggressive. I think you noticed that they left the top of the hill a little bit. I thought that might have been trouble, but they came right back up and took it when they needed it.
Yeah, I also thought that might have been trouble. I can't speak today. Also thought that might have been trouble. Of course, Day Trade kind of wrestled away that high ground from them, but what's important is that Na'Vi noticed exactly when Day Trade was paying more attention to Petrichor Road than their angle to then move back up onto that high ground and be able to wrestle it away from Day Trade eventually. And indeed they do it in spades. They didn't get as many kills as a Petrichor Road, but they still did enough to really solidify themselves up towards the top. And as Horo was saying, it's just at the very end of that as a whole, we had our concerns about how hot they were going to come in. Both of these teams flying colors to start.
Yeah, I would say that Circuit 1 final left a lot of people, I think, a little gun-shy about some of those
scared.
teams. Yeah, not having to play time, because it's true. The meta evolves, the games change. You sort of at an event like this, the more games you get, the more you understand the way the lobbies are going to work. But these are also two teams that have the ability to sit down, watch the lobbies, and walk away. They have great support staff, especially in the context of Na'Vi. They can sit there and say, okay, this is how the game's working. Here's how our system fits into that. And you saw that beautifully in this game. It wasn't an easy one. I mean, that was a kind of a tough transition. We saw a lot of kerfuffle getting over to that ridge line. A lot of teams getting... I mean, Sonics, we thought they had a good spot, and then gone, right? I mean, Sonic Sandwich, that Petrichor sandwich was just too much.
Our first and second circles just kind of affording the lobby already those annoying decisions, right? Of course, you've got the water, how it divides up the north and the south of things. So all of those teams having to transition and then eventually try and find themselves a spot. When you've already got Na'Vi that's established themselves on the high ground as well as that important compound. Twisted Minds in that 2-2 split obviously gets pushed off of that 2-2 split quite aggressively, I would say, because all of those teams are looking for those center spots.
And it was, I think, because of everybody pouring out of that Georgia Pool 2 at the end there, it just did get a little too chaotic to be running those 2-2 splits. But what I like to see is a lot of proactivity. Even Clories, I think there was a moment where I was worried for Na'Vi. Clories was kind of doing that sneaky backstab you might have learned from Amy yesterday, but Na'Vi was not to be caught off guard. They've learned the lessons that some of our other teams have learned this week, and they had someone dedicated to watching that blue line, and it worked out.
Well, efficient damage, it's going to be 16 kills across the 1,700 damage coming out from Petrichor Road. 7 for Na'Vi. Day Trade gets themselves 8, and Sonic, sneaky up to the top, gets 5 on the board. They did get absolutely evaporated, though, by Petrichor Road.
They did, but this is still big for them to start with a good placement, some good kills, 7 points coming into here. True. That was not a good position for them. And they are one of those teams, kind of like Cerberus, that if they don't get started fast, everyone else in the lobby will look to get them eliminated. One of the teams that could do that is Petrichor Road, because they were at a point coming in today where they were essentially qualified. After this game, I think there's no one who's going to say, well, Petrichor is not seeing the grand final of PGC. They should be locked in. 16 kills plus a win. Yeah, they're good to go. That means that for the rest of this circuit final and the next one, they get to push their will on everyone else in the lobby, and that is exciting if you're a Petrichor fan, terrifying if you are a favorite to win PGC and your team's not in the top.
Yeah, it does make you wonder, right? Like, what could they do now if they so chose? As Ming will be the man of the match. Good for him from this game. Not too surprising, considering he did 700 damage with that 5 kills. But okay, so I theorize what they would do, right? One challenge to me that instantly would pop up would be something like a Miramar, be it Power Grid or something like that. However, it does feel like Twisted Minds even now, with what they have on the board so far, I think it's something like 40 points, and then whatever may come today probably ends up being enough for them anyway. So where else do you exert pressure?
I think it behooves Twisted Minds that Miramar is at the end of today.
Yeah,
It works out very
good.
well in their favor.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we've got 26 points coming in for Petrichor Road, as you mentioned. Congratulations to them. We are seeing them in the grand final. Na'Vi with 19 points as well. Is that 13 points? 13. Sorry, I can't read. But
math.
But obviously that's pretty much kind of solidifying them as well, right? They came in really strong from Circuit 1, and so an extra 13 points is going to be splendid.
Absolutely, and I do like walking down there. Gen G T1, another team that came in with a really high point total, walks with 5. They had a little more, I think, of a troublesome run for them. They got caught in a couple of pickoffs. They sort of had to struggle to survive, but ultimately coming away with 5 points is. Those teams are going to be very happy to just kind of grind it up, get their 4 points, 5 points per game, and then look for that one where they do manage to get their hands on a circle. TSM, Twisted Minds, both getting 0, 17 as well. Very consistent teams coming into this event. I don't like that slow start, but, you know, tough circle. Maybe we can just, we'll give them one more. We'll give them one more before I stress out.
A little bit of a tough circle to start things, and then you see that kind of cause a bit of a frenetic pace at the beginning, right? If you think about the Eternal Fire and Expendable situation, I thought Eternal Fire was going to be able to dominate the Expendable situation, and then all of a sudden, the huge turnaround, and both of them end up with only 2 or 3 points each, which Eternal Fire looked fantastic in the previous circuit, but this isn't the best start for them.
I mean, let's call a spade a spade. Expendables has played every single day here, right? If there is a hot team that has the chance to sort of turn the tides on a team that's a little bit colder coming in today in the first 1 or 2 games, it's the Expendables, and that's what we saw. They looked really crisp when they came in. They did lose some people, but the Expendables don't mind losing to win, right? Like, they will sacrifice to get a couple extra points on the board, and don't be surprised to see them doing it all day.
They've been a bit of a firecracker in the past.
I love watching them.
Yeah, they're good fun. They are good fun, and we'll see if they can get some more points on the board coming into this one, as TSM there looking poised to try and strike out for some more points. Very important points. It was a home circle effectively for them to a degree. Not too many on the board from it, but let's get to our second grassy pastures of the day. Erangel is on the cards here. We've got the Danish Dynamo in Toby casting with Mr. Porosaurus.
Thank you very much, and yes, we are getting ready to head into game number 2, and toot toot Toby, all aboard the Petrichor Road hype train, because it has left the station in the most violent way possible.
And worrying for other teams now with them being so far ahead. I mean, they said it on this, congrats, you guys are in the grand finals, and I think we can kind of say that too here already. And now the fear factor becomes, how much does Petrichor just want to keep racking up points to get into finals and first? Or how much have people made enemies of Petrichor, and how much are they willing to just spend the rest of the day hunting? At least right now, with what it looks in terms of where they're landing, they're going down towards their Fairy Pier split. Should be safe, but if you mean, if they see red and they see a certain team they want out of the lobby, they can, for all matters, just continue hot dropping them all day.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if nothing else, we know that they're not concerned with anybody sharing their drop locations on Erangel. So for now, playing it safe. But look at Falcons. Falcons actually getting real close to Gen G over there, trying to make their way down to Milta. And other than that, I don't see a whole heck of a... Actually, 4 a.m. and T1. Oh, did T1 finally do it? Did they do it? Are they hot dropping?
They might have. I mean, they're definitely going up in that direction. I think they're all going to commit to vehicles here, though. Ooh, this is a nice circle, Paul. I remember 2 PGCs ago, you and I casted a game which had this exact circle, and we coined this one. What do we call it? Wow.
Just like the basic donut. What is it?
The plain
donut.
White bagel.
There you go, the plain white bagel.
There we go. You know what? I actually had a bagel for dinner as well today, so it couldn't be any better.
Oh, yeah, fitting.
Crazy circles yesterday, just they were chilling a bit, and if you want to chill with some of the player comms as well, you can hop on over to pubgesports.com, click on your favorite team that is streaming their comms right now, and get a listen in. Preferably, if you listen to the Chinese teams, it's beneficial to speak Chinese, because I don't think they have subtitles.
No, they do not. And apparently Zenith didn't get the message that they're going to North George, because he's still over in Yasnaya. But You know what? Hey, nobody else over there. Go do your little loot, man. You got all the time in the world, really, to catch up with things here.
A bit of a split.
Yeah, just a bit. Just a bit. Well, nothing getting too crazy early on here, although 4 a.m., they've got some decision-making to do because they have just been driving. Like, they got vehicles, but they haven't had a real legitimate spot to loot here. But we've got an interview with Adder, so let's hear what he had to say.
일단 서킷 1에서 게임을 못했기 때문에 이번 2에서 확실히 포인트를 많이 가져가고 그 다음에 3에서 3도 무조건 올라가서 이제 3도 잘 마무리해서 결승까지 꼭 가야겠다는 마음가짐을 하고 있습니다. 서킷 1 때는 저희가 첫 판부터 좀 꼬였어서 저희의 제대로 된 게임을 못했던 것 같고 그래서 2부터는 저희의 원래 하던 게임 스타일 그대로 천천히 앞뒤 한 칸 한 칸 따면서 안전하게 꼼꼼하게 게임을 했던 것 같습니다. 그래서 점점 더 좋아지고 있는 것 같고 앞으로도 더 좋아질 것 같습니다.
Gen.G definitely able to turn around the slumbersome start of Circuit 1 here, coming into Circuit 2, and he brings up a valid point. He, among other teams here today, did not get any points in the first Circuit finals, so not only, of course, do they want to maximize their potential today, but they are almost also having to make finals in the third circuit. So definitely important for the teams that have not before now been able to get any points going to rack up a lot today.
Well, we might end up getting that T1 4 a.m. fight after all, although it may not be the way that T1 was expecting. As 4 a.m. they're making their way into Yasnaya to finally get some loot. I think they've got enough. They've got some stuff, but obviously they don't have work-withable kits, as Zenith is being very... He's just lying on his tummy, just being very sneaky about things. I think he knows what's coming. He's got the boys that are trailing him right now, though.
You know what? There is a chance that he expects this. He's hearing the cast at a distance, and he is arguably prone in one of the most, I'm going to loot, like the first building you mark when you drop Yasnaya with the friends is, I'm going to go to the 6-stack, the 4-stack on that western side of the city. So if they are going to go into the city, you'd imagine someone runs in there. Now, did he close doors behind him? Did he leave no traces of his appearance here? Then maybe he catches a 4 a.m. player off guard, but they're actually stopping. HSMM and GodV are stopping up on the ridge line to try and scout and make sure that no one's in the city. So the fact that Zenith is proning and waiting, that could catch them off guard.
Yeah, they're going to see the rest of T1 arriving, fortunately. So that's good intel.
Great read by 4 a.m. The fact that they care to do this stop and scout.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, he's only got 30 rounds, but at least he's got a 6X and an SLR, so they've got something to work with for the time being, at least. But will they fully commit to looting up in Yasnaya at this point, now that the rest their other duo has since gone off to places east? Don't think they should.
Now, we called the first circle a plain-wide bagel for a reason, because in terms of being able to rotate to it, in terms of are you in it already, almost all teams are. The thing is, as plain and wide and easy to rotate to as it is, you have Potato on the east side of the circle center. You have Pachinki on the west side of the circle center. In the early game, that really only caters to a very small handful of teams, as we see Elo struggle to get out of the window there. So you could actually, despite how simple this circle is, see commotion early game, because center is hard to claim for many teams, especially when the likes of 17 Gaming are trying to set up splits here. Ike's left. Here, Vehicles of Day Trade. He has Ming with him too. Summer is there as well. Chewy spots it all from Pachinki Hill. This is a great read once again by Petrichor.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this was an intended camp or just a camp of convenience or of good fortune that they just happen to catch these guys out. As you see, Ike's he's spotted.
Yep.
He knows exactly what's going on. But they're slow playing it because they don't know where all of them are.
And so Chewy is seeing everything. Like, he has eyes from up. We don't know what scope he's playing around with, but should be able to, every time they peek over that plateau kind of just west of where Ixlift is sat, he sees them, and he's not going to take any shots at all. He's going to try and bait them towards his teammates. Well, I mean, you know, maybe that's actually the bait. Maybe that is the bait. Let's get a bit of a highlight here of the previous match. Phenomenal edge sweep by Pitchcall. Something I feel like it's been a while since we've seen coming in to PGC. They haven't been able to execute these plays to the same extent that they did here to begin the day.
Yeah, a lot of highlights to choose from as these guys were hopping for real. Looks like
two down.
Yeah, the Petrichor will find 2 off a day trade, and now they've got Belmoth in the compound and Thanadol at the gas station. So Petrichor rode the perfectly timed strike once again as the rich get a little bit richer here.
Yep, able to find one more. They thought they were safe and rotating in from that west side. But Petrichor got here first. They sat around and waited. Now Thanadal and Belmoth still very much capable of packing a punch. They're kind of tangled in among all of them. I'm not sure if they're aware on the side of Petrichor that Thanadal is actually behind him.
No, that's what I was wondering, why they were taking a little bit of time to spring that trap, because they just didn't know where everybody was. So they had the two that were in the hills picked out, and they had Belmoth in the compound that they knew about, but they just didn't know where that fourth guy was. And they still don't, as Thanadal is hanging out in that gas station. But shouldn't take too long for him to pull it together. But, I mean, I think at this point you got your 2 free kills. Just go move on and play out the rest of the game, especially now that Chewy should have seen Sonics starting to make their way in just off to the west.
Would have definitely heard the vehicles coming in. I think that's why you saw him get into a car just before. I think he thought maybe Sonics were going to try and get all the way up the ridge line. Here we get a little replay of the kills coming in. Just great initiation. Summer gets the headshot, or the body shot headshot, and then as soon as they try to go wrap around the side and cover, they go, haha, this is what we wanted you to do. Catch him in traffic, finding 2, and now Petrichor can leave with a smile on their face.
I mean, sometimes you're just, everything's clicking. You're in a flow state, and you've got control over the movements of other players.
Yeah.
That's how good everything's going for you. And right now, Petrichor's right in that state as we check in with Virtus Pro. They're trying to make their way across Boatyard, but they've got Kwandong Freaks spread out amongst them as well.
Not in a hurry to leave whatsoever.
Only 2.
Blue is still way too far away for Beamy to want to go anywhere close towards the circle center. They're going to be waiting.
Out of his element.
I feel like they have read that it should be a split on the side of Quantum Freaks, mainly because why would 4 be in Boatyard phase 1 when there's a Rostock looting team? And it's not us coming in on this side of the circle. So I think they know that it's a split, but they still don't want to, like, not too eager to go early game aggression. It's not really the style of Virtus Pro. And when they have the room up on the northern side, rather lock that down, shoot the circles, hard shift. You can wrap north around and use that as a highway to get to circle 2.
Check in with T1 after looting up Inyaz Nile. They'll make their way down here. 4 a.m. They're going to eat a little bit of blue. They were obviously keeping very close eyes on T1, and they're not going to follow the same path that they took. Instead, it looks like they're cutting back off to the north, so maybe coming in just behind backfilling VP as we wait for that second circle. And there you go, another donut right onto the top of Pachinki, and yep, that's where Pachinki is. Thank you, Red Circle.
And 4 a.m. is far away. So is T1. Thank you, observers. A Salute peeks on over, finds one. Bean is able to find Nixie as well. We complimented the patience of Virtus Pro, but Salute and the Freaks were just that much more patient, running right into the middle of that split. They were waiting for it, and they get to punish.
Well, it was just an issue of unfortunate timing on VP's part, because the trailing duo were still in Razak. And they didn't come over until that circle pop, and right as VP got into their vehicles to start making their rotation where they want to play in this next zone, that just happened to be the exact same time as Bean and Salute were arriving from Razak. So just, again, just a matter of seconds makes all the difference in the world.
And this proves my hunch as well, because there's no way they would have rotated through Razak had they thought it was a two-way split. So maybe they thought actually that this would be Boatyard, maybe with the players over in Ruins as well, that they were set up with. But no way they thought that would be teams inside Razak with the route they opted to take.
Yeah, unfortunate read there as we check in with Eternal Fire. They are taking a spot in between the 2 hills. We see this get a lot of play.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if we see it get played this early. We'll see how it plays out as they are in a 2-2 split. They should be safe though. They've got Petrichor just off to their west, up on the top of the hill, and Na'Vi just off to their east. And they're not really too concerned with taking shots down into that valley just yet.
There's so much space on the south. I know it's just open
there
field,
is,
but in terms of rotation opportunities, I mean, I like how Na'Vi is setting up on the edge. Sonic's doing the same thing towards the west. There's a lot of gatekeeping right now. A lot of, we want to make sure, like when you're playing edge, it's so important to spend half, if not more, the time looking outside the circle. You can see that's actually what Na'Vi is doing right now.
Sosid.
For those of you who have the map stream open, Sosid is shooting a kilometer away to apply pressure to Sonic, saying, guys, go away. Oh, sorry, no, not Sonic's, T1. Go away, we don't want you here. We want to play into the circle with our backs free.
It's working.
It's the only way you can do these sweeps that we see in the mid to end game. You can't do it if you have solos lingering all around you. So nice awareness on the side of Na'Vi this time around to be able to dispatch T1 and force them to go back north.
Yeah, Sosa doing a really good job of just basically dictating the rotation path of an entire squad there, as we see the Lynx getting picked up by Scrimsy. And they have a lot of control over everything off to the southwest, really. Now, Petrichor Road, they still have guys on the top of that southern Pachinki Hill. But they've got Summer left in the compound by himself. Nobody heading over there just yet. 4 a.m. meanwhile, they're going to send it just to the north side of Potato Hill, and so far, so good for them.
You say that, but I'm curious as to where they're planning on stopping, because if they're going where I'm thinking, they're going straight into Falcons. And, well, I mean, maybe they're not going that far if they flip their vehicles in the fields, but now with them being shot at by 3 teams make it, as both Expendable 17 and Falcons have started shooting. I think 4AM are starting to realize, wait, this was a bad idea. The issue is they're already full speed through a field. You cannot stop at this point. You have to commit to it.
Yeah, and that's the full commit right there. Okay, well, they get everybody in, and that is a phase 2 dead center circle send, but it pays off for 4 a.m. so far. We'll see if the next circle will give them some more love here, and it does to an extent, but I don't know if they're going to be able to leave.
That's the issue, right?
Look at all these E-pickups just getting popped everywhere.
Yep, that is the issue, and it's the teams obviously inside the city that are about to leave, but no one from Expendables opted to take that E-pickup. Makes sense when you've just heard 4 teams shooting, and you were one of them towards the team coming in. Falcons now trying to go for the granny on the northern side of the double bounce east of Pachinki, but they're in a race, foot race with 17 getting there early though.
They won the race, and they got the knock on a Xiao Wu as well. So just once again, a matter of seconds making all the difference here, as 17 loses out on their first option, but they find a second one here in the compound.
And it really is annoying too, because I actually looking back at it now, I don't think they were ever opting to stop there. 17, that is. I think they wanted to go back and regroup because they have prime real estate now, but now playing this prime position, but with only 3, that's an annoying loss to have for 17 early on.
Yeah, you hate to say it. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, they're going to send it right into Pachinki. They've got 4 a.m. on the other side here in those gullies, those ridges, but they're not going any further than they necessarily have to here. But 4 a.m. is already going to just run away. Just kind of bring everybody back together, as they have a spot to play here, so not too terrible.
And that's the issue, right? Because the circle center that we talked about before with Pachinki Field straight into Potato Hill, you can't really utilize that at all. So yes, Petrichor gets to backfill and go into the city from the south, but Na'Vi, I mean, they were the ones to potentially try and backfill, but they're now getting kept out by Gen G. So I love how the gatekeepers become the kept. As Na'Vi is now the ones to try and string around. Honestly, T1 might get revenge in this one from before, because it looks like Na'Vi are wrapping so far north that they could be running into one another.
Yeah, they sure might. And yeah, I mean, look, T1, they've got school, they've got apps, they've got everything. Zenith, has that high ground here, and if somebody takes, I mean, you see Hakatori's going to stop down and just scout out, but he's going to see somebody running around up there, so that's intel for Na'Vi. And now I think this might just be going to that same path that 4 a.m. took on the north, just north of Potato, between Potato and the apps.
I mean, hindsight 2020, but T1 should be pretty happy. It's a blessing in disguise that they were forced to go back towards the north with how this circle swung. And now, I mean, T1, they have opted to put both Type and E and up on the hillside proper. And Na'Vi, obviously ditching their vehicles, are going to play in on foot. In the meantime, Belmoth has just made his way to the top of LGS and is now on his way back again on the bike. Exactly.
Yep. Well,
like that I'm not the only one doing that. Thank you, Boro.
You're welcome. Well, yeah, it feels like Thanadol and Belmoth just kind of gave each other a hug and a handshake and just said, well, good luck, and sent it off into 2 opposite directions here, as Na'Vi are electing to push into the apps. Now, there is only one at the apps right now, and that's Zenith, but he is landing some nice shots here as the circle will go center once again, but Na'Vi has a foothold.
And that's a terrifying pull-up now, too, connecting to the apps right as the circle pops, realizing, wait, this ain't even in. Can we back off? Can we get up the hillside? But at this point, they're in too deep. They have to try and take the fight, at least clear out Zenith to then get back and wrap into the north side on foot.
Yeah, Zenith trying to do his best to force Na'Vi to make a different decision to come somewhere else. But unfortunately, at this point of the game, there's just nowhere else to go. So Na'Vi just had to send all 4, and I think they got a good read on how split these guys were. So Ferris just going to push with that Panzerfaust in hand. And he's listening for footsteps if he can hear them.
Ooh, this is
Zenith, you
smart.
sneaky boy. He's got him up top, but Ferris reads him like a book as he drops the grenade. You got to get on the move, Zenith. Is he standing up? Okay, it bounced off. Oh, no, Ferris. Look at this man.
People get so brave when they run around with massive explosions in their hands.
They sure do, don't they?
Where are you? I got a Panzerfaust. I'm going to get you.
Hey, at least he almost went down himself, too. So
True,
we almost got to see some more self-afflicted wounds from the Panzerfaust, which has been a big player so far in this tournament, as we see Gen G making their way up to Weibo. And so far, it looks like I think we got the knock. I think somebody's lost one at least off of this.
Huge fight, but more importantly, they got to get this one done with fast. Because look at who's coming in from the south side. A team that third partied everything in the previous game. Petrichor has read this one perfectly. And if they get up here in time, Gen G has no chance but to turn around and get completely sandwiched.
A lot of crashes going on right now as Petrichor Road is going to go just to the downhill side of that Gen G Weibo fight. Meanwhile, T1 and Na'Vi still squaring off, but T1 is coming out ahead right now. Na'Vi, I believe, down to just their final player. And who is that that's hiding in the smoke? Sosid. And they're going to see him from the side. There's another crash going on as well as Kwangdong Freaks crashing onto 17 over in the compound just off to the west of here. But Sosid just being a thorn in the side here. And there you go. Ibby, the solo player from Virtus Pro, is going to miss most of that. Raining will stay alive for the time being.
Thank you, Buggy, is what Raiden will say, because that tanked all the bullets coming through there. So Zed, again, able to stay alive, delaying the initial route into the circle for T1, at least by a little bit. Again, Zenith fell earlier, so they have to respect the fact that there's a solo behind. Finally, though, he's been dealt with. Now they want to get their last teammate over towards him. Issue is, I was just going to say, new circle is about to pop. Raiden falls to blue. There's no way of giving him back up.
Yeah, I think Ibby got him low enough to where he went down to blue. So T1 unfortunately going to lose that one there after they kind of came out ahead of that battle against a Na'Vi. So good stuff from them. Ian has spotted out Ibiza though. The shots, there you go, he's going to find it. And that'll be another kill in the pocket for T1, but they are down to 2. And Twisted Minds still looking off in that direction as well. You see them up on the north side. Sonics, meanwhile, they've down to 2. I think Kickstart and Shrimsy just split off. One of them keeping track of the expendables coming out of Pachinki, the other one just trying to survive in waves.
So initial mission here for Petrichor successful in wrapping around and forcing the two teams to fight one another. Issue now is with the circle having shifted away, what do you do here? You know Weibo is right over the ridge line. I feel like you have to play against them and then try and wrap it to the circle. Issue is Eternal Fire was just looking at them. What are they going to do off of this? Because if you finish this fight fast and you can collapse on the Eternal Fire Falcons fight that's happening now, this might be a great play. Snakers peeks on out, able to find one. Roth gets one as well. Snakers finds the double, almost goes for his teammate there as they completely annihilate Eternal Fire.
Snakers killing everybody out here. He almost took out his own teammate, as you said, but that is a huge big win there for Falcons as they will keep all 4 alive. They have the compound in zone. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road has arrived, but Weibo, they have now turned their attention over towards them after finishing off their fight with 4 AM, but it's only 2 left alive. Summer peeking over the top, but Spaceman will win it. Ike's left will clean it up.
T1 trying to push up on this one too. It's just a duo left alive. Aside, able to find the first one. Hasn't gotten the flush and Ike's up just yet, but keep your eyes on the minimap. Here they come over the hillside, and Ian is going to be able to get the first point. Sai finds one more before eventually going down, but the damage has been done. Ming now all on his own.
Ming knows it too. He's going to try to get in the vehicle, but Type ain't going to let that happen. 8 kills for T1, 6 in the bag for Ian as they continue to dominate over the top side of this high ground. And they're going to, I don't know where they're going to go next because they've got to find somewhere. Twisted Minds has pushed out and have actually come up on this south side. They're down to 3 after Shrimsy stole away one from Twisted Minds.
Love the use of distribution from Delwyn here. Try to isolate in the corner, throw 2 mollies in, throw a nade in the last room. You gotta hit him with something. Delwyn does exactly that. Gets the kill onto Thanadol, eliminating Daytrade without really a whole lot of risk involved for himself.
A lot of beaten and bruised teams right now. Only 2 still at full strength, and that's TSM and Falcons. TSM coming out of Pachinki. They're now turning their attention back over to the Expendables as we take a look at that replay of Falcons surviving the onslaught from Eternal Fire. Snakers, what a play from him, man.
That's a huge turnaround too, because it's actually Relo that falls first. I mean, the initial
good trade.
entry, the initial entry is in favor of Eternal Fire, but Snake is able to turn that one around. Phenomenal play, and now Ian, 7 kills, 400 damage. Where, my friend, are you planning on stopping this vehicle?
He is just sending it to whatever shelter he can find, and he'll find a little bit there as he's getting shot at by Suju. The Expendables, meanwhile, after getting harassed by TSM on the north side, are going to send it towards that ridgeline on the road. They've left Clories behind inside the city. 4 a.m. Actually, Xiaopian and HSM were still on the low side there, but a nice grenade from Duck Shoes will find HSM.
I like the wraparound here from Expendables, and the fact they know that they have players out on the roadside. They need to try and deal with them. Falcons just casually run down to low. Ain't nothing to worry about. You should be fine in doing so. It is just a duo, sure, but you have 17 sat. That's a scary crossfire, and TSM could potentially up to line up something similar.
All right, everything on the south side here now needs to come to a head. TSM, there's not really a whole lot for them to play. They know, or should have an idea, that End, the raid boss of this round, is at that shelter spot. Falcons have to leave their compound as well, and you've still got 3-piece of the Expendables making their way out of Pachinki. So there could be some fights that happened here towards the end here, as everybody wants to avoid the line of sight of 17 in their compound if possible.
I was gonna ask if 17 knows Heaven is there, but they're all looking west right now, so you have to imagine that they're aware of his current position. As Flood continues to look towards the north, I mean, they too have to make a play as the circle is now closing in. Expendables have been able to regroup down towards the roadside itself. And now, again, as you said before, TSM 2 has to make a move, but you go into the compound north, you take the fight to Expendables and an open hill, or open road towards the south. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation for them to be in.
It's a really tough spot for them to be in, as Kurt and Alo still just kind of looking over the fields right now to see if they can spot out Heaven. I think they saw him. They see the vehicle, so they have an idea that somebody's there, but just don't have an angle on him just yet.
He's invisible.
And Falcons on the move meanwhile. They're in vehicles, and they're going to send it just uphill from E-End as he will take shots. Look at this man. He's by himself, but he's still being aggressive.
Trying to single-handedly fend off against the entirety of Falcons. A brave man, of course, having 7 kills already. Now getting the help from Expendables too could be exactly what he wanted to, but love the fact, I like the awareness there of Clory saying, yes, I have an angle, but we also have to respect the fact that there's a full set of TSM players right behind us.
Yeah, and that has drawn their attention as well, because TSM, they were sticking around to see if they could take out Heaven as he made his way through that compound, but now the circle has arrived, so they got to do something else. And they are in vehicles trying to find a place to play. Meanwhile, Heaven just healing through the blue and hoping to survive a little bit longer.
TSM is inside circle by just a little bit. Did it bounce far? Nope, did not. As a matter of fact, the blue is there on top of him as well. They lob even more util over just to make sure that Ian is in fact dead. Falcons, they have a place to go if they want to, but I think for now, mission is accomplished. They got inside the circle. They have dealt with the immediate pressure. Now they can look towards the west.
Yeah, the problem for them is the Expendables have this beautiful ridge line to work with on that roadside, so it's just really hard to take that fight. Meanwhile, TSM, they just got the smallest little bit of flat ground, and of course, the circle is going to cut all the way back to the east. Lou and Batulin's the last 2 up for Twisted Minds, but they have a nice little spot to play from here. But Falcons, they're on foot, they're on the move. They're starting to work in that direction.
Again, I'm not sure if, they keep looking west because they know Heaven hasn't been flushed just yet, but they have not seen that he's made his way into their compound. I think with Beamy getting 59 first in the previous game, everyone's now showing, great, now we have to look into the blue constantly. There can always be one there.
Exactly. Well, Twisted, although in the best spot, 0 kills for them so far, as nobody's really gotten anywhere close. And Heaven should, he's going to get inside the zone, so he is safe currently, although I don't know how great he's going to feel about it, as TSM trying to send util over in the direction of the Expendables. It's not finding it, but 17, they're sending 2 to come and try to deal with TSM, but they're getting shot from range by Falcons.
This tells me they have no clue Heaven is among them. Little Ghost is now about to get his way out of the compound as well. They want to apply pressure. They want to force TSM further back, to force the fight with Expendables as well, and they're actually catching them running right now, but the thing is, they're going off the hillside too.
And Heaven's going to go down to the blue, so they at least know he's on. As TSM going to try to swip it around on him. Suju will find Sparking, though. Luke 12 tries to be the sneak man. He'll find Xiao Bei, and Lou is actually stealing kills away here. Suju, the last one alive, as TSM, they lose everybody, but they get a few points in the passing. but they are gone. They are done. Suju should be able to get Xiaobei back on his feet.
Full chaos mode enabled on the northwest side of the circle as Falcon starts lobbing Util on over 9 kills and still got all their players alive in this one. One more nade could be the downfall of Delwyn, but not quite to be. Bounces a bit too far.
What a game from Falcons right now as they've got 9 kills. And there you go, another 10. Add one more as it will bleed out. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds just sit here with big smiles on their faces as they have managed to secure at least second place placement points off of this, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's been a quiet game for them. Sometimes you get them going your way, I suppose. Not that Twisted, I feel like, is a team that really needs them, but this time around, they did not have to do much, that's for sure. Delwyn trying to tank it, trying to heal it out, see if he can guarantee himself a second place, but with where Falcons and Twisted are currently positioned, I do not think you're going to get there, my friend.
Yeah, I don't think he's got enough meds left, really, even to deal with it. And, oh, he doesn't get the point for it. But Snakers will at least make sure that their backsides are clear and they can put their full attention towards cleaning out Twisted Minds. Lou has stayed back at the building, but do they know where Batulins is? He is hiding behind that van. And Snake is going to send it right in, and he's going to find him. Batulins will find the first knock, and now Roth will try to find the damage from range.
Angle couldn't be much better for Roth there to try and help out his teammate.
Oh,
that
what a
nade is going to be
grenade.
good. Bounces a bit far, though. Still has a molly to work with. Could potentially try and smoke off to and allow for Snakers to crawl back. They need to try and isolate Batulins here, but Batulins doing everything he can to get still going, but nice molly should be the downfall of Batulins. Yes, indeed it is. Right on his feet.
Roth has been on fire the last couple of days. It took him a little bit of time to warm up, but the Falcons are delivering in a big way now as the grenade will come in from Lou. Hopes to maybe at least flush out Snakers, secure that point, but Roth might be able to get the res and make sure he denies that one as well.
3v1, and they're still giving the respect to Lou here, understandably so. Falcons do not want to take anything for granted. We've seen it before where teams get eager thinking, it's a 3v1, it's easy. Not always the case as Lou lops the second nade a little bit further. Does get the flush onto Snakers. Now a 1v3, and Falcons know exactly where Lou is.
Point secured, and Lou knows exactly where Roth is. As he's staring down the barrel of that 8X. And a Roth will dance around the tree a little bit here, but Lou, I mean, you've got every angle covered here as Roth is staring him down, Rello's staring him down, Flood's staring. They're not moving. They're not walking. They're just waiting.
I see Flood with a megaphone going, your building is surrounded. Come out with your hands in the air and we'll make it a fair pan fight until the end. Lou might deny. You know, there's no point denying.
I mean, he's got the backpack on too. So
go for the points. See what you can do.
Yeah, why not? I love Twisted for this. Everybody else is denying points, making sure that nobody can. I don't know about that grenade, but if you can get to Roth, can he? I don't know.
With how much we're highlighting the other guys at Twisted Minds off, Lou, obviously a phenomenal player, can definitely pack a punch. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's see what he can make here. And 6.2% is what the game algorithm gives him. I don't think we're there anymore. I think we're at maybe 0.62% at this point.
That is very generous. As Lou is surviving in the smokes for a little bit longer. He's right up against the wall. He's going to lay some more down. It is waste their time 2024 here as Lou is making Falcons work for it here, but Falcons more than up to the task. They know exactly where he is. Here comes the push, but the smokes are going to slow it down even more.
Again, not taking anything for granted. Falcons have had a hard time like kind of finishing out games in the past. They almost tried to line it up for him. A bit of a sigh of relief as they get the win clinched. 13 kills, I believe, in that one. Phenomenal match for Falcons.
Huge win for them to start things off on our grand finals here. As, I mean, what do you say? I mean, they got a little bit lucky, but you can't even really call it luck when they held against that full crash from Eternal Fire.
They hold out Eternal Fire. They, take out people from 17 on rotation. They're able to deal with Ian from T1 as well. Falcons played a very great edge game here. Yes, circles in the end were optimal, but they were never on top of them. They were never just sat around waiting. This was a hard-fought game, and they came out victorious.
And those guys right there were a big thorn in their side as well. The Expendables were proven to be a hard one to take away, but that's a big win for the Falcons here in game number 2. Let's see what the desk has to say about it.
A patient hold against some of the very best. Falcons will be able to convert a victory here on Erangel. Smooth and steady wins the race, Toffees, and it's good to see Falcons with a big win on the board.
You know, Roth, in that behind-the-scenes footage, he had a delicious coffee that seemed to inspire him. I'm going to go buy the same one because clearly it woke them up, and they looked very, very good today. They got a ton of points off that game, and they're going to be very... This, I think, is a little trouble for the rest of the lobby. Falcons unlocked is... Petrichor's, I think, you know, they're kind of even-keeled. I don't know if they go hunting and like ruin people. Falcons, I think they will 100% go out there and try to cause a little trouble.
Well, they had to hold off trouble throughout this game as well.
Ain't that the truth. That end game was so much fun. I'm excited when we watch that over again. Now, the start of this game was fascinating in a couple of things. One, we saw this crazy split drop by T1 where they actually chased 4AM around the entire map to sort of mess with them. They made them go from Sev to Yaz, pushed them out of Yaz, forced them all the way around so that they had to loot like mansion trash, and they had to come in on the south side. So T1 is definitely up to some hijinks we saw in that game right there. And then once that circle went towards the school, it was kind of all bets are off. A lot of teams just not a lot of real estate, nowhere to go in that big field. We saw a couple of really nice fights.
Yeah, Mini Pachinki becomes a home where Twisted Minds is very used to kind of rocking up to, of course, having an unusual central drop position, drop location. They know that you can't stick around school and apartments for that long in a circle like this, so they migrate elsewhere. And a nice little push-up by Snakers. I mean, like, when you have this kind of push-up or when you've got the man advantage, right, they're trying to force the hand of Twisted Minds in these kinds of moments. So why on earth not trying, kind of basically cordon them off, trying to take that central control position?
It seemed like the one thing that Falcons were lacking in that endgame was lethal utility, right? It's because we saw when they made that push on Lu, it was all flashes as they kind of leaned forward. So sending Snakers there, they had to make sure that that's where Batulin was hiding out, and he either wins the 1v1, and if not, they do have they know, okay, this is where we invest our Molotovs, this is where we put our grenades, we get that kill, and then we force a 3-1. Worked very, very well. The other thing I loved about the Falcons at the end of that game is they showed incredible patience. It would have been very tempting with a 3v1 advantage to really push down and take it to Lu on that wall. They didn't. They used even deployable shields were going out up there. They were playing defensive, managing their peaks, not giving him any 1v1s. At the end, there was a little stack up. I got worried for just a second. But they played that 3v1 very, very well.
Yeah, as soon as they kind of crunched down on his position and he's lied down behind the wall, it wasn't necessarily, there wasn't a 1v1 that they could have given him, right? It was like, okay, you're going to peek this way, but don't worry, we've got Flood on the left-hand side. If you peek Flood, the other two are going to be able to respond. But anyway, it will be 13 kills going the way of Falcons up at the #1 spot here. The Expendables get themselves 6 on the board, and T1 gets 9. Kind of suspicious by their absence is, of course, Twisted Minds, who, yes, got second place, but it was a quiet game from them in their Mini Pachinki.
I mean, it was. I mean, Little Pachinki was actually bananas. You saw that whole like 17 TSM almost it seemed a little vindictive almost with that fight was going on. A lot of teams got caught in that. We saw T1 was spoiling over and over and over again. E-End was out of control. He caught example in a 1v1 that sort of forced Twisted Minds to retreat to their spot in front of the school and the apartments. I think E-End was the difference maker in this game for a lot of teams in a negative way.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at the numbers coming in from Falcons here, all of them did a spectacular job, and looks like probably Phil is going to be taking that man of the match here, but we do have to give a huge tip of the hat to E-End. He got 7 kills in this game. He was cleaning up mid-game when there were so many people alive. So the fact that he got 7 kills, if the rest of his team had survived and been able to get into the late stage of this game, who knows where he could have ended up.
And if the narrative at the start of the day was, hey, look how good IGLs have gotten at killing stuff, and also sort of steps up and does that as well as he gets that huge kill count as an IGL. But let's take a look at Flood, who does get the man of the match. 4 kills, 465 damage, but that was definitely a team win across the board when you look at those numbers. Even to the point, I think that Snakers crash was a mature I felt like kind of a sacrifice play, and it was nice to see that he was willing to go ahead and put himself out there like that.
Spoke to Flood before the games today. Seems like they're feeling good, really enjoying how things are going so far for them. I think that they also believe that the reps they've been able to gain throughout these days have significantly paid dividends for the Team Falcons. So 23 points go their way. I mean, if you think about it, they came into today with 13 points. So for these 2 games and getting 23 here, here. This is a huge victory for Team Falcons. They're shoring up their defenses to go to the final.
Yep, and that's what you have to do right now. I mean, remember at the end of Circuit 1 at that final, the Americas across the board were really struggling on that bottom bracket. So to see the Falcons come out, get some points and move up to 27 points here today is going to be great news for them. Sonics with 10, not crazy, but still, they're moving up past that set. They started with 7 today, so they need to get as much as they possibly can. But I've been really enjoying watching the Expendables. They've been grinding here at PGC, and they continue to show up in these fights.
I mean, for Falcons, just to briefly go back on the Falcons here, the fact that now they're at 40 points, right? They had 13 coming in, 27 now. We're suspicious. We're thinking about that cutoff point as being something around maybe that 45-point mark, something like that. I mean, again, it's speculative for the moment. It can shift. But already they are very close. T1 obviously with 15 points here throughout the day as well. They came in with 51, so they're going to be completely flying.
And by that same token, T1, whose goal it seemed based on some of the conversations this morning was to keep 4AM in a struggle spot so they can take their drops. It's working. T1's walking away in 3rd place while also causing trouble specifically for 4AM, because that drop that they chose to do is not common. You're not going to send one person to Yaz and a couple off to Sev. Like, that was a scout and look for trouble drop in the 2nd game of a circuit final. If I'm 4AM, I'm out there taking a quick break and like, what do we do? Do we have new drop spots we can pick right now? Because we can't be chased all day.
That is the thing. I mean, obviously this this format has created some bizarre dynamics that you wouldn't normally see at a PUBG Global Championship, right? And to that point, the fact that these teams are going to look for these pursuits so early on to try and bar some teams out. Well, we are going to go to a short break. When we return, we are heading to the wildcard maps here for PGC 2024.
But you catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map, a rebalance to the SMG lineup, and solo play for the win streak showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos. because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, everybody, to the grand final of Series 2. We have 2 games in the books so far, and that was a Falcons win and a Petrichor Road win. That was way back when. But I'm Porsosaurus. Joining me once again is Toby, and we've got 4 more games left on the docket today, and every point matters, and every point is important, Toby.
It definitely does. For those of you guys who might not be fully up to date with exactly how the format works, it really is rather straightforward. We're in the second of 3 total circuit finals that teams have to qualify to in order to rack up as many points as possible. Those 3 finals will then be combined score-wise, and it's the top points earners there that will make it through to the grand final. So today, you get points, they stay up on that leaderboard, you make finals, you look good.
Top 16.
Top 16. That's where you want to be.
Grand final. And got a lot of viable contenders here in this lobby so far here today. And now that we've left Erangel behind and we're heading over to Tego, I'm interested, man. We've seen some pretty interesting games on Tego, to say the least.
Yes, we definitely have. A lot of them have gone towards the east, down around that spine that goes down towards well, I mean, past Kanyung, at least. It's been a lot going on over there, and with this plane path could potentially happen once again, as we are gonna head over to Tego in right about now, I'd say.
Yeah, why not?
Sounds about right.
They're screaming, they know. If you need to know, let them wait for them to start yelling at you, and they'll be sure to tell you. Well, like we said, Petrichor Road had that first victory of the day. Dominant stuff. Falcons followed it up with one of their own. Really nice stuff from them as well. So now that they are in the driver's seat, let's see how they decide to influence this lobby with 4 games remaining.
Yeah, we've had interesting north side circles here on Tego as well. Could potentially happen this time around. Would actually be a really interesting one with how this plane is cutting northeast down towards the southwest. But to go back to what you mentioned before, what we just talked about now, and how these circuit finals work, You know, I'm gonna go over that once we make sure there's no crazy hot drops.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. T1.
It might happen again. Yep.
Going for 4 a.m. and it does not look like 4 a.m. can avoid this one. They are going to have to fight it out, although it looks like 4 a.m. might be considering it. They
can fly past. Yeah, they can go further south. I mean, they might even beat T1 to it. T1 is in a 2-2 split. They might be able to dodge and get to safety. It seems like Xiaopian is going to go for one of the hard spawns in the city. They should be able to get away with it too, unless Ian real quickly gets a car. He does have himself a mini. Let's see if he can hit something with it.
Oh, shots coming through, but not landing, unfortunately. And there you go. 4 a.m. pushed off of their drop spot once again here by T1. This is stuff that we were anticipating might happen.
Yeah.
T1 going to be the first of all. Wouldn't you know it? It's going to go all the way to the east and center up right there.
Circle.
Young T1.
Circle center east of Kanyong. It cannot really go any further over there. And of course, for those of you guys who've been living under a rock who have not had a chance to play Tago, this map is a little unique in the sense that that red line, don't want to go across it, you die. So very hard to do wide eastern wraps on this circle. A lot of, I mean, we're pretty much playing half circle available right now.
Yeah. Shout out to all those rock liver unders out there.
Rock liver unders.
I'm with you on that one.
You've never played Tago before?
No. Okay. Well, this one I have played. So that red line, I do know what that means. Fortunately, for everybody here involved. But T1, after stealing away 4 a.m.'s looting spot, it looks like Type, he wants more. He is hungry.
He is on a mission. Might find HS and Mem. HS could be the one to see him too. Whoever turns first here might get the first kill of the day, or should get the first kill of the day, but seems like HS.
2 ships.
Nah, he's running back turn, right?
Yep.
Back's turned.
Oh.
Now he turns. Oh, saw him too late. He had the rock for cover. I think 4M again. I mean, they might be smart off just leaving.
I mean, they have him pretty dead to rights here. There you go. Okay, we're in. Yeah, okay, just did.
A circle center, risk it for a solo. You know what?
But T1's still chasing.
And they're turning around on this one as well. No, are they going further? They're leaving. Thank you, 4M. Because 4M is one of...
Oh, no.
There's one rock, my friend.
That's a rock. And that's a Petrichor Road.
And that's a Petrichor Roads player. Because why not have them get entangled with the rest of Petrichor Road being literally miles away? These games today, man, I'm telling you, I thought off of the first game, we're like, oh my god, the great finish to this one. Crazy all the way through to the finish. And then it's just become headless chicken, full speed sprinting early mid games. And yeah. Now we got yet another one.
You kind of got to feel a little bad for 4 a.m. here, man.
They're definitely catching strays.
They are. I mean, they aren't strays. They are directed shots.
True.
Being sent right across the bow from T1 onto 4 a.m. And now all of a sudden, they've got TSM there as well, as we see Virtus Pro. They spotted out Sonics in the distance. Sonics is on their way down to that same area, so a number of teams all collapsing right on top of 4 a.m. and we would take a wild guess at who the least equipped probably is for a full 4v4 fight here.
Yep, it's not looking good if you're 4 a.m. As you can see, there is players at Shrimsy, sat just on the northern side. They're going for the crates, or at least towards them. But crate bait is a thing. We'll see if Bobo can spot Shrimsy as they're now looking to collapse in this compound.
Oh, they sure are, and Shrimsy is not taking shots, but the shots have been sent.
There's a car parked in the middle of the compound.
Yeah, they should know, and I think Godby might have spotted him. Yeah, Shrimsy just went prone. But did he spot
all of
him, or
Sonics is coming up here. They are pulling up.
Sonics wants all of this. That's a good flashbang that comes through, but Shrimsy's going to find Godby. ZPI will find him with the Panzerfaust. Tig is going to get taken down by HSM, and all of a sudden it's a 2v2 here for Sonics.
Yep, Kick needs to fend off this one. Well, it's not going to happen though, because H-Win is still trying to wrap around, get off angles, but it's taking him too long. And that's going to be 3 down on the side of Sonics. H-Win now, as taking for granted they can get the flushes here, which they should. Yep, there you go. H-Win solo player left alive. It looked good initially as they were pulling up on the building, but Xiaopian with the Panzerfaust said otherwise.
Wow. Okay, if you're rooting for the underdogs, 4 a.m. just pulled off the biggest underdog play here with that fight against Sonics as they crashed in. They're still chasing. And T1 still wants a piece here. Zenith just scouting out where they are now. We also had an E-pickup just drop off of this, the Expendables, but they're going to go a little bit more towards the west. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro has now arrived to this as well. So another team has joined the big fight here on the eastern side.
Everybody wants a piece of 4 a.m. and, well, it seems to me like they're going to get it. But at least for now, 4 a.m. has been able to sit tight with all their players live. Ian finding himself somewhat lonely on the eastern side of the road as Alo is looking towards him with TSM shooting in from that south side.
Well, this is the drawback to full sending it to try to take a fight to one team, is that you got to remember that there's other teams there as well. Rainy will get the knock on to Xiaopian and the flush as well. And H-Win surviving for the Sonics will find Ibby.
Points a point. Oh, gets another one. As Beamy falls down as well. Should be able to get the flush with the nade there as well, you'd imagine. Blue Zone at least should get the confirm. As Lucarux and Nixie not really anywhere near to try and help out.
Yeah, that's a big come up there for Sonics as Purdy Curdy will steal away Godby, but what a spray from Type. He's going to find HSM as T1 trying to get involved here, but Lucarux now will get the knock on the Type. So a four-way fight going on here on the eastern side at 6 minutes into the game, Toby.
Now, I know this was a wild circle, but never ever had I assumed that this was going to be the consequence of it, as now more shots are going to come through. 4 a.m. will fall. You know what? To be expected when 6 teams are hunting you, that damage will come through, and T1 is going to be the victors of that one. Zenith has to go off the rest there for a second, because he's the last living player of T1.
Zenith pumping his fist there, knowing that they managed to secure their target, and they got the kills all onto 4 a.m. Ian will get taken down by Lucarux. And T1, they've got a couple still knocked, and TSM knows it.
Yep.
And you can see Purdy Curdy getting a little, I don't know if that's the gun you want to be pushing with, but why not?
You know what? If he gets all the way towards the building, that can do as much damage.
It shoots bullets.
All
you need.
Exactly. Now, for those of you guys confused by why in the universe is T1 doing this to 4 a.m. of all teams, 4 a.m. are coming into today's circuit final. Remember, there are 3 of them, and we're in the second one. They got 0 points. They didn't make it to the first one of them. So if T1 can keep 4 a.m. at a bare minimum points here, and somehow also make sure they don't make circuit 3 finals, that's 4 a.m. most likely not making grand finals. And they want those spots for grand finals, because T1 had a phenomenal circuit 1 and are looking to really just get, 10, 15 points, maybe 20, and they should be golden for grand finals. They are trying to lock out 4 a.m. of making it through to the grand finals.
All about those drop spots and making sure that you can secure your own drop spot for grand finals, that you don't have to move to avoid any unnecessary fighting. And if you can do it now, that is the best way to approach it. Is Purdy Curdy will pull off of that T1 compound, and T1, they've got 2 left alive here.
They're able to sit tight. At least until the next circle appears. We'll see where that opts to go. Of course, important to mention as well that 4 a.m. is not the only team that is in that situation. We heard from Adder in the interview just before that Gen G also failed to make Circuit 1 finals, so they're looking to get a lot of points. Same thing is the case for Weibo and Virtus Pro. Those are the 4 teams that are here today that did not make Circuit 1 finals, so they would want to absolutely maximize their point total today.
Unfortunately, not doing so well so far. Well, let's hear what Ming has to say from this interview.
Congratulations on starting the day so strong. You came guns a-blazing, and I want to hear all about that endgame fight on the first Erangel Hill against Na'Vi.
今天你们在这个第2阶段的最后一天也是势头正猛啊。那么能跟我们简单讲讲在刚才决赛圈跟 Na'Vi 的那个对决吗？
最后4打3还是比较惊险吧，然后只让这击，其实我们可以做得更好，然后就是今天开头吃1把鸡的话，就是算开了一个好头吧，为接下来的比赛起了个好头。
So in the last part, it was quite thrilling. We were 4 against 3, but it was very close. So we could have done better. But today, after all, we have set a very good start for the coming games. So we hope that we can play much better in the coming games.
Yeah, I'm excited to see you pop up even more. Congratulations, and we're gonna go back to Tego. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye. Well, the new circle has popped once again, and it's, again, about maybe 55% playable. As still a big chunk of it on the eastern side of that red line of no return. We saw H-Win trying to reposition himself for Sonics and managed to stay alive just a little bit longer. We also have the E pickup possibility for Petrichor Road, although it looks like Summers just on the move.
I think they might split it, send one up in the sky, work kind of as the UAV for the team as they make their way further towards the circle. Yeah, I think it's Ike's left who's going to fly forward, see if they can, or if he can spot an area for Petrichor to wrap towards, but I think if he's going to fly much further than where he is right now, all he's going to find is occupied compounds and a lot of bullets coming his way.
It's going to be great. There's a lot of action going on the south side of this zone right here. Is you got Na'Vi, Gen G, Day Trade all along the same road, all along that river side as well, getting real close to each other, trying to avoid each other for the most part. As it looks like they should be able to do so. Ike's left has now left the helicopter, and where
I flew too far, guys.
Oh, well, he didn't spot out the expendables, and that's where the boys are sending it. And Summer's going to pay the price as Tanbu will get the knock.
Perfect timing on that one. Too able to find Delwyn now as well. Expendables ready and waiting for that pull-up. I thought maybe it could actually work because they were shooting in the air towards Ike's left. Maybe you catch them reloading as you pull up on the building, but they were there ready and waiting. And Tanbu will find flush onto Summer.
Well, fortunately, they keep two alive at least, and they've got a little bit of a shack to play in what could eventually be more close to the circle center, as this is going to have to pull away from that unplayable zone here pretty shortly, and I think pretty much everybody knows it, as you don't see too many teams playing around the edges, although if they are, they're playing edge all the way towards the center, much like Kwangdong Freaks and Twisted Minds here.
Exactly. I think a lot of teams are still being kind of caught by surprise of how many teams opted to hunt down 4EM earlier, because as you said too, Kwangdong Freaks are sitting on the north side trying to hold off against potential people coming their way, Gen G doing the same on the southern side, and now we have Na'Vi and Weibo running into each other coming in on that southeast.
Oh, we're about to open up a little bit more space in this lobby here, as Soset has been knocked, but so has Spaceman. The trade comes through. Divix gets knocked pretty low, has to pull back down around. Weibo has this high ground that they can play around, but Na'Vi, they've got the low side that they can come in from different angles.
Exactly. Not only do Weibo have a good position to play from, but they also have Gen G coming in on the southern side. If they can time this right, they might be absolutely golden. Fairest taken down by a nade by Sai, who has been stepping up massively for this performance here, able to get the flash on Soset, should be able to get the second one as well, but now the peak comes through from Divix over the Rich.
Oh, they got to be quick about this, because you got Alo from the north side that's coming over here to third party, but Day Trade and Gen G, they also hear these shots, so they're starting to head on over as you see the kill feed starting to light up as everybody's getting involved. Alo will get taken down by Ike's left, but Na'Vi down to 2. Day Trade has come in, Gen G has come in, and now they are taking a fight to each other.
Day Trade and Gen G got the exact same idea, had the timing the exact same too, and ended up running into each other, both trying to capitalize points off of Weibo and Na'Vi. Alo got greedy as well, ends up going down because of it. Now Pert is sat on his own. Good thing for him is that Luke and Sparking are able to group up on the north side.
And look at that Day Trade, actually beautiful timing. They see TSM leave that compound, and they pull into it as well. They've got a 2-2 split on that south side. Petrichor Road, though, there you look like they might be sending it, as we see still what's remaining of Na'Vi having to deal with Gen G. But here's the push from Petrichor Road. Ike's left will find Flash, gets the knock and the flush.
Credits due to Day Trade for getting the read that they're leaving, but also for Petrichor for being able to realize, wait, it's just a 2-2 split. Ming has to eat that nade. Good thing for him is that he's able to stay put. Spots one outside, catches another nade with his face. Good thing that one wasn't cooked to perfection, because that would have been him down instantly.
Ike's left holding that outside corner, making sure that nobody can come and peek the window that Ming's looking in, but Ming won't matter. Belma will get the knock, and then Ike's left will go down as well. Thanadol gets credit for that one. Day Trade will lose one, but they win the trade.
Phenomenal response in that fight too. They come in, they lose one, as you say, early on, but I believe Belmont was able to back off and then reset, wait for his teammates, push back in, claim the compound for themselves. Nice play by Day Trade, as Na'Vi still trying to fend off against JG, but again, they're continuously taking casualties because
Another rough game here for Na'Vi, as he does, just make sure you secure that point if nothing else. But Na'Vi, after a great game one, it's been a little bit of a slog here for these last two, and now they are down to just Hackatory and Gen G. They are pushing into this. They want it. The seat swap comes through. Rex will secure it, And that is Na'Vi eliminated in 13th place.
Such a rough rotation to have to make. Again, this happens because all these edge teams try to get, quote-unquote, the quiet side of the circle. But when there's only one area really to go to, you end up funneling yourself into hell, effectively. And that's, well, that's where Gen G currently find themselves. Good thing for them is that hell is gone for now. There's just crates everywhere.
36 alive in phase 3, and it's about to be even less as Twisted Minds and Falcons are trading shots across the fields. So much space available in this in this circle, Toby, but everybody just can't seem to stop running into each other.
That's the issue, right? Because yes, theoretically, I mean, in terms of square meters available, we have space, but there's also a lot of open terrain, including the entirety of Kanyong still, and not to mention the unplayable areas towards the east. It's definitely hard to maneuver through here, as we get to see now soon where the next circle will take us. Falcons still roaming on the northern side, trying to figure out exactly what's happening to the south. It's been quiet up here for a good while, but now Twisted, Falcons 17, and Guangdong Freaks are forced that much closer to one another.
Yeah, Twisted kind of pushing Falcons over into KDF territory, but KDF not really in a position to really take this fight right now as they are completely split. You can see the new circle is going to pop as well. You've got the Expendables in the city of Gangwon, and Eternal Fire has an option to go in there if they want. I don't think they will. I mean, there's so much room to play around. There's no real reason to send it into the city right now.
Yeah, if Falcons, as the observers indicate here, up to just zigzag their way through 17 into the city, I'd be surprised. Seems like they're going to stop here instead. Little Ghost, a shack to play with, and that's about it. Try to underhand a nade outside, try to see if maybe he can catch one on approach. They might actually be able to get a double here with Ross pushing now inside the building. First one taken down, Lil Ghost able to get the flush. Lil Ghost for the reload with April step, unable to cancel it and get him in return. Lil Ghost will be found, but so much damage done already.
Got the gun swap on him. And now you got 2 knocked players sitting in their snakers. You've got to get to that shack as quickly as possible. Xiaobei, I don't know if he's just not in a position to do anything. Oh, he blocked him! He blocked him from getting in and getting the res. And look at 17. Lil Ghost knows exactly what he just did.
Wow. From the reload cancel with 8 bullets left to then being blocked off there. Thank you, Twisted Minds, I suppose, is what you're saying if you're a 17 fan. As now the fights continue. TSM and T1, they've been battling it out on the east side of Taeko for quite a while, and it's not going to end anytime soon. But here, now it's a close fight between these 2 Korean teams.
Even in death, Lil Ghost just making sure he ruined the Falcons game there as Freaks now trying to make this push. They've got the man pinned, but you don't want to take a knock like that. Bean going to go down to Zenith. Heaven will get him in return, though. So they have 2 knocked. They should have time to get both of these reses yet. Doesn't look like anybody's on the move, although Twisted, they're thinking about it. VP is taking shots over in that direction, though. It may slow them down.
Exactly. I think those shots over because there was a headshot connected on Salute. It's going to force them to slow things down for a bit. Example will drive further forward, might get an angle, but as you can see from here, Guangdong Freaks are the opposite side of the compound, so not really any direct areas to look for. Honestly, I don't really fault Twisted for slowing things down here, because with how much happened up here just now, it's pretty, I mean, even for some of the best in the world, it's hard to keep track of everything, and there might just be a solo somewhere that they lost track of.
Well, I mean, look, well, I was about to say, they have complete knowledge of everything that is happening on this north side as we see Lil Ghost. Even in the end, Perfectix will be it. Even if Perfectix hadn't got him, Xiaobei had the angle on that as well. So it was
yeah.
But no, yeah, Twisted knows where everybody. I mean, they know where Xiaobei is. They know where the duo from Virtus Pro are. They know exactly where Guangdong Freaks is. They know everything on this north side. There's no reason to leave unless the circle forces them to. And will it do so? It will. So now they've got some decisions to make.
Remember when HWin lost 3 players 3 minutes into the game? Yeah. He's alive. He's still in it, baby. Circle somewhat center as Logowooks and Nixie now gets up next door. We'll see if they spot the Sonics player on his own in here as TSM as well, trying to fend off against Gen G, try to force them to go towards the west, maybe set up a third-party opportunity of their own.
I think VP might be the only ones in the lobby that know where HWin is right now.
Yeah.
As Day Trade, they've got some moves to do here, and they actually may have timed this perfectly as Gen G. They're going to be the first ones to send it. Eternal Fire have a nice little 2-2 split here. They've got too close, too far. providing some support, but that's going to open up fire from Day Trade. So Day Trade, if they've got good information, if they've got good intel gathering, they should know what they have in front of them here.
It's been a quiet day so far for Eternal Fire in the first 2 Wrangle games. Can't really fault them because they've been pretty chaotic.
Sure, yeah.
But Eternal Fire, pretty good track record on Tago and EMEA at least. And usually when they come through the early to mid-game shenanigans without taking casualties, because in all fairness, sometimes or oftentimes they're the ones kind of creating the chaos to begin with. But when they manage to avoid it, when they manage to make mid-game on Tago endings like these, they do tend to come out in pretty good fashion. Now I probably cursed them, but would love to see them get something going here.
Well, the problem for Quetpa and the Mad right now is that their long-range support, Comarco and Ruin, have to get on the move because they were getting shot at from Day Trade. So they have to kind of slow things down there. They can't just confidently peek that without knowing that their support has their back. But now the two have joined them, so full strength 4-man Eternal Fire. Can they turn their attention towards Day Trade? But Tanvu,
he's on a mission.
Yeah, Tanvu from the Expendables starting to creep out from that city as well.
The way that Expendables are right now leaving the city is them getting so much space. Look at this stand at all. Has Rex and Atacol completely backs turned. No clue what's happening on the other side. That nade, had it rolled over the hill, there would have been 2 knocks waiting for them. Stanadol able to open up, finds the first one. No, actually, no, goes off target a bit too soon. Is able to get Ada down, but Tosi is able to turn around, get the damage and return as Ruin comes rushing in to try and help his teammates, but ends up running Marco over.
That's a bad news because now the Expendables have arrived and they've got grenades in hand. They're sending them on over. The utility is raining down on top of Eternal Fire. They've still got 2 alive. Gen G is getting involved, but Purdy Curdy is right behind them. They have no idea that they have got a snake in their midst, and he is going to strike with that grenade to start things off, and that may have opened up a door for Eternal Fire to reset.
Both the north and the south are now ablaze as Freaks and Twisted Minds are battling it out towards the north as well. VP and Sonics and Expendables are just sat in the middle waiting this brawl out that is currently taking place on opposite sides of the circle.
And look at this, Twisted Minds from range trying to provide some support, but KDF, they don't have any time for it. They're going to push through as 17 Gaming will get eliminated. Xiaobei, the last one alive from that compound, will get taken down. The Expendables now getting everybody and sending them down to this south side to try to take care of Eternal Fire.
A lot of knocks coming through, but no flushes just yet. As we say that, though, Heaven with the 3 Bs. Of course, it's a team effort with all of them being present in this fight, but nice awareness, nice peek around the edge of that last smoke to take out Twisted Minds, and now that should open an opportunity for them to push further circle center. But look at the terrain they're going into. It's hard to really read off of the map itself, but this is so incredibly open.
It ain't great. It is not great at all, but the KDF death ball, it worked out well to take that fight against Twisted Minds. Let's see how it works out. Trying to make their way south into this zone. Meanwhile, the Expendables, they're still just kind of working around on that western edge. They have not taken the fight over to Eternal Fire just yet. Quetpa has been knocked for a while, but I think the Mad going to try to go for this res. Yeah, that's definitely his first bleed for sure.
I feel like Expendables has a pretty big say in how this fight on the southern side ends up. Because if they start peeking forward, if they pressure Eternal Fire into TSM,
they're still looking over there.
That should be them down. But I also really appreciate the hesitation or the patience from Expendables, because it's an open fight. You don't know exactly what's happening over that ridgeline. Are they close to one another? Are they playing at a distance? What util do they have to work with? Smart on them to say, guys, we have the circle. Points are really nice. Let's just be smart about this.
Here comes the Freak death ball. Can they get rid of Nixie? They can indeed, and it's going to go into the pocket of Human as they now have complete control over the north side. But don't forget about that single solo snake from the Sonics, 8th win. Nobody knows where he is anymore.
Look at how open that is too. You can see it from Salute's perspective. There's just an open field to try and run across. But here is the eventual Expendables peek on over the ridgeline. Quetpa got back on his feet just to be taken down immediately thereafter as the Mad now trying to rush on forward. Make something happen. Fights, though, again, still happening on the opposite side of the circle. This effectively is the semifinals of what's to come in the end of this match. 13 players alive in phase 6.
Why not?
This game has gone full-blown chaos.
Why not? And the Expendables being a little on the cautious side here, maybe to their detriment. I mean, they had Eternal Fire down to their final player. TSM had taken a knock as well. The Mad now waiting for that push as Purdy Curdy's going to go down. Sparking will get him with 6 HP left. And oh my goodness, that was close for TSM.
Too close for comfort for sure. Even, I mean, not only does he get to stay alive, but Purdy should be able to get rest here as well. Really couldn't have added any better. And Atrin now finally able to see an opponent for the first time in forever. You know what, he's probably seen a lot, but not really taking shots at that many, as the circle will swing south. Expendables will get the chance of closing out this one. Can they fend off against the push in from Quantum Freaks?
Yeah, I think this is Expendables going for the win here. As
they got to clear out TSM, you'd imagine.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, again, they see the kill feed, they see one knocked, and they don't push it. So TSM able to get back up to full strength here. They've left Luke back in the compound. He should cross the road here sometime soon. But the Expendables, they are just content with taking control over this open area here and waiting for other people to start peeking over towards them.
And Freaks are hesitant in this one too, because they just got shut out from H when they go, wait, if there's a player in that shack, maybe his teammates around. There are some of these small ridge lines, bushes, you name it, that solos could be snaking around in, so it makes perfect sense to me that they're playing this one safe, especially now as they see the kill feed light up on the south side of the circle. Expendables finding the open and knock onto Sparking from TSM.
But again, not pushing it. I mean, they're just gonna hold down. But no, KDF is pushing on top of the Expendables. But Tanvu is right there with the P90. Almost gets knocked out by the vehicle. Goes down, gets in the vehicle himself to escape to safety. The Tanvu plays are huge.
The fact that he gets bumped into hit the second time around, flips out the P90, gets the knock, and then steals the getaway vehicle. That's the play, my man. That is exactly what Expendables needed to try and turn the tide in their favor.
That's that Michael Bay type stuff right there. But so the Expendables, they keep all 4 alive. TSM, again, back up to full strength. Purdy Curdy keeping an eye on the Expendables while Sparking and Luke 12 are looking off to the north. And KDF avoiding H-Win for the time being, and again, he could get involved at any moment. You just never know.
And then the issue with that shack that he's currently in is that with the window being up high, you can only really look uphill.
Yeah, the sight line.
And the door is on the right, or the east side, I should say. So as long as they're sure to be on the opposite side of the shack that he is, he's not really a big threat to them. Issue is, Luke is.
That's actually
and he's going to be able to take out Bean. That was the flank player trying to come down and assist as Heaven now falls as well. Will TSM try to make an aggressive play off of this, as they could now potentially try and get something going against Expendables?
Well, KDF doing a really good, having a really hard time making their way in from the north side, as they're just getting focused down by both, because there's just a big high ridge line here between TE and TSM, and neither one really wanting to have to leave their current area right here, as just barely Salute will get to Heaven and be able to get that revive in.
Nate comes through. There's a smoke. If there's a smoke, there's Sparking, usually a player. They're waiting for him. It's only going to last him so long. There are crates to be prone behind, but I think Luke is going to spot him right. Yep, he does. Gets him as well. 10 bullets left. And that's the issue that TSM finds himself in now. The majority of their fights, if not all of them, has been at a distance. They have not been able to resupply themselves. So Luke, 7 bullets left. What do you have in the AR, my friend?
It's going to be rough sledding for them as another knock comes through. Tanvu will find Heaven. Will they be able to get another unlikely revive here, as Tanvu just spraying? He doesn't have to worry about ammo after that amazing escape. Sparking will get the flush. He's going to steal that kill away, and now it's all down to just Gilman.
Tanvu is dangerous players as is, but with an MK and a P90 as well, feel like that just adds to the threat of him. As Delwyn now peeks on over, able to get the first one. Now that's Purdy caught mid-transition, and Tanvu trying to get the second. They have Luke caught behind this ridge line. It's a 1v2v4. Make it 3 as Sparking strikes back.
That's a big knock from Sparking, but that's a big knock on the Luke 12. Is Sparking now going to be the last player left alive, and he's going to go down. And now it's all down to Salute. Can he pull off a miracle? It's a 3-man, the Expendable squad pushing in. He's going to find the first. Tanvu is down. Duck Juice has the side flank. He spots him through the bush, but he doesn't see the burning hulk of a vehicle providing some cover here for Salute. The grenades will come through, but they're not going to find him.
If there's one to do it, it's the Circuit 1 MVP. Salute, what can you make happen here, my friend? 1 versus 2. Doable, but hard. Let's see if he can get his spray come through. A lot of bullets connecting, and Cloris will close it out in the end. A win for Expendables. A hard-fought one through the open. Nice containers. They leave Kanyong there.
I mean, that was always going to be tough playing out of that city, but they got a little bit of a blessing that the fact that this game turned on its head from almost the instant it started. T1 and their aggression going after 4 a.m. and everybody else just kind of attaching onto that, leading to fight after fight after fight. And there was just so much room to work with, but the Expendables capitalized. And in the end, that was a tough battle to be fought across an open field, and they kept 4 up all the way to the end.
A lot of people wishing had the emergency cover to come out of the sky there as well, because there really wasn't a whole lot to work with. But I don't even know where to begin with this match. I mean, just from start to finish, chaos galore. What a wild one. You know what, let's leave it to the desk to break down this one, because there's a lot of that to talk about.
Well, there we have it. We have Space Control. That's the Expendables' middle name. And when it comes to Taego, you get yourself a lot of Arsenal on board as well. Tamvu had a P90 and an MK14, and then he did the greatest Grand Theft Auto of... Well, he stole the weapon and then ran away. It was brilliant.
Got the weapon, said, oh, were you expecting me to have a P90? I don't think so.
Bye-bye.
Burns him down, takes the car, and escapes, laughing all the way to the bank. The Expendables, like I said, this has been a team that's played every game so far. They're incredibly warm. Even today, they showed up. They went 9, I think they went 4, now they go 1. Like, they are consistently on an upward trajectory. And on top of that, they are just a really good time to watch. Their fights are wild, but they are executing. I think it's because they have had the advantage of seeing all of these teams play, knowing the way that they think, and they're just taking these fights so smartly. On that same token, KDF, was nice to see him in a 2nd place. Nice to see them putting in some aggressive pushes up there to control their area. And TSM, also a team that I think was struggling to get some points at the start of today, coming in there at 3rd and getting some good stuff on the board.
Yeah, there's multiple layers, multiple facets to this game, right? Because with the first circle being so far east, that means we have an accelerated game state as a whole. All of these teams are trying to crunch down into less room than they're used to early. That's why, I mean, the commentators were saying, what, we have like 13 players alive at Space 6. And then from there, I mean, when you have the dynamic of the Expendables, KDF, Kwangdong Freeze coming in from the north, and then TSM coming in from that east side, every time TSM got a knock on Kwangdong Freeze, it felt like it was just helping Expendables with the control of space that they had. But, I mean, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't with TSM, right? You've got to shoot at what you see.
Absolutely, and you remember, Expendables was the only team that had city, right? They had some space for a little while. They were able to kind of hide out from all the kerfuffles and look for locations. And we saw what happened to, like, the Sonics, where they just had to send these people, like, one last survivor, go grab a shack, hope to salvage some points. And I think that was the story for most of the teams in this game, but that is not... That's always going to be the story when the first circle is as polarized as that one was. I mean, a huge portion of it was unplayable. It's not a common area, and everyone had to make tough decisions right out of the gate.
And the circle chose violence, for sure.
Yes, it did.
In this one. And again, actually, we're seeing more of these Eastern Circles Taego, which are definitely throwing a wrench in the works for a lot of these teams. But you can see on the faces, Twisted Minds, not too happy with what was going down. But overall, I mean, they got ramshacked. They were down fast in this game, which again, it's not quite like Twisted Minds that we're used to in a lot of these games. So hopefully they can twist some of the...
It feels like Twisted Minds is not expecting some of these teams to be as wild and out as they are, right? They're not. I think that they weren't expecting some of these APAC teams in particular to just consistently look for those attacks. I don't think they expected EN, for instance, in that last game to be like, yeah, I'm going to take a 1v1 with Example. Why not? Because that's not traditional. You see Twisted Minds and you think, well, maybe I don't want to mess with them yet. You kind of avoid, you rotate around. Doesn't seem like the teams are doing that in this event right now. They're seeing Twisted Minds and they're going after them aggressively, which I think is where some of our top teams are our favorites to win PGC, as we talked about, are going to continue to run into this trouble because teams see them now and they go, well, if I can keep you out of the grand final, the chances of me getting $500,000 goes up substantially.
Maybe. Well, it's even kills across the board for a lot of this as the Expendables gets themselves 8, so does Kwangdong Freaks, TSM, also ever the consistent will get themselves 7 kills as well. I mean, they came into this one middling in the overall circuit final so far. I think something like 27 points. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, regardless, right? Getting yourself 7 kills here as well as some of those placements, that's a huge step up to try and solidify yourself in that grand final.
Eternal Fire once again shows themselves up in the top 4. They are very good at getting to a late game position and sort of salvaging those points. Another big salvager we saw hiding in that shack was H-Win. Sonics had a really bad fight early on. H-Win was able to jettison out of it and managed to salvage a couple of points. But for me, the big walkaway here, the Expendables, yes, they had the talent. City, yes, everyone else did some of the hard work for them. But again, that fight at the car theft, as we want to call it, like they, even when they're having a passive game, it's not a passive game.
Yeah, there was some chaos there.
There was.
Looks like maybe DougJuice gets himself the MVP here. Does 1 kill outdo 150 damage? I guess we're about to find out in a few moments' time for that one. Yay! Okay, so 1 kill does outdo 150 damage apparently. Oh, yeah, nice.
Well, he only took 43 damage too, so he was doing a very good job of sort of playing that defensive position, not soaking very much, and playing support. But he kind of has to. When you got guys like Tanvu who are like, hey, there's a crate there, I'm gonna go check it out. Just, you know, watch my back, bro. Like, his team is so aggressive that he kind of has to play a little bit of that watch and wait.
Might have been the man of the match, but can we talk about my favorite MVP play of the game?
Which is?
The block of the door from 17 Gaming to stop the reinforcement from Falcons getting into the building. Because if he does get in, actually, he salvages such a situation there, right? He's able to take a flush, maybe even get some of those guys back up. And getting out of the shack might be a little bit difficult, but at least you've got that lifeline. Right. Blocking a door with your body is beautiful.
I mean, you saw the smile on his face once the Falcons get that kill feed. But that's what I love about PUBG. It's not always about who shoots the fastest and the best. It's about how you outthink your opponents with the resources that are available to you.
Yep. Even if it means using a corpse to your advantage. Use the corpse. Almost a corpse.
I mean, we saw Sonics. They put a knocked player from another team in the car and drove him across the map so that they didn't have to worry about looting them until they were safe. Like, players are thinking outside the box, and that's resulting in a lot of these teams getting some good points. Take a look at that overall leaderboard, though. 3 games into this, you know, you just want to be in the top because every point goes towards getting you towards PGC.
Yep, the Expendables now at 31 points here for them in this second circuit final. So brilliant stuff. Basically, I mean, shoring up themselves to be able to go to that grand final as well. So awesome to see from them. Down towards the bottom, though, some of these teams needing to do quite a bit of work, I think, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro is a little frustrating because they're a team that I know is so much better. Beanie really grounded out to get them here today, and they haven't been able to put the points together. Big shock for me, too, is Eternal Fire with only 10 points. We've consistently seen them showing up in these sort of like, hey, we made it to this final 4. We made it to the top of the late into the circle, but they're not doing it with the points that they need to sort of rack up their position if they want to continue going forward. Twisted Minds, you saw Batu's face when they cut to them at the end of that last segment. They look like they are incredibly frustrated with what they're being given right now.
Well, I mean, when you're saying for a Virtus Pro, right, especially considering, well, 10 points on the board, but they did not qualify for the previous circuit final. Likewise, Weibo did not qualify for the last circuit final. Foreign did not qualify for the last circuit final, right? So those 4 teams in particular, sorry, those 3 teams in particular, technically including Genji, who also did not qualify for the previous one, but they've got a little bit more.
Yeah.
They need to be a little bit worried, right? Because if you do not get points on the board here, and then suddenly your circuit 3 final looks in jeopardy, you're in a scary spot.
It's great news for teams like Cerberus, though, because, you know, FTF, SGD still haven't got any points. If they continue to be on the bottom, that means you have maybe a better chance next week when you make that 3rd circuit final.
Maybe. We are gearing up to go into Rondo now here as we look at Gen G. They do have themselves, what, about 13 or so points on the board here so far. There still needs more from it, all things considered. As I say, they did not qualify for the previous circuit final. All these teams mulling over their options going into Rondo. And it is a scary location. Obviously, we keep our eyes on Test Track, Neox Factory, and see how that hot drop's going to go down. There's tons of teams that want to go there.
Yes.
How's that going to fare?
They want to go there, and they want to go there now because the goal is to win the kerfuffle at Neox so that when we do get to the grand final, you don't get contested there anymore.
Again, I mean, to reiterate something we've said all year long, those fights have been leading up to this. This tournament in particular. So
this tournament's everything. I mean, arguably Na'Vi threw an entire event so that they could get what they wanted out of this tournament. Teams live their life for the PGC Grand Final, so expect some chaos at the test track.
All right, we're rolling into Rondo. Let's get it going. We will be heading over. Keep your eyes on those center points as we head over to the commentators.
Thank you very much, and we are rolling into Rondo indeed, and there's one question on my mind, Toby. You saw those 4 little dots on Neox Factory. You got Twisted Minds, 17, 4 AM, and Navi. Is it about to be 5, including T1?
If 4 AM goes here with what the desk just broke down, or we talked about in the previous game as well, that would be them just actually not wanting to go to the grand finals, I feel like. So thank you guys for thinking better of it, opting to go east. And good thing that you leave so early that T1 didn't get to realize where you were, because maybe T1 is on the hunt for 17 thinking it's 4 AM.
No, I think 17's hunting T1.
It's revenge. There's the rivalries happening all over the place now, and we get the hot dropping Neox between Na'Vi and Twisted Minds.
Oh,
chaos.
Goodness.
Oh, chaos.
So 17 said, oh, you're going to pick on 4 AM? Well, we're going to come pick on you now, as we got 2 hot drops going on at the same time across the map, chat. Buckle up, because we are rolling into Rondo hot.
Play-by-play activated, 1 minute and 13 into it, as Type is going to be the first one to find one, as Little goes down early on.
There you go, Suzu gets the angle, get the knock on a Raining. Nice headshot comes through right there. I can't imagine anybody's got helmets or armor either, so it's going to be quick and easy to get these guys. No flushes coming out just yet, however. As T1, they've gotten everybody together. They'll flush out Lil Ghost. They'll get that first secure, and there you go. Raining will go down second. The first kill, though, going over to Type.
Not oftentimes we get the QPZ activated in the game, but hey, you know what? We'll take it. We'll take it. First knock comes through, first flush comes through, make it 2 of it. As we once again can see the team comps. If you want to go fast over, get a listen in on 17. Here the chaos. Well, I mean, we're looking at Sushi right now. It doesn't seem like he's feeling too chaos-driven. But he's not right now, as the pistol goes into effect. That's Eternal firefighting up against Weipu as well.
And ZYY was not happy about that. I just heard the pounding on the desk as soon as that kill came through. And now you got T1. Things slowing down a little bit. 17 backing off just a touch to see if they can maybe increase their loot, at least get helmets and vests, or you think, right? Yeah, thanks for that red circle.
It always feels like it's one of those. Have you ever seen those videos where cats are fighting, and then mid-fight they realize that the people are standing looking at them, they go, what are you guys
what
doing?
Are you guys looking
Whenever people are hot dropping like this, and then you see the circle go as far away as it possibly can, they go, wait, guys, why are we doing this again? The circle is so far away, so we just stop here and just you go that way, we go this way?
Well, while all this was happening, the circle did pop, and it went all the way down to the south. And,
exactly.
Falcons and VP are close to each other, but it doesn't look like they're too terribly interested in fighting. Meanwhile, this T1 and 17 thing seems to have slowed down a little bit, and now you got VP very close to Thanadol again, just being that first guy for day trade to try to get a spot inside the zone, further inside the zone, and of course he's going to run into VP.
Half the server has fired bullets before the 3-minute mark. I didn't think we were going to get any more chaotic after that Takeo game.
Oh, you didn't?
But I
sure did.
I guess I was wrong. You know what, Lau? Let's get a listen into Thanadol and see if we get a kill here as well.
ฝึกซ้อมแล้วก็แก้ไขข้อผิดพลาดต่างๆครับแล้วก็พยายามเล่นออกมาให้ดีที่สุดส่วนตัวคิดว่าไม่ได้มีการเปลี่ยนแปลงอะไรมากครับแค่ว่าเหมือนมีการเล่นให้แบบใช้ความคิดมากขึ้นครับ
I know. I don't know what gave it away, but something gave it away. Thanadol.
Nice try, Nurens.
Nurens, they were trying to provide some support. And look at this, Virtus Pro, they're going to find the support before they even find the man in their midst with the double barrel shotty in hand. So VP take advantage of day trade here.
Yep. I like the fact that VP don't go kind of no-brain 4 guys rushing into this building, because there can be shotguns, there can be nades, there can be a lot that can take down a 4-man pushing on top of one another, but it's going to allow time for day trade to try and come over and help. We just saw Norens fall sure, but Flash and Belmont are still in the vicinity.
Yeah, Flash. Oh, did they read it? Did they figure something out? Yeah, I think they may have cleared everywhere else but here. They're going on in, and the big shotgun play will find one, and immediately out the window is Thanadol. He tries to get the reload in before they come back out. He'll take the shots, but he's not going to hit, and Nixie will get the knock.
Not going to happen. That's the benefit, I suppose, of being able to dodge the first shot with the dual barrel. As now the remaining day trade players trying to get out of there alive, and Seems like they will. Virtus Pro in a position from where they desperately need things going their way, it being the first time they make circuit finals. And here, well, they get to live with 2 points and the scare.
Play with 2, and they cleaned it up quickly, too, which is important because they've got Petrichor Road and Twisted Minds bearing down on this location. As you see, Ixlef just scouting out that spot where he just heard the shots come from.
He's somewhat isolated from the rest of his teammates as well. They're further up towards the north, and they might actually be running into Twisted Minds before you know it. So Circle Center once again heavily fought over, despite it being done by teams who usually don't play aggressive towards Circle Center. It's kind of interesting. Twisted Minds and Petrichor now next to one another.
5 minutes into the game, these games are going faster and faster and faster as the tournament progresses. By the time we get to grand finals, you blink and you're going to miss half the game. You see Belmoth has been spotted out by example. Shots come through, but won't get the knock.
They know where he is now, though, and while gas stations aren't necessarily the prime real estate, it's pretty good position to split in the 2-2 from where they currently are. So maybe actually send all 4 over, clear out the players, send 2 players back, and you have yourself a very, very good central location to play from.
Even Twisted Minds 4 deep, sending it towards the center here. Which I haven't really seen too much of. They've been kind of having some success playing on that edge, but this time going a little bit deeper. Na'Vi, another team that likes to play a little bit closer to the edge, coming a little bit later. They're getting a little bit close to center here on the east side, but they have a lot of space around them to play around. Weibo, they are now just the more recent ones to arrive from this western side. They're going to have to get past Eternal Fire, and it looks like they should do just that.
Yep, they took a casualty from that exact same team just before, so they're forced to slow things down at least a little bit. And just behind them is Quantum Freaks. You can see Heaven here looking over the top. Did he actually catch? I think he might have. Caught one of the players up on the hillside in front of them. I can't even tell you who it is. I think it might be Marco running around up there right now. That is max distance.
He's got that 6X, and that is a very interesting looking scope there. But you know what? At the end of the day, it does what it does, and it's having success. But Weibo, they, after losing ZYY, they get 3 guys inside the dead center of this zone. Well, for better or worse, really.
Yeah, it's a great location to be in if the circles keep coming your way. If you have to leave here when teammates get even closer, that might not be the case. Falcons on the western side and northern side, for that matter, in a 2-2 split. They catch that that's a split. Maybe they could try and collapse on that position, but right now there's really nothing giving that away. DBS. Baited.
Of course, the DBS. I like the 2-2 split for Falcons, but you know, I feel like I like that split like most of the time. But given the way these games have been going today in this lobby, it almost feels like having splits is just asking to get crashed by somebody on some insanity stuff. So we'll see if they can get away with it here. As Na'Vi still just kind of slowly making their way in. They're going to find a crate for themselves, and the Expendables, they have just now entered in on that northwestern side. The only one still left in the back now, T1, down to 3.
That's the thing. Usually when you see fights take place in the very early game like we saw here, it will do one of 2 things. Either A, you see a team take so many casualties that other teams will opt to try and engage on it. But when it's like in this situation where they trade, yes, they lose 2, but the other teams only lose 1. What it does is for all the edge teams and all the teams that like to approach the circles a little more cautiously, it goes great if there was that much fighting going on. Those teams, those players are all scattered now. They can be like everything we know in rotation timings, in where teams usually go to and how they play from different areas of the map. That's kind of all out of the window now, because with that much fighting going on, teams have been forced to rotate and play adaptively. So the teams that play slow normally are now playing even more cautiously. That's why Na'Vi is taking their time. They're wrapping around the eastern side. You saw Hagatori with a new meta loadout being Orc Gas Can. I think that's for a reason, because they know that those casts, they want them fresh all the way through these rotations.
You know, looking at the map and the way that everybody's set up, you could almost draw a straight line from the northeast down to the southwest, and everybody is north of that line with the exception of Na'Vi. So if this next zone hard shifts to the south, or even worse southeast, going down to Tinlong Garden, there's going to be a lot of teams that are on the move once it pops.
Yep, definitely will be now. It's up to Na'Vi to see how much they can claim of it early on. Tailwind, I believe it was forced to try and leave as the circle hard shifts towards the south. TSM with full control of circle center right now, but we'll see what they're going to opt to go for, as now the pressure, you'd have to imagine, is going to come in from all these teams up towards the north. But now, I mean, I feel like the real threat becomes how far south are these teams trying to claim center now go, because south could be completely open by the end of this circle if no one opts to wrap around.
I mean, it's not the worst case scenario, but it was real close, because there's every team right now on the move, all making their way past each other. Twisted Minds, they're going to spot out Sosin, and that's going to be one picked off of Na'Vi, as everybody's just in vehicles trying to find a place to play. Falcons have at least gotten everybody back together, and they can do a little bit of tower defense here from the center.
And I mean, that's what I was just saying before. Look at how much everyone is now kind of entangled in and around Hongshan, and on the southern side of it as well. No one's opting to flex around towards the south. No one's opting to go towards the east. All these teams are starting to run in towards one another, as Logan Rooks finds Ruin initially, but Divix there to steal the point away.
See, it's wild times right here in the center of this zone, and actually kind of surprising that we haven't seen more go down just yet, but that's just the terrain around here. You see all these hills, all these little ways to break the line of sight. It's at least keeping everybody alive for the most part here. Still 57 alive here in Circle 2, and we've got a couple of teams on the north side that are still making their way down. T1, 17. Guangdong Freaks Day Trade 4 a.m. might be the one team that's going south here.
I mean, Freaks caught in an EMP zone. That's delaying their rotation. Their vehicles are malfunctioning. 17 doing the same thing, waiting on the back end of it to try and get their game going. As Sonics, in the meantime, opting to try and wrap Circle Center, coming in from the south side, but they're going to see, at least feel the bullets and the pressure from Weibo. Where do they opt to set up shop? Because they could be going right into VP.
One more bullet bomb we would have done it.
Yep.
Yeah, this is
danger zone.
This is not great for anybody involved here, as Sonic's going to have to just stop down by the one tree, and they see the mortars landing on VP just off in the distance. So the smoke wall is going to come down. Kickstart going to go down. He's off in a little bit in no man's land here.
They're pushing
just off to the left, and Sonic's, they're just going to go ahead and try to push this.
They have to try and make something. Have an issue with Adrian. You know what? Honestly, I love the idea of him trying to make a play, but Weibo's position, they can see everything down below there, and Spaceman could not be in a better spot to try and take him out.
But can they see Twisted Mind? Oh wait, that's the wrong person. Okay, never mind. I was like, I got confused by my yellows here. Twisted Mind sneaking up. Na'Vi is kind of pushing, putting pressure down on a VP as well from the north, but they have not looked behind them. They don't know that Twisted Minds is right in their midst here, as VP will stay alive, hunker down in the smallest little bit of cover that they could find. Sonics, they still at least have managed to keep two alive.
And that's the thing for VP. They came in earlier. They realized earlier that Weibo was where they were, and also knew what pressure they could apply from there, with Shen now finding Nixie too. Sonics, on the other hand, didn't have that intel to go off of, so they thought they could make a play through a couple of smokes forward, but those smokes should have potentially been up towards Weibo and Shen and trying to block off that vision.
Saw the Expendables get a knock on a Gen G there. Gen G had popped a E-pickup, and the Expendables may have caught them slipping.
We've been here before.
Yeah, they're going to try to go for the res and get the revive back on. The new circle does pop. It's going to cut back to the north, and that's actually probably the best news for everybody in this lobby. But the Expendables, they're going to take it to the jaw of Gen G. They'll find Rex, and Barpo is about 5 HP away from certain death, but he's going to stay alive. Gets the knock on the Tanvu, but can't get the flush. Gen G goes out in 16th place.
Yet another team that failed to make finals in Circuit 1, struggling here in Circuit 2, 13 points, 4 games in. Not what the Korean team would have wanted, as Beamy is able to find one just off of a knock on his teammate. Now Spaceman gets one more, so VP once again under pressure, and Tiggleton from Sonic's solo player left alive, trying to make something happen. He's going to turn around and go straight towards Virtus Pro.
He just said, I'm the last one alive, drives through, flushes Nixie, secures at least 1 point, but that's Sonic's out in 15th place, as VP will try to reset here, get the res on to Beamy.
That was funny. Not for anyone that has Nixie on their fantasy team, I'm sure, but That was kind of entertaining. In the meantime now, with what Sonics just tried to do, Eternal Fire will see if they can do it and make it look better. Lucarooks catches 2 on the backside. No knocks coming through just yet. Lucarooks though will find 1. Lucarooks will find the second with the nade. Beamy down, EB down. It's just Luca left alive with 8 health to work with.
Eternal Fire caught looking in the wrong direction, and Lucarooks taking advantage, but unfortunately his 2 teammates are down, and that grenade is going to be perfectly placed as Eternal Fire will go out.
And they fall to ice. You hear it from the stage as well. The woohoo! Able to get him down. Max range, dragging up to the dome. And Lucarooks, just as he thought, he was back safe over for that great effort to stay put. VP, well, they're met by a bullet from Petrichor.
All right, well, teams starting to now consider going into Hongshan a little bit more carefully as Petrichor Road has gone in. Falcons is already there. 17 looks like they may be sniffing around. KDF also have 2 at least in there, but they may have actually just forced 17 to push into the Expendables.
Yeah.
As the Expendables, they have been controlling this southwestern side. You've seen them popping off in the kill feed. They've already got 4.
Yeah.
And look at how much space they have to work with.
Get the camera reactions from Eternal Fire, from VP as well, who of course both got caught in the midst of all of that. I think Eternal Fire came in thinking this was going to be a easy peasy cleanup, but once again, and we've seen it from VP before, able to do a lot of damage through those smokes. It's now T1, after a wide western rotation, find themselves up against TSM.
They got TSM in the middle of a 2-2 split here as well, so TSM, these 2 will have to slow this down long enough. The rest of the boys are on their way. Sparking is leading the charge, but they have to survive just a little bit longer. Nice grenade from Type, though, will spot out Luke 12. And Alo keep this going for a little bit longer as T1 is slowly starting to try to think about how they want to push this.
Yeah, Luke got caught a little indecisive there with util in hand. You can see him with the smoke in hand, going to the window, going back to the staircase. Couldn't really figure out exactly what he wanted to do. I guess as a result of it, ends up falling down. Ian now able to find 1 more off of that 7-kill game he had on the Wrangle earlier. Continuing where he left off. Tanvu, double nade, lopped on over, takes out 17, and that's going to give a lot of space for Expendables to play with. Look at the split they've got going.
I mean, the Expendables is playing with so much confidence right now.
Oh, yeah.
They were taking the fight on the north side with 17, but they've got another 2, Clories and Delwyn, that are third-partying this fight as well. So if T1 or TSM step too far away from that hard cover of these buildings, the Expendables will be there to strike.
You'd have to imagine. They're definitely setting themselves up in a position from where they could do so if they wanted to. Sparkin peeks on over. Can't quite get the angle again. Sour faces on 17 Gaming. Not the outcome they would have hoped for in this game of Rondo.
Yeah, it's not been a great day for 17 so far here as Luke's going to get on the roof. He's going to find Zenith. Almost gets Ian too, but Sparking will be there to provide that support. And now it's just down to Type dancing around. And there comes the fire from WBG from range. They're going to get 2, and TSM gets wiped out by Type.
The fact that Type gets to stay alive after having to vault, dodge, and weave as best as he could says, thank you for the assistance there, Weibo. I'll take it from here. Gets kill number 3. Takes out TSM with it. A lot of failed engagements in this game so far, not necessarily on one team in particular, but the third-party effects from some of these teams coming in at a distance.
You just cannot catch a fair fight in this lobby right now. All these teams are so quick to come over and third and fourth party and get involved and try to get away as many points as they can. So you just, whatever normal stopwatch that you have in your head that says, hey, I've got this amount of time to really finish this fight before we have to worry about a third party, it has been sped up dramatically.
And it's to some extent unique to Rondo right now because while the teams know the cities, know the majority of the layouts by now, there are still some of those open angles you just aren't quite, it's just not muscle memory, it's not in the memory yet. And Salute finds Spellmouth of these players of exactly what you leave yourself exposed to depending on how you push some of these compounds. So you think you're safe, you think you're good, but all of a sudden you're caught from an angle you barely even knew existed.
30 left alive and a number.
Phase 4.
Yeah, you still got five teams at full strength, and no solos really to speak of at all just yet. But that could change here very shortly as Twisted Minds. They've got the duo of Na'Vi just uphill, but they know about that. They're keeping eyes over in that direction. Meanwhile, Weibo, they're going to try to catch T1 as they leave the compound. They will spot out Zenith, but Type will stay alive for the time being. New circle pops, and Hongshan will still be in it.
Yep.
definitely still play it. Twisted Minds knowing they have Na'Vi right next door. They might want to do something against them. Weibo seeing T1 mid-rotation. Try to pull up on this one. They find Zenith on rotation too. So great.
How did Type make his way through that?
I mean, they're just chasing. They're just on the hunt. As Type will fall as well. Wrath able to catch him mid. I'm not even going to call it rotation because I have no clue where it was going.
It's escape. That's more than anything.
He was caught on his road trip.
He was like a
destination unknown.
he was like a rabbit that got scared out of the bush. He had to go somewhere, but he just found himself in the middle of all them dogs. As the Expendables now waiting for the eventual push in here from Weibo on that south side. Meanwhile, Na'Vi have left the compound. They're working around to the north, but Guangdong Freaks have left that north side of Hongshan, and they have Bean over to the side. But does he know? He's not even looking in this direction, Toby.
I was going to say, I feel like this is the reason he's here, but no, you're right. He's looking down towards Petrichor. Him being on this rock is him trying to get off angles into the city, rather than now looking towards the east where these guys are coming from. You'd have to imagine that with Twisted and Na'Vi not fighting, they have to realize that he's here, and they do, but it's going to be too little too late. Bean fallen already.
I think he spotted them at the last second because I saw all the rest of the Freaks players, their Doritos on the minimap looked off in that direction to try to see if they could keep their teammate alive, but unfortunately Bean, it will go down. So that's KDF now with just 3 alive, and they've got Na'Vi pinned out. Backs against the blue here, but see if Na'Vi can have some rocks or at least some hard cover to play around.
I mean, you'd have to imagine that this is Guangdong Freaks fully shifting their focus from Petrichor getting off angles and then before to now saying, great, we're holding out Na'Vi. Because if we do so, we can wrap out on that east side, maybe use the hill for something. I mean, depending on where the next circle is going to take them. But for now, with Bean falling, as you can see here, Cuban is fully focused towards the northeast.
Guys, we get to learn a little bit more about Hongshan, just in case you haven't spent a lot of time down there. Lord knows I haven't. So far, Petrichor Road just...
Close.
Okay.
Close.
The Expendables, they've got the mortars out and ready. Xiaopian will find Mamu.
It's Tanvu.
And Tanvu is just, he's getting fed that information over. I'm not sure, it might be Clories that's kind of sending it over in that direction. But there you go. Dipix will get spotted out by Ike's left. And 4 a.m., they've got a ridge line. They've got a little bowl to play around, and they're going to get in grenade range of Twisted Minds as Na'Vi will go down to the blue.
Oh, Tanvu finds Shin at a distance as well. If you're Spaceman, you've got to keep looking to the sky and see if there's more shots coming in. One more at least has been up. Make it 2, but that one's going to be a little short off the side. Though. Thank you. Emergency cover for blocking off that vehicle. Might allow for the rest to come through as one more car gets blown up. And while all this is happening, Delwyn is on the hunt of his life. Runs forward down to HP. Goes Spaceman, who gets blown up by the car. Oh, no. Oh, Delwyn.
Jeez.
Had to do it to him.
Man.
He's got 300 damage. He's fine.
The Expendables.
They're on fire.
Are just... playing with a level of confidence right now that is just, it's just fun to watch.
Yep. No, they're definitely good.
As they will get everybody over to the south side of this zone. They're going to get a little bit close to 4 a.m. But 4 a.m., they've got multiple problems to worry about because they got Twisted Minds just on their north side as well. And meanwhile, this fight in the city is going to have to come to a head. It's Petrichor Road. They've got Guangdong Freaks pushing on them from the north.
Yep. Chui fallen, isolated in the top floor of that container building. We'll get him down. Cumin will place Nate there. As now, I mean, this should be, I was going to say, Salute trying to flank out towards the east side. He wants to get that same off angle that Bean couldn't get earlier.
Yeah, and you got Falcons that are still a 4-man squad that are still inside this city as well. They've trying to find the angles onto this, but it doesn't look like anything is presenting itself just yet. Oh, well, never mind. Roth will find Clories, and that's going to be actually from long range.
Yep. It's out of the city.
Yeah, Salute. Oh, he's going to spot Summer, but...
And I think that's the thing for Falcons right now. Because they're technically already inside the circle, they're not really in a hurry to go out and make a decisive 4-man push fight. Right now, they can kind of just wait this one out. They're not really at risk themselves. If we get some points off of Freaks and Petrichor, if that fight pops off, we can go there. Right now, let Flood, let Roth take the shots down towards Expendables on the south side and see what options present themselves later down the line.
Absolutely. And it wouldn't be a fun game if it wasn't our top 4 teams, really. Once again, showing up in the top 6. And Twisted Minds at 4 a.m. could definitely use some points going over in their favor. Twisted still has 4 up, and they are not involved at all in any of these city shenanigans. Summer just going to survive through the smoke for as long as he can, try to get across the street, and he will be able to do so. But the Kwangdong Freaks have secured a foothold in the north part of this circle.
Houdini makes his escape.
Yeah.
Freaks come up and go, where did he go? He was here just before. We lost him. But he's safe on the other side. Salute, though, for now, won't be that safe in this position now, as Petulins finds a couple of shots in towards him, which should be able to play on that north side still. Though this next circle, coming in 22 seconds, is, I think, going to dictate, if not guaranteedly the winner of this game, then at least who should come out victorious if everything played the way that we expect it to.
Jeez.
Any hard shift here as HSMM dodges that emergency cover. Any hard shift here could be game winning.
Scare. Ixlev will get the knock of the Human back in the city as Twisted Mind's starting to get a little bit more itchy trigger fingers, and now that's definitely going to be the bell ringing as the circle has pulled away. So Twisted will put their full attention towards cleaning out 4 AM. Meanwhile, the Expendables still looking at it, and look at Roth has started to creep away from the city as well. Bobo will find Example, and Example will find Xiaopian. The trades are starting to come through.
Roth does like doing these flank plays, see if he can get something with an off angle, and the issue for him is this fight might be done by the time he gets here. Petulins falls, Bobo, nice angle, able to get the flush on him as well. It's now Perfectix and Lou trying to fend off here with so many smokes. They're completely isolated. I say that, but Perfectix able to get up on the rock, able to fight more, but now shut down by Expendables.
And of course, it wouldn't be just a straight up fair 4v4 fight between these two. The Expendables had to get all of it. They wanted a piece too. And now Falcons have left the compound. They're starting to come around on the side to see if they can get involved. Snakers keeping eyes on Petrichor Road and KDF. They know exactly where those guys are, so they can keep eyes on that pretty safely while Rello and Roth go on a hunting expedition.
Elwin, you already have level 3 gear. Share it with somebody else, my friend. Running straight for the cover on the opposite side is now Petrichor and Kwangdong Freaks. A fight they don't necessarily have to take right now, given that they're all still inside the circle. But for Falcons, I mean, they're with Petrichor being kind of pinned down and Expendables and Twisted Minds fighting, they're in a great position to claim real estate here as the nade comes over. Salute finds one with the nade, the second one of an opposing team with the QBC.
Oh man, Twisted Minds had to leave behind their fallen man Perfectix, and they try to send it right at the same exact moment as KDF was leaving their spot, and they will go down as Twisted Minds gets finished off, and we have made it to our top 4. Petrichor Road down to just one player left. It's Ike's left. He's looking over in that direction, trying to see if he can secure some more off of the KDF boys. He's gonna find Human, but Salute will get a grenade onto Summer.
Evan knows exactly where he is as well. He's going to opt to fall back, go for the rest of that smart play here. You still have an angle. You still have Summer there trying to hold off 700 damage on Salute.
700.
Phenomenal play. Does it seem on the edge of the smoke? Nope, not quite. The X-ray leads us to believe that maybe he would have, but the smoke's bloom a bit differently.
And don't forget about those crazy kids on the Expendables. 10 kills in the bag for them so far. They still got 3 left alive. They're playing from the fields as Falcons start to come alive. They're pushing up on this northern side to see if they can get a few more points here, but they would love to be able to secure the victory just to ensure their as many points as they can get. I mean, because again, reminder, all the points from this day matter so much. These are the ones that are going to get you into the grand final.
Yep, these are the ones that you ride, that you bank after the end of this day. Well, as for today's performances, the rich only get richer. Snakers is able to find heaven. Knock comes through, no flush just yet, but I'm not sure Freaks can really try and cross over and get this res. I say that, but Cuban is actually here, potentially able to get the res on.
Yeah, Snakers was watching that angle, but wasn't able to get the flush out as Ike's left. You can see those eyes just looking in every direction, listening for any footstep that might reveal itself. But Snakers are going to get spotted out by Salute, and that is not likely to get res. So Falcons now down to 3.
Dangerous one. Snakers trying to get an angle, but he's outside circle. Had he at least been inside, he could crawl to safety. Don't think any of the Falcons players at this point are going to try and commit to a res here.
He's crawling for it.
Bit of a mistake
nice
made as
grenade.
Human lops a nade on over, finds Ikeslip with util in hand. Nothing to do about that one, and Freaks up to 7.
I mean, Snakers is resable here, but Falcons, the problem is that you don't know where KDF is. You don't know what the Expendables are trying to do. You just don't have a line of sight on it. So the Expendables, they can afford all day to sit here and wait for whatever comes out of that city, whatever comes through this Falcons versus Kwangdong Freaks fight.
Yep, I cannot come up with a scenario where Sneakers gets back alive in this game. It's, as much as it would be nice for Falcons to be all 4 up, it's gonna be hard, if not near impossible. There you go, Heaven spots him on transition. Roth opts to lup the Panzerfaust out, see if he can get someone on an initial peek. Delwyn, Tanwu, the ones holding up here with Duckjuice now flanking towards the north, but you'd have to imagine Salute is going to hear these footsteps sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, Duckjuice, I think, reads this correctly. I mean, this is the best path for the Freaks to make their way in as we wait for that next zone to start collapsing here. But Duckjuice, I don't know if he definitely doesn't know Salute's here, but he should be anticipating this, because that ridge line is just so nice to work with. And yeah, he's going to open up the fire. Yeah, that's nicely done by Guman. He baits Duckjuice into taking those shots and opens him up to Salute, and now he'll turn his attention towards the rest of them.
And that's exactly it, right? Because now they have an angle looking the other way. Tanwu has to get the grenade, smoke grenade launch out, but they're now within nade range too. They're getting pinned down from both sides. Falcons and Freaks kind of setting up a truce here, opting to deal with Expendables first, but for now, they're able to weather the storm. They're able to stay alive. The thing for Expendables is the circle is coming to them. It's coming out of the city proper. They are currently under 5 from all angles.
Oh, Guman's going to find Roth. Gets the knock. Gets Flood as well. And now it's down to just Rello. As Rello has managed to make his way out, he'll take the shots over towards Delwyn as the Expendables down to just 1, but KDF are coming alive here. They've got 3 up. They've got Delwyn pinned up against the blue, and they will get the victory. Kwangdong Freaks once again back in the win column.
And welcome back on top, Salute. I believe he crested into 1,200 damage and 8 kills in that match. Phenomenal performance from Kwangdong Freaks to close out that game.
What a finish there. It's been a while, Toby. It feels like since we've seen a game go all the way to 9. But this time it finally did, and we had a very, very tough sledding 3v3 there as Falcons did everything they could, but they were just pinned up against the wall, the blue zone, essentially, as KDF and TE had perfect angles on.
And keep in mind, Freaks, they came in almost dead last from that northern side. They got slowed down by the EFP. They lose Bean as well. Tricky game for them to go through, but in the end, they come out victorious on Rondo.
A Kwangdong Freaks win at PGC 2024? Never. That's crazy. But we have got ourselves a strong 3-way towards the very end here. And it could have been mutual destruction for Kwangdong Freaks and Falcons down towards the bottom, but they bided their time. They were able to find those off angles and shut down all threats remaining here, Toffees.
Kwangdong Freaks have been absolutely amazing. I mean, you saw them absolutely delete Twisted Minds in that game to start out sort of their push towards the middle. And this is, you know, to be completely fair, coming into this event, I did not expect them to be in a position to possibly win this. I literally have in my notes written chronically mid-tier, but that is done now. They are playing, I mean, it's true. Like, if you look at their finishes at the last couple of events, they're always, you know, they're relatively in the top 10. They're putting up good performances, but nothing this dominating. Like, and that's how they've been playing. They're bold, they're aggressive, and they win fights sometimes that I think they have no right to win. They're just doing it on pure skill, and the fact that the entire team is now contributing. You saw the most perfectly cooked grenade I think I've ever seen from Guman there to eliminate Petrichor. I mean, they just have the full package.
Proper chaos throughout this game, though, as well, as we have some important things to really talk about, right? I mean, obviously, we want to talk about the winning team and how they kind of win things out, but from the word go, we already had a bit of chaos. 17 Gaming dropping on T1 to try and dislodge them, try and slow them down. They took 1 scalp, but T1 managed to escape from it. It seemed like 17 maybe was holding on roads to see if they were going to move past them.
Weirdly vindictive, because it is. They took a scalp, and then they waited them out till the blue actually closed on 17, forcing T1 to go all the way south to try to get around them. And that opened a lot of chaos. And then the circle shifts. I mean, you heard how excited Toby got on the 4th shift. down to, I think, 30 people alive at that point. It was a wild game.
Yes, it was, as we take a look at the death throws of it as well. And here is where I thought maybe some of these battles between Guangdong Freaks and Falcons would ensue, really kind of causing a lot of kind of Pyrrhic damage on either side from this battle. Maybe opening up the opportunity for the Expendables to win things out from this high ground. But the off angles that Guangdong Freaks eventually took were good. And then Salute, as previously mentioned, was popping off like a huge amount of damage. 8 kills going his way as well. He's making a very strong case for the best in South Korea.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If MVP rolls into circuit finals, then he's definitely already at the top of that conversation. It's undeniable. Now, that end game was fascinating because there was that moment I thought Expendables was going to get this. They had that high ground, and in a weird play, KDF and Falcons almost came to an agreement, not even like that you could have. They just said, you know what, those guys are a real pain in our butts. We got to turn, take them out, and then we can come back to fight each other. And that's what they did. KDF went out, got 2, and then rolled back to deal with the Falcons.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. At least keep them pressured, right? Like, because if you give them too much room, then maybe they decide to cordon off some more of that high ground, and then it's a bit difficult for you to deal with. But no, some very, very strong moves coming out from the Guangdong Freaks as they will take 13 kills up at the top. The Expendables again, though, 11 go their way, and it's very clear that Falcons has really once again found their stride. It's not a huge game in terms of the kills, but they're constantly now finding themselves into these late games.
Falcons has been impressing me a lot, but honestly, I just want to keep talking about the Expendables. It wouldn't be a PGC if an APAC team didn't surge out of nowhere and surprise all of us.
Is that Cerberus? No, it's not Cerberus. Oh, never mind.
Is that Cerberus? No, is that a day? You know, it's like, it's incredible what they are able to consistently do. And they just started strong. I mean, they literally got that momentum under them, and because they played every single game, they haven't been stoppable. Now the question is, they're doing so well here, then they probably won't be playing the first days of next week's circuit. So I wonder if they'll be able to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is a good point, because we did mention at the top of the show, I mean, Poro and me were talking in the bus, right? Like the fact that the Expendables and Falcons that have played every single day. And then all of a sudden, hey, we're in this day number 6 here. Hey, and the Expendables and Falcons are getting to some of these late games.
Weird.
What a strange phenomenon. But not a strange phenomenon is Salute doing almost 1.2k damage with the 8 kills going his way. I wonder who's going to be the man of the match.
Who could be the man here? You know, sometimes we give a man of the match away and we're like, oh, well, you know, it's because you're from the winning team. This is unequivocally.
Yeah, like when End in the previous game got himself to 7 kills.
Unequivocally, he deserves man of the match right here. I can imagine if it wasn't him, I would have rioted. Salute walks away with, I mean, he broke the 1,000 damage mark, 8 kills. That means that they were just bristling, fighting. And again, that kind of comes from this idea of I don't really have anything to lose right now. Like, I can go out here and take these risks. I can go and pick these fights. I can do some splits if I want to, because our team has just been so dominant lately.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anybody in the tournament right now that's walked the walk and talked the talk, it's been Salute, right? The one lone remaining defending champion here coming into this PGC for 2024. And we've interviewed him, and he seems pretty relaxed about the whole proceedings, as they will take themselves 23 points for this game. 17 go the way of Expendables. Just the 8 for Falcons, but it is definitely enough. And Virtus Pro, a 7-kill game. We haven't really spoken about them just yet, but this is a big game for them.
Yeah, I mean, the last match they got a couple of points there as well, so they have been sort of grinding up this 4 or 5 points, managing to get themselves a little bit higher up. So 17 total is gonna be what Virtus Pro walks away with, which is good news considering how last week went for them. They weren't in that grand final, so this sets them up to potentially look towards the Circuit 3 without as much stress as they would have had otherwise. Some of the teams that are really shocking, well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised 4AM's only got 9 because they have been hunted a little mercilessly. Eternal Fire in 17, though, really not what I expected.
Considering the tactic that T1 have come in with, 2 placement points.
That's good.
But 20 kills.
See, what's happening is they're chasing 4 Angry Men, and so 4AM's drawing out all the spots of everyone shooting at him, and T1's going, okay, well, we'll stop and kill these guys, and we'll stop and go kill these guys, and then back on the hunt yet again. But no, I am blown away that T1, with only 2 placement points, has been able to just go out there and search for these fights. I mean, that game that EN got, I think it was, what was it, ended up 8 kills or something like that. They didn't have loot in that game. They were chasing 4AM so long that he had to kill someone to get guns to go do what he did. So T1's actually been fascinating. And if they can do this while chasing 4AM, I would be terrified if I was the rest of the lobby for when they settle in and say, okay, we're focused on the win now.
Yeah, we have comfort. We have a comfort barrier around us in the early game. We're not really having to take these fights. We're not losing one person like they did at the beginning of this game. Admittedly, to a completely different Chinese team here, but you lose one and it does wound you into the later stages. But they then still roll onto other positions and still were able to take a few kills here and there. So, yeah, this T1's looking pretty scary.
They are scary. And it's obvious that they don't have to have their drop. Some teams can't survive if you take them off their drop. T1 seems to be able to play anywhere adaptably.
All right, well, it's time for a break. When we return, we've got the Dusty Dunes on the way. 2 more games. The penultimate match is on the way here for a PGC 2024 Circuit 2 Day 3.
It is my pleasure to introduce you to Cruising Chaos. We've set the stage, and Sandhawk stands ready. And now, it must be knocked down. The covert deliveries of heavy weaponry are not just for flash and flare. They are your new tools of survival. Each one finely tuned for maximum destruction. Likely more than you expect. This battleground, once familiar, will evolve into a more ruthless, more cunning, and, dare I say, more destructive arena. Let us begin. Now, we watch to see who will stand atop the rubble.
They're dead!
Welcome back, everybody, to the grand final of Circuit 2. We've got 4 games in the books, 2 left on the docket, and we've got a mad dash for as many points as you can possibly get in these final 2 games, Toby.
Oh yeah, it's gonna get rowdy, I think, going over towards Miramar. I think normally we'd keep the chaos to Tego and Rondo, but starting off with Erangel today was wild. This last Rondo game had, I believe, 8 teams involved in fights within the first 3 minutes of the game, and I cannot honestly imagine Miramar ending up being any difference. Hot drops, likely. Early game fighting, practically guaranteed at this point.
Honestly, I think that's basically a guarantee, as our teams in the top 4 really are kind of pulling away from the rest of the pack, and they're not leaving much for everybody else to feed on.
No, it's dangerous, but honestly, in the grand scheme of things, if we are to say what are we looking most forward to for Circuit 3 to come, it's kind of also for the best in a weird way, because if it was evened out among some of these top teams that also got to play Circuit 1, then we would already coming into Circuit 3 know maybe the top half of the teams that we're playing, but because it's only a select few that are really racking up points now, it leaves that much more up for chance coming into Circuit 3.
You see smiles and concentration on the part of TSM, as they are one of that big pack of teams that are just sitting just below 20 points on the day that would love to be able to get some more here in these final 2 on Miramar. But there's been some wrenches thrown in the works by teams such as T1, such as 17. And now that we're down to 2 games left, are there going to be any more wild cards at play? We're going to find out now as we are heading over to the dusty dunes of Miramar.
Let me put it this way. I thought I was good at telling you where teams like to land. Apparently, teams don't go where they usually go anymore, even when it's available. It's just mild suggestions. Let's see if this game is going to bring us any difference in what we've seen through today's matches so far, which is pretty much all guaranteed early game fighting.
Looks like 4AM is going to avoid T1 once again, but where are they going to go? That's a lot of drop spots down there that it look like they are occupied, but maybe they can pull a Sonic's alt drop here, as Monte Nuevo's free, so they have...
Chuma's free.
Yeah, Chuma's free. Look, they've got plenty of stuff that they can play around here, as long as they don't get too close to Weibo. And 17, well, they're going to get Picado for free, rather, but Katie, yeah, no, they're going long. They're going to Minas Generalis, so it looks like we may have avoided any of the early game hot drops for now, Toby.
Is T1 going Alcantara out of fear that 17 was going to hot drop them? Because I think Eternal Fire, they would usually like loot the left side of the Dorito down in and around like a pre-Picado sort of split. But you saw Code Marco come flying in going, guys, there's no parachutes over Chuma. I guess we get that as well. Honestly, this might be a safe play by T1, and well, you better find a E-pickup, my lads, because that's a long rotation you have in the making.
Going back to south of Los Leones.
Been there.
Did a few days ago. And I actually kind of had eyes on Thanadol and Ferris there. We're getting real close. It looks like Thanadol's going to win that drop for the vehicle, and Ferris should be okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody going to be okay.
Yeah. For now.
For now.
For now. We obviously we have the availability of team broadcasts as well. If you want to hear the team comps from some of your favorite teams, hop on over, get a listen in. If you speak, I guess, Ukrainian, Korean, or Russian, Ukrainian, Korean, or Chinese, you are going to be
golden
at an advantage, because then you actually understand what they're saying.
Have a great time. Well, 4AM, they are getting a master class today in how to operate with poverty loot through the rest of the thing, because this is the second time now. I feel like they've dropped in an alt drop and they've gotten dead center circle. But fortunately for them this time, no one around really to just hard push them, as it looks like VP is going to get a little bit closer, but they're going to a different compound. La Cobe, nobody really around.
But that's the thing you're saying. I mean, they're all landed in the same compound. They have no vehicles because Weibo took those early. They're playing on foot down towards Resort, and EB and Nixie are already here. Now, Beamy and Lugorux has a vehicle available, so you'd have to imagine that once footsteps are heard, they have to come. Yeah, they're already in cars now going in that same direction. I think they're realizing that 4AM is in the nearby vicinity. I would love to go down towards VP and see what's happening there.
This can't be VP running into another fight here, but we got a quick interview with the killer man, Tanvu.
Hi guys, I'm standing here with the Expendables Tanvu and our translator Jenna. And Gigi, on that Tego, I want to ask you about the car theft that you took against Cumin. What happened? Tell us about that.
Ok thì chúc mừng Tân Vũ ở cái bản đồ thi đấu Tego. Em đã có một màn cướp xe khá là ngoạn mục. Em đã kết thúc vị trí của Guimin và em cướp xe của anh ấy, thì làm như thế nào mà em có được một cái màn thể hiện đỉnh nóc như vậy, em có thể nói cho mọi người biết được không?
Tại có đấy em định nằm đấy em bay tơ thôi, nhưng mà Guimin nó chạy lên trước mặt em và em bị giật mình. Em tưởng phải đấy em chết rồi nên là em thấy cái xe em nhảy lên xe em chạy luôn.
Okay, I was just laying down there and wait for him, but then all of a sudden he came, and then I panicked for a moment, and I thought that I died that moment, but then I just got in the car and I ran away. So yeah.
You panicked, so you shot him and stole his car and drove off. That was so smooth. All right. Best of luck to you for the remaining Miramars. Thank you, Tanvu. Bye.
Man, I wish I had the wherewithal to pull that off when I was panicking because, man, that was about as clean as you're going to get. Well, while that was all happening, 4 a.m. has made it into Resort. VP was on their way out, though, so doesn't look like it's going to be kind of two ships passing in the night more than anything is Petrichor Road. They're going to see Mamu drive by, take a few shots in passing.
Yeah, Petrichor able to take this position away from Weibo. So they'll just make their way further down south. The issue is they're not all safe just yet. There is still Ike's left on the hunt, 72 damage done already. He knows Mamu is down to somewhat low HP. He has a hay belt and a stable to work with and should be able to get here in time.
Oh,
I spoke too soon. Ike's left catches him. That's going to be him down. TSM now finding day trade players as well as Sparking is going to be the first one to get a knock. And now they fight in the resort proper. Pops off to Bobo. Catches Nixie. Nixie was creeping up those staircases as slow as he could, but fails to get the knock.
Yeah, I think Nixie was the man left behind here for VP, and they figured out what was going on, but a little bit too late, so Nixie couldn't escape, and now the VP is once again just going to have to survive going forward as 3, as they have just had the worst luck, it seems. Yeah. They have been running into, oh no, and that is not where you want to pop out your car, but it looks like they should get back on the move.
Yep, Mamu ends up getting flushed there as well, so a couple of casualties coming in, but then again, that's no different to what we've become used to seeing throughout this day so far, honestly, throughout this tournament. So far, as ED tries to get away from the suppressed M4 shots of God V.
This is, I mean, this is just that we talk about it all the time, the butterfly flapping its wings. Right? T1 just being aggressive on the 4 a.m., force 4 a.m. to pull in into an unmarked alternative drop here and get a little bit too close to VP. VP not really expecting it. And as a result, they end up losing 1 here, and they also lose Resort, control over Resort, which in this circle, given their drops, they should have had priority on. So this is just VP, unfortunately, being the one to suffer a little bit too on top of 4 a.m.
Yep, the victims of dominoes falling in all kinds of random directions today. It's
They're
not just
strays in the most literal sense.
Yep, quite literally. Quantum Freaks, in the meantime, not quite the case for them. Able to wrap around, able to roam. As we see Salute here, 14 nades used, 300 damage with it. Had around 1,200 damage in that previous game. Out here delivering to the same level we've seen him do in the past. He's a world champion after all. The only player here able to try and defend his global championship title.
Manster. Part man, part monster.
Oh, that's
a
Panzer Faust.
Oh, dear.
3,
oh,
2,
dear.
1.
You have it? Oh, no, you didn't get it. He's waiting for the next.
At its left click.
Is there another one?
It's Mirado too fast.
Yeah.
Zenith is next on the chopping block.
Man.
Zenith is next. Oh, wait, no, it's Type. And Ian.
Oh, it's Ian. Yeah.
Can it be Type instead? Because
he's
all of
gonna
you guys
stop.
have him on your fantasy team.
Stop.
Oh, let Type go past. It's going to be Zenith instead. If only he knew what he did to his teammate.
He's either, haha, I passed you.
Oh, he saw it.
The Panzer Faust's not going to come out and
Way
leave.
off. Oh, he gets
no,
him.
Adder, what a spray. Gets him as he's spinning around from the pop tire. And that is Barpo with another point there for Gen G.
I feel like if you're Zenith right now, you go, bruh. Was that coincidental that you stopped there for a vehicle swap, or did you see something and just not feed the comms across?
Jeez, sometimes just.
And it's Zenith again. It's always Zenith that fall first.
It's always
feels
unlucky,
bad, man.
Well, T1 will at least keep 3 alive through this one as well. They're coming all the way from the northwest as they'll ride their way in on or there'll be riders on the storm.
Aha!
Yeah.
Yep. And for T1, I mean, 22 points this time around, finished out in the top of Circuit 1 as well. Not first place, but in the top 4. So not really too much to fear for them. Right now, they're looking very, very solid for that.
Yeah, they're stacking. They're stacking, and they'd be probably getting a little bit more if they weren't getting hoovered up by everybody in the top 4 right now. So they still got 2 games left to play, though, so they still got plenty of opportunity to add to that point total as we see Sonics just kind of escaping past Twisted Minds just from the long range here. Looking at where everybody is settling up, and it looks like we got a lot of people playing towards the middle here, just everybody south of Leonis, obviously, but not a lot of gunshots going back and forth here. Everybody kind of playing a little bit quiet.
Is this revenge? Is this Rain in trying to say what you did to me, I can do to you, but better? Little does he know that Gen G knows. They're 900 IQ. They go, you're a Korean team too. We know what your strats are. We've played against you all year long. You always sit down behind that rock in the middle of the balloon halfway through phase 1. And well, he did.
Regional teams
now he gets a
actually
chance.
taking shots at their other regional teams.
That aren't Americans.
Yeah, animosity.
Or the nade. Oh, it's the Tosi!
The Tosi!
And they're going to stop.
Oh, of course they're going to stop. Well, Rex is the last one. Everybody else breezed through, so Rex has to... He didn't get the memo that everybody was going to keep going, so he unfortunately will get on out of there. But Raining will take some parting shots just to let him know.
Yep, good thing for them that it's downhill. That vehicle doesn't go that fast,
that
but a
circle.
potential Patona. That is not something I thought we were going to see at all this tournament. It ain't guaranteed yet either, but there's definitely a case to be made for an island finish now.
It's chicken wings ready, chat. We could be going, but
wow, drawings.
We'll see what happens. There's a lot of drawings going on here. Well, there you go. Looking at the map, everybody in vehicles for the most part already, with the exception of Virtus Pro. They were on the coastline already, so they didn't really have anywhere to go. Already, Falcon's going to send it over to Partona. So they are they're gonna take the gamble. Why not? They're sitting at the top of the leaderboard, so they feeling okay for this.
Exactly. You may as well. If it doesn't go your way, there's a chance for you to try and wrap back the other way, play slow, swim, whatever. If it does, you are gonna be massively rewarded. It's definitely a risk worth taking, I feel like.
Sonics may be thinking the same thing as they're going to go. Oh, but already looks like Gen G has already taken a bridge across as well. So we're going to have 3 teams on the chicken wing very shortly here as Petrichor Road have the 2-2 split across the wide open field. They're waiting for somebody else to come through, but there is just nobody left to come with the exception of maybe 17, but they don't look like they're too interested.
Can't help but feel bad if you're day trade right now. Belmoth is in Minas. He's so far away, and seeing this circle is like, you're kidding me. Well, we'll see now, as you mentioned before, Gen G and Sonics in a foot race trying to make their way down towards Patona proper. It seems to me like Sonics are going to be the victors of that rotation with that newer bridge in use, as Na'Vi setting up a road camp as well. Will find 2. That's been Human now down as well. Just Heaven left alive, but I take that back as Diffex finds him max distance with the red dot orc in play. That is Freaks out in 16th place.
Big points for the lad as Na'Vi has been quietly having a pretty decent day so far here today. Still sitting out of that big chunk of teams up in the top 4, but they are right there in 5, 10 points out. As we see T1, they're also going to come in from the south side. It doesn't look like they are opting for the island, though.
They are on the island.
Oh, they are on the my bad. I saw prison there. I'm an idiot. Never mind. Don't worry about me. But they're coming out. They're going to be coming out very injured as well, as Gen G has taken up residence in Partona itself, the city on the south side. Sonics, meanwhile, they're 4 deep in the compound. And Falcons, they're just keeping eyes on that bridge.
Yeah, Purdy trying to make sure that if push comes to shove, they have a boat and can leave the party on the north side and just sail down towards the south and try to bring a boat into the next circle in case this one shifts down towards the south. And honestly, I feel like we have never really got to see too much use of the new bridge that was added a couple of, I guess it's a half year out now, if not even longer, towards the center of the southern island. Maybe we'll get more use of it as it is actually pretty close to the circle, and no one's camping it right now.
No, they are not. And yeah, you see Raining is creeping over here. TSM, they're looking off in the distance. This is off to, oh, nice shots from Sparking as Flash will go down. This is way off to the east here.
Yep.
Day Trade just slow rolling their ways in as the circle is slowly collapsing. And what are we going to get, Toby? Are we going to get absolute madness here? Why not? We've got 2 games left.
The crate is predicting the circles. Go south. Thank you! That's what we like to see. Start swimming. Bring out your swim shorts. You're going to need them. We are headed to Batona.
Hey, you haven't seen it yet, chat, but if you got the map stream up, you know that we are going to the Chicken Wing. Partona is in play as TSM. They're just cleaning up whatever they can find. This might be one of those salvage type games for them, where they just get as many points as they can.
Even the observers know. I'm not sure what... Oh, they want us all to leave and go to the... There is a free compound outside the circle. They're not wrong. But I definitely feel like the island is the play. At this point, I don't know what the observers are doing. What are we drawing, guys?
Hey,
where are the X's? Go. I think Steven might have gone in and just taken...
Somebody's gone rogue.
Somebody's
gone rogue on this one.
I'm not sure what's happening anymore.
Okay, well, why not? The circles are going rogue. Why not the telestrator as well?
Yeah, you might as well. You might as well just go all in on it. Twisted Minds opting to set up on the bridge itself. Whether that's intentional, if they get stopped in the tracks, I'm not quite sure. But here they are. Here's where they're going to be playing from us. Navi now on the shorelines trying to make something happen to Beamy, trying to get to safety, but he's going to get spotted by Chewy as everyone is trying to figure how in the universe are we ever going to get down to that south side island.
Oh, Diffix got to yoink that boat away as that knock on the VP actually proven to be huge. As look at this TSM, they find a boat as well. They're coming in way on that the eastern side, so they should look at this, a sandstorm.
The
going
timing is amazing.
Entirety of the island right now, and there you go. Diffix was able to snake that boat away from under the eyes of VP, but now another team is looking, and it's actually not even a team, it's just Tanvu, who's been a destructive force in this lobby all day long, and now he is putting a damper on Navi's plans.
They were all trying to make the exit happen, but it's only one that gets to make the escape, and it's Fairest sailing out towards the free-man, make that a 4-man strong TSM in the middle of the open. Soset now caught on the beach as well. Dunkirk on repeat, as these guys have no one coming to pick them up.
Absolute madness as Ferris, now the last player left alive for his squad, will slow down, stop down in the middle of the ocean here to try to heal up. TSM has now made landfall in Partona. And right now, Gen G, the only one in there. Tosi, I think, heard it coming, and he's going to pull away. Meanwhile, Petrichor taking care of 17 on the northern side of this circle. All these teams, you have to imagine, are just going to fully commit to these fights, trying to get every point that they could possibly get. Xiaowu is going to go down to Summer to start things off.
Salvage is all you can really do at this point, as Ike said, able to find a little ghost, gets the flush on him too. Try to push further forward, but seen by Spaceman. Weibo still 0 points this game, and with 14 points total on the day so far, they really want to get some more. Couldn't get the flush in time, though. It's going to be given over to 17, who too will take casualties right thereafter.
And we have fully committed to silly season, as Partona is going to be the end of this game. I don't think I've seen it in the new map, the new city of Partona. So this is going to be a treat for a lot of people here. VP trying to send it to the bridge. Eternal Fire waiting and ready as we see 17 trying to finish off this fight with Petrichor. Road Ming will go down, but so will Xiaobei. He's going to go down to Spaceman as Weibo third partying at the perfect time.
Yeah, nice cleanup over the top there as we now go towards the east side once more. 4 a.m. trying to make something happen, but it ain't easy when you're surrounded by the entirety of Expendables. Flash comes through, but Cloris commits to the spray and finds God V. Will get the second as well, make that Duck Juice able to take him down. So 4 a.m. falls still sat in last place.
And the Expendables' reign of terror continues as they have 3 alive, but they've got to find a way to get across this bridge. But knowing these guys, they've got something in mind here as we check back in with the bridge camp. Eternal Fire had something going, but VP, they've managed to crack through, and they've got at least 2 knocks. Eternal Fire with 2 still alive. The smoke cloud keeping them alive.
They lost track of them, I think. Beamy was looking down below, thinking that would be the obvious place to go down and try and make a rest happen, but it's not quite going to be the case. Now, Beamy still committed to look down below, not going to find him either, because it's going to be Perfectix from the other side. Takes out Marco, that's Eternal Fire out, and again, Virtus Pro can't really commit to try and cross the bridge before they know they're the last team on the northern side.
Man, some days it just doesn't seem like anything's working. Even when you have the perfect setup like Eternal Fire did there, they still end up losing that battle, and they find themselves in 15th place. Meanwhile, the Expendables trying to get in there. ZYY will find Tanvu, but won't be able to get the flush, so the Expendables should be able to get that man back on his feet. We still got so many people out in the blue on this north side. You got Summer, Spaceman, Thanadol, Duck Juice is coming in as well. Weibo is going to send it for that same shack as Shen is going to be the one that leads the way. He's only got 36 HP left to go. He's going to try to get it in there, but it doesn't matter. Clories, the survivor, will come in and get the kill.
The follow-up pull-up comes through as the heal-off starts in phase 4. Summer, Spaceman, with the Rich in between, and we'll see who's going to fall in 12th, because you'd have to imagine that it's going to be one of the two here. Spaceman doesn't make a sound, but Summer over the top, and that's Petrichor out in that 12th place.
Duck Juice is trying to swim across right now, but he has been spotted by Snakers, and he's going to go down to drowning. Unfortunate there, as the Expendables are on their last legs. Spaceman going to be the last one alive for Weibo as well. Thanadol somehow, some way, has been able to live through all of this for day trade, is eating a bunch of blue damage, but now Virtus Pro, they have made their way into the zone at least. But where do you go from here, man? It's going to be tough.
Okay, so with the circle going to the island proper, let's break down how the teams got here. VP ain't there yet. Twisted left late, got over. Sonics were there early in a foot race against T1.
Falcons first
Gen G
across.
was there. Falcons had the easy approach. Navi's Ferris has swum off halfway there. And TSM opted in a circle earlier to say, if it happens, we have a boat. I'm going to go miles into blue to get a boat for us. You better credit me once the circle shifts there and we have a boat for free. They did, and here they are in the middle of Batona.
The best payoff of all time is Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro trying to square up, but they can't do it properly because, once again, third and fourth parties coming through from Falcons, from Gen G, even a fifth party from Sonics, as they have angles on this as well.
Imagine if there was destruction on Miramar as well and they could have blown up the bridges.
Oh, boy. That would have been
we'll save that for PGC next year. As example.
Fingers crossed.
As example, is able to find Snakers. And, I feel like that Nate has EB's name written on it.
It does.
Nope.
Not. Never mind. It gets him low, though, but not going to be enough to get the knock, as Twisted Mind's still playing around on this low side. And gotta remind you, Ferris has still made his way.
Yeah, he swam.
Remember, he was the last one alive for Navi. Has managed to make his way to landfall, and nobody knows that he is there, with the exception of maybe Snakers, who was taking shots onto people in the water. But that was actually Duck Juice, so I don't know if he knows that Navi's man is there. But Twisted Minds just playing around these smoke walls, playing around whatever angles they can find.
Oh, you did.
But this has to come to a head very shortly. There you go. Example, we'll get the knock onto Ibby, and right now the rest of the Virtus Pro boys kind of eating a little bit of blue damage.
There's something beautiful about seeing EB and Lukrux inside the circle and me using first aids in the blue.
Yep. Yep, they're like, you know what? We
Why
know what
is it always the same?
Look, Beamy is really good at shooting people too, guys. He's not just good at out-healing the blue zone. You can actually get him involved in the fight as well.
Why has that become his thing? I don't know. I don't know. That's just like, boys, don't worry. I'm going to give us at least like 2 placement points off of this.
Okay, to be fair, he was completely pinned down. He had to stay where he was. But now he's just left to heal out through the blue, and Twisted Minds knows it, so they're going to go ahead and try to find their way in as well. But fortunately, they got this coastline to play around, but they do not know about our boy Ferris.
Well, they don't know, but with the way that they're playing it right now, they're assuming that a lot of solos made their way across. I love the fact that they're playing it so gorgeous. It's going to spot Ferris on the other side too now. Great awareness from Twisted Minds. Again, they were sat on the north side forever without a chance to really see what was happening towards the waters in the east. They are not taking any chances here, and it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that you expect from the Batolans-led team.
Oh, yeah.
Just be very five-head. Make sure they keep, there you go. Beamy will go down to the blue. But we have another snaky boy here on the beach side, and that's Type. Now, the rest of his team is still in the city of Patrona, but Type just kind of being that solo man running point here.
That's the issue, right? Because once you've cleared out a solo, you go, there could be a second.
Yeah.
But then when you clear out the second, you go, now we must be done, right? Little do they know. There's one more in the waiting. Let's see if he's aware of it. He is, but the damage is going to come through nonetheless. Type
Finds the knock. No flush guaranteed just yet, as that nade is going to be close, but not quite there. Will get the flush in the end. Tulin falls down.
Oh, that feels so bad to not only give up the knock, but also the flush. As this is, you can see how difficult it is to play, but it doesn't matter to Example. That man hits headshots like that on the daily. Will finish off Type. And the rest of T1, where are they actually sending it over here? They sure are.
A little late to the party. But hey.
Well, Perfectix has gone down as well.
Yeah. Knocked from behind, tried to make the run forward, and now Falcons realize the fight is happening.
Oh
no! Might as well send it full speed forward. Ian able to find the first one, but the trades come through. Rainin gets him down, and somehow T1 off of a mad dash vehicle stays alive.
Raining the Frogman, raining Team 6 out of the water, will finish off Twisted Minds. And now T1, they've got 2 alive. They've got a lot of loot crates to collect a little bit more utility off of to make their way in here. But once again, Falcons 4 strong on the north side of this zone. Sonics have a nice place to play as well. Gen G, they have taken over the compound closest towards the center of the circle. TSM, they've still got 4 left up as well. So it is a very American final circle here, final 5 teams.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of ironic that Falcons and Sonics, the 2 teams that got here first, have 1 kill between them.
Yeah.
Sonics were sat up on the
Nobody's been
western
here.
side without vision on anyone, really. Falcons were saying, we can take fights close, but, well, no one really came to them.
Oh my.
Snaker's able to find the first knee, and now somehow, not dead. Roth, please just keep shooting. You have 98 more bullets, my friend. you would have found him if had you just kept shooting.
Well, Raining will get across, and now Ian will spot out that man off in the distance, and there you go, Roth will finish him off, or at least get the knock. Start things off here. Raining now on the clock as the rest of Falcons are going to finish off that flush, but they know there's another one here. You want to be careful though. You don't want to take a knock or a flush here.
Oh no.
Not when you're 4 up on this circle.
Definitely not Raining.
Oh, this sneaky guy.
Slow walking around the side, has an angle. Oh, I thought he would have gone for the shot there. He had eyes on at least 2.
Got one
now he's
grenade.
going to spot them both again. Spots the third as well. Goes for the shot rather than going for the nade. A little late on the util usage here, as he's going to prone down, wait things out. But Rello has seen him. At least feels like he has. And yep, indeed now he has. Finds him, takes him out, and a little. I feel like, again, 1v3 is hard to ask to really go out and do anything.
Sure.
But with the util available, there was a chance.
I mean, how many did we see the other day with where you had a 1v3 and they led with the grenade and followed up with the spray, and it worked out a charm. Unfortunately, this time Raining will go down with that grenade. He'll save that grenade for next game. Yeah. That's what it is.
Oh, that's right.
That's what it is. We see the replay of that beautiful drive-by that finishes off Twisted Minds. Look at Batsu, he knows.
It's like,
oh
my God,
me? You gotta be kidding me with this.
Into the water, out of the water, up on the shoreline, get the second kill to win it.
So what is this game?
Yeah.
And I gotta agree with him. This is absolute bananas. As Sonic will wrap into TSM, they're gonna find Alo, but they have not been able to get the revive onto Kickstart. Looks like they're gonna try to stick that right now. Sparking looking for any angle, but he's not gonna find it.
So narrow, just needs a little bit of an inch long. As he does spot one at the end of it there.
Oh!
The fadeaway headshot on to take. Will go for the first one, can't really get the second again. The corner of defense there,
my God.
difficult to deal with, but nice splash out the side. Luke spins around, sawn off in hand, able to take down Kickstart as well.
TSM. Sparking just toying with them there at the end, but they're going to go down as TSM will get eliminated. And I think Sonics as well, as Falcons has just taken over the entire circle. They know that Gen G is in the compound, so they're just wrapping around, making sure they clear out everything else. And now it's a 4v3 for the victory on Partona.
We said it early, if it swings back north, there's a chance they get back. If it comes south, you get to reap the rewards. And here they are, Falcons, 4 kills already. Currently sat in second place with a chance to make a push towards first. It won't be quite enough with this game alone, but they're going to be up in the 50s if they can come up victorious here.
All right, well, they definitely want to play this carefully as they can. We are only in phase 7.
Only.
But, you know, you don't want to... This is a free win, right? And now, okay, Tosi, the knock on a Tosi might open up a little bit of a door here to try to start making their way closer to get the utility in there. But I mean, it's obviously not a free win, but You want to try to get this victory, but nice spray by Rex. Rex with the two-piece will find Snakers, find Roth, and Gen G is breathing again.
What a phenomenal read by Rex. Knew where he had Roth, but still went for the other guy first so he can come back to him after. What a phenomenal play by Rex.
And Rello and Flood, they're not going for the reses just yet. They're keeping eyes on Gen G, but Gen G has gotten their man up, and they are on the move. They've come from the south side. Adder and Tosi rapping while Rex tries to keep everybody's attention. He's feeding the information over. The flushes will come through, and now Rello and Flood will have to regroup on the north side.
Exactly, they have to fall back here. I was going to say, how can Flood become relevant in this fight when all of it is taking place on the southeast side? He couldn't. Had to default in the car, had to say, Rello, we got to counter our losses, fall back towards the northeast, and take this fight now at a disadvantage.
We've seen Rex do this already once this tournament, where he just completely flipped a fight on its head, turned something that felt unwinnable into a winnable situation, and he may have pulled it off once again here, as Adder and Tosi are still wrapping around on that side, but now they're in the same position that Falcons was just in. You don't want to give up that knock. You don't want to give up the knock of the flush, and especially when you have the advantage in this situation.
And again, Gen G, I mean, points-wise, kind of struggle bus for them for the majority of the day here today. They didn't have anything off of Circuit 1 as they didn't make it through to it. So with just 2 games left on the day, if they could come out with a win here, that would be massive in terms of their chances of making it to the grand finals.
Everybody just kind of holding lines right now. Rex has been left behind in the compound to make sure that they don't get backfilled.
Exactly.
And Tosi and Adder doing the same thing on that southwestern side, making sure that they don't come around the other way. Meanwhile, Flood and Rello just playing as solos, just keeping eyes to see if they can spot out where the push is going to come from.
I love the idea that Rex is committing to this play too, because Flood, while he had to leave with the vehicle before, technically didn't get seen up there. So maybe they're thinking, well, he feel like he didn't get spotted. Maybe he's going to try and go back to do that exact same play again, and then if he does, we catch him off guard. So smart read, smart anticipation on the side of Gen G, even if it's not going to come to fruition.
All right, final circle here. All utility getting sent out. Nobody really has prio on the center dot. And it's outside of that compound as well, so it is going to come down to who spots out who first.
Yep.
And who can land the shots. You see Rello with the AUG in hand. Flood with the M4. And start laying down the smoke wall towards the center of the zone. Start slowing things down here.
I love this type of terrain to have these fights into. Kind of curvy hills where there's no steep hills you fall off, you roll over. It's just, it's nice rolls, effectively. A couple of trees scattered in there makes for a great endgame location.
Double AUGs from Tosi and Adder. Rex still holding on to that mini, still holding on to that high ground position, that second floor spot. Take a few shots over at Flood, but nothing's going to land. But those smokes are starting to fade.
This is the thing, they want to get Rex back now, especially now that he's been found. They want to get him back towards his teammates. They're being suppressed right now with you till Flood to down under half HP will get the first aid off. But they want, I mean, for Falcons, they want to keep Rex isolated. They want to be able to take this fight against him in a 2v1. So smoke off Adder and Tosi, take the fight to Rex in a 2v1, then a follow-up 2v2 against the others. But Gen G, in the meantime, they cannot lose Rex right now.
Seems like most of these guys still have some offensive utility left. You see Flood still has that grenade, but he's going to hold on to it, wait until the last possible second as they keep recycling the smokes in the center. He will pull the pin. He's going to send it over. It's going to go a little far, though, it looks like. So no damage done to Gen G, as these guys are just waiting for these smokes to bloom and fade away. So hopefully they can see somebody playing around the edge.
Loose on nades is huge in this time of the game now. Molly's been locked on over as well. Both the Falcons plays down to low HP. Rello falls, but so does Adder. It's a 1v2 Flood on the edge of the smoke. Finds Tosi on the side, but he's going to fall, and Gen G comes out victorious in match number 5.
What a victory for Gen G, and what a play once again from Rex to put them in a position that they can win that game. That double kill onto Falcons was the absolute game-winning play, and he did it admirably.
From non-stop shoulder-to-shoulder driving south with T1, losing players on the northern side to then have the brawl on the way through there in the end. Phenomenal finish to yet another absolutely chaotic game here in the Circuit 2 finals.
It has been bonkers all day long. We had game 2. I was like, that is the most plain, boring, vanilla bagel, the plain bagel type game that we've ever seen. And then every other game since has just been absolute madness, as we've got one left to play and so much on the line. Every single one of these teams looking to collect as many points as they can as they get ready for the end of the Circuit 2 Grand Final.
An extremely important win for a team that did not qualify for that Circuit 1 final here, and they came into this game having only 13 points from this so far, so this will be huge for the Korean powerhouse that is Gen G.
What a crazy game from them. From the first kill of the game where they set a trap and gave Zenith a little bit of a birthday present right out of the gate, to this where they walk away with a big chicken dinner on the back of Rex with what an amazing two-piece. I thought the Falcons had that with that out, man.
Rex opened that up completely, right? Like, obviously, Falcons having spread around all the way. I loved, actually, what they were doing, as long as you're kind of just holding, but not really kind of... As soon as they got that knock, it felt like they probably assumed at that point, okay, we could push this. We're expecting them to not have the cheekiest of angles, but Rex, man. Rex made everything happen there for Gen G.
It felt like that knock, you know, I think maybe if one of them had pushed forward, it would, you know, a knock got knocked at the same time, but Roth and Sniggers both started to push forward and just got caught. But I think Poro said it best, you know, this was another crazy circle. Game 2, as he described it, was a plain vanilla bagel, which sounds disgusting, but everything else, every other circle, every other map we've had has been absolutely wild. This one is beyond compare. I mean, what we saw at the bridge, the fight to get here, the fact that we're just jumping in the water saying, I guess that's the end for us. I haven't seen this. I don't know if I've seen it like at this level of comp play in a very long time.
Quite a while, right? Like, obviously, it's not quite an Eastern Island circle because at least you have a bit more access to this kind of scenario. But with Falcons going here as early as they did, they realized, okay, well, if we gamble on the island and it does come this way, we're guaranteed at least top 3 or something like that, and it did materialize for them. Likewise, though, Gen G was here early in this compound, kind of just chilling for the most part in this game.
Yeah, they had set up that camp. Well, I don't think it was a setup camp necessarily, but they had the spot where they, you know, got that pick off on T1 early on, and then from there, when that shift happens, they were just able to blow straight down and get across that bridge before anybody else was able to respond. We saw a few other teams like TSM who were lucky enough to find boats very quickly, be able to come in on the south side of Partona, and everyone else was just either caught in the old VP Beamy system, which is like try to survive a little bit more, or fight for some points like we saw Expendables do, and then just sacrifice yourself to the Blue Gods.
I'm going to be real, I did hope there was a moment where Beamy on the bridge, I was hoping, maybe he's got some meds. Maybe we can like zoom in on him and see how many he's got.
Real talk. The highlight replay in the first game of the day.
It's just healing.
I think you said, I wish there was the Benny Hill music playing over the top of it, but like that was one of the best highlights I've ever seen. If you guys missed the first game, go back and watch replay 1, because Beanie going through 29 plus, I think it was, meds as he works his way in was hilarious.
I think it was more than, it was crazy. I actually, yes, if anybody can edit the Benny Hill music to that video and send us it on socials, that'd be great.
I would love that. That would go in the archive for pulling out in future events.
Let's take a look at the points coming in for this game then, as Gen G will get themselves 8 kills. For Falcons, they got over towards the island quite quickly, but it's only just 4 points in terms of the kills at least, and then obviously getting themselves some placements, but they're already solid. Like, considering how many points they've been able to gain here throughout the day, it's fantastic for them. And it's interesting to watch a net finish like this, because again, as you say, we don't really get it too often at all, especially at this level of play. And there's so many cool little areas to talk about. Even just something as simple as a Twisted Minds who wants to hold the bridge and try and farm kills from that point on, but then taking the underneath the bridge position, saying, okay, well, we can't really transition to those compounds south of us, so let's transition along the beach, which also provides a decent amount of cover as long as there's no one ahead of you on the beach, which there was a few members.
Or someone letting their car on fire in an effort to destroy
Yeah,
yours.
that doesn't help either.
It's like he threw a grenade and drove over it to make the car even more lethal. T1 is wild, man. Because that was a great push. You could see Twisted Mind's frustrated because, yeah, they did. They adapted and they responded, and they adapted again and they responded, and then chaos took them. And I think that's kind of what's happening to Twisted Minds in these lobbies is I think that they are underprepared for how much chaos they're seeing.
I really enjoyed Twisted Minds meets Twisted Metal. That was one of my favorite. That was good stuff. Got points and damage coming in here from Genji as well. Looks like Ada will be able to take that man of the match spot for all of this. And again, it's good to see Ada, of all players, taking it, all things considered, right? He has been with us since the dawn of time.
Absolutely. Since the very beginning, there was Ada. But I do. Ada will get man of the match, and he gets those kills, he gets that damage. A lot of that came off that early fight that they got involved in. That said, if I had to pick a man of the match based on just play, you got to give that nod to Rex, because that is what opened up for a team that needs the chicken dinner, right? They don't need to just accrue a couple of points. They need to put themselves in a position where they don't have to stress too much about Circuit 3's final. And Rex opened that door to get those 10 placement points to lock out Falcons, who are in such a good spot. And you got him. We have to make sure that he gets the nod. You got to give him that nod.
I totally agree. Without that, they don't win that game.
No, absolutely not.
Because Falcons is closing in. They are constricting them like a boa at that moment. But it will be 18 points for them, 10 points for the Falcons. TSM with another. I mean, this game in general has been a big win for North America, actually, because 3 of your teams are over there. You're getting some kills here and there. A lot of placement points being in the top 4.
Americans needed a win.
Did they?
In a lot of ways. Yeah, I mean, Circuit 1 final was devastating. Absolutely devastating. To see some guys get a couple of points up here on the board. Sonic's able to get up to 24. They salvaged some. I think they were pretty frustrated with the fact that they had to go up against the rest of the Americas teams there in Partona. Would have liked to walk away from a little bit more, but they did walk away there. TSM at 28 is going to be very, very happy with that. And the Falcons, man, they turned something. Something clicked in after that first day. It just seems to really be working.
Taking a look at the overall leaderboard from this circuit as well, I think obviously we focused a lot on who's winning. Let's focus on a moment here on who's not winning. One of the teams that I want to bring up, it really is 17 Gaming, right? Like, this is a team that second place at all these big tournaments, and in our 2 circuit finals so far, it's really not gone their way. In the first one, they had 23 points, so they were 3rd last in the circuit finals. Now we're 3rd last again here for 17 Gaming. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they turn the taps on in the final and they kind of just circumnavigate all of this annoyance that's going on for them in the circuit finals, but stuff's not materializing.
It's not materializing. I don't know. Whatever it is, the energy just is not right going towards that team, and they're not catching those moments that they need to. Luck seems to be turning against them. We've also seen some vindictive moments. We saw a crash by TSM in that Erangel game that was nothing short of just I see 17, I kill 17. So I do think they are suffering a little bit of teams saying, hey, you are a good team. You are the most consistent 2nd place team in the world.
Yes, true.
I would love to not have to worry about you getting a lion's share of that $1.5 million prize pool. I'd love for you to not be in the final.
Well, I say it's not only the fact that they're a potentially dangerous force. At present, they're slightly unpredictable as well.
They are unpredictable.
So they could be doing, we just saw on Rondo, them dropping on the T1 position. Again, maybe they were envisaging T1 going towards the 4 AM location and trying to, maybe then from that point on, their location would be free, but that wasn't the case. So that then sows even more chaos into the lobby.
It implies that if they are worried about teams looking for them and they're maybe pivoting some drops, that things really are bad. Because one of the staples for me of 17 Gaming is they have never backed off of a challenge. They have never worried about somebody else trying to push them out of their position. They'll dedicate whole tournaments to fighting for what they want. And the fact that they're considering changing is actually very, very shocking to me and telling for the rest of their tournament.
Well, they've got Picardo on Miramar. Let's see if they can make something happen here in the final one of the day. This is the final opportunity for Circuit 2 to get some points on the board towards the PGC Grand Final. Let's head over to the commentators, Poro and Toby.
Thank you very much, lads. And yes, we are getting ready to go into our final game of the day. If you're going to get points to secure your spot in our grand final, now is the time to do it, as we have one more left to go, and it has been Well, it's been spicy to say the least, Toby.
I was going to use the word interesting.
Interesting, that's, yeah.
It has been an interesting day of competitive PUBG.
Interesting is what people say when they want to say something else, but they don't want to be rude.
And you know what? I can't really fault the players for the majority of the chaos we've seen today, because it's been very circle dependent too. Of course, that last game, a crazy one at that Amatona finish. It's been a while since we've been there. And you know what? Coming into this final game now, Poro, this playing path really ain't all too kind. I know it spreads all the way down to the south, but when you can't reach Los Leones, when Minas is out of reach, I mean, you can reach it, but like when it's a stretch, that's it's gonna leave things pretty difficult. And now 4 AM goes.
T1 definitely hot drop 4 AM, and 4 AM just yoinked away T1's normal drop spot.
I mean, you know, that's a smart.
Read them like a book.
It's. I was gonna say kudos to 4 AM for reading that one, because that's a smart play. Smart play in their mind.
Sure is. Well, it's unfortunate for Eternal Fire. Looks like they are getting a little bit close to each other as we got another hot drop here. Petrichor Road going to get close to the Expendables up here in La Cobe. And they have... Oh, no. Of course he walks in and picks up a Panzer.
We see what they can do up close. Well, I mean, for the most part, to the people that shoot with them. But,
Dutchies has that M249. He's feeling good about himself. He doesn't know what's coming.
Let's see. Chewy, Ming, do you get one? Do you go down yourself? Do you take down your teammate with you? It's about to find out. Oh, survives with 1 HP. Make that 7.2 health, I suppose. As a nade comes up and over. Ixlef finds one. Chewy meets Stelwyn with the Panzer to the dome. And that is 2 points early on for Petrichor.
There you go. Clean, clean.
Mm-hmm.
That was, it looked like it was close there for a second, but here, the rest of the Expendables, what do they got to lose? They've got 55 points on the day, so why not come over here and take the fight against Petrichor Road as they catch Ming out in the open. Clories, as that iron sight spray gets him low, but doesn't get the knock.
Nope, Tanvu able to pick up a sawn off here as well, but don't think he had an AR or GMR to work with, so not optimal, unless if you are lucky that your opponent's up to come and engage you. It's Clories. Once again, I feel like he was in the middle of a good spray. Last time around, he stopped with 7 bullets left. This time around, ending it a bit early as well as Ike's left now. Ooh, a little tag coming at a distance. That could potentially be enough for the sawn off to work. Oh, the nade.
Jeez, yeah, Ixlef definitely did not want to push that with the M16 in hand. That didn't feel great. But we'll pull down and go to the low side. And do they even have first aids? That's the question. As you get to see both teams in the middle of this scrap. That grenade, though, is going to find Chewy.
There's nothing worse than coming into a fight, go, yeah, I'm warm, I'm ready, I've had my break, I've talked to my coach, I'm good. 100 health, boom. 0 health.
Dunzo.
No impact whatsoever. Into his defense, he did manage to toss a Panzerfaust into someone else's face 35 seconds ago. But this time around, Clory's going to shut him down, get himself an early kill. 7 kill. I don't feel like he stole anything there.
It looks like Petrichor Road's trying to escape, but Tanvu doesn't want to have that. He is still looking off in the distance. And
you're hungry.
I love to see it, but at the same time, the fantasy owner in me is like, bro, don't go down pre-10, please. You've had such a good day. Don't just throw for the sake of throwing.
I mean, you have Tanvu, I have Ike's left. This is, it's you and I in the battlefield. In the meantime, all the rest of the teams are slowly making their ways towards the circle, except for Daytrade, who, as you say, are starting to look in this direction. Of course, I mean, they've seen the action in the kill feed. They know and have heard now where the shots are being fired. So they're going to make their way in this direction. Belmoth, though, I think thinks better of it. Didn't hear shots right now, and good on him, because Glorious is sat there waiting with the Panzerfaust.
Look, you go over there. You go over there hoping that you get something easy. If you don't find something easy, just go on with your day.
It's too quiet.
Yeah.
Means they're normally sat around the corner waiting. So smart read on Belmoth's part to rejoin with his teammates and make his way towards the circle.
All right, well, the duo from the Expendables managed to scare away the trio from Petrichor Road, but now that they've actually got a little bit more gear, they're feeling froggy, so they might jump as they're looking from range. He's got the Tommy gun in a hand.
M16, what a loadout. Almost better than AUG gas can.
Now I understand why they ran. if you're pulling
no
into a...
fist, M16.
Yeah, I don't think I wouldn't be feeling good about that either, as we get to see the quick replay of what Ixler or the Petrichor Road boys have been able to put together.
This is multiple tournaments worth of highlights, because this is from PGS as well. So, of course, they qualified through in the top of PGS points. Oh, but it's the weird thing is, despite the fact that Petrichor came into this tournament in a top seed, it's really not been
They always
sailing.
have, yeah, they always have question marks around them, don't
there's always a temporary downfall where you go, can they really do it? And then come grand finals, which they sometimes barely even make. They still make it, and then they find themselves in the top 5. It's they know how to perform when they have to perform. So,
wow,
not too surprising that they're up here in the top again.
They don't fall in the middle on a slider. It's either all the way at one end or all the way at the other end
for
with
sure.
them. And
for sure.
Right now, they are popping on all cylinders for sure through this tournament at least. Hopefully, they can keep that going into Series 3 and into our grand final, because they are certain to be there, as they're sitting on, I believe, over 100 points total. So we will be seeing them 100% in that grand final.
Definitely winners of the first week at 4th place now, or first week, I say. So,
oh dear.
Why are we looking at Purdy? I want to see the reaction of Sparking. There's got to be a giggle in there somewhere. There's got to be a little giggle.
It's never not going to be funny.
And you know what? You can't fault the driver. But you know what? While we heard highlights or saw highlights from Petrichor, let's now see highlights from Genji.
얻어맞을 수 있는 가능성 충분히 열려 있거든요. 파이프가 좀 들어가면서 차량이 밀어넣고 전전하는 게 아니라 그냥 냅다 뛰어 들어가서
거기다가 섀도우가 남아 있었고요. 그리고 또 옆쪽에 센티널이 있어서
단차 조심해야 됩니다 이거.
자, 토지현이 사물이 만두 맞았어. 위에서 하나고 이러면 터트리자.
여기서 마지막
젠지.
We tried to do that once, Boro, where we called out the winner together.
We did.
Never will we ever be as synchronized as the Korean casters.
We won't.
It's almost as if they practiced longer than we did.
They're really
Navi, in the meantime, going to take their time on rotation. No confrontations. And Impala, they'll be good to wrap down. So it's almost kind of weird to have a normal, like normal in quotation marks, start to a game where normally we'd be breaking down rotations, we'd be talking about potential circle shifts off of this one. But because we've been nothing but chaos through the mid games, now it's all of a sudden, it feels very quiet.
It does. You gotta look. Hey, you gotta embrace the chaos. See, you're coming around. You're coming around. You're
I don't know if I like it. No, it's very uncomfortable.
It's kind of slowing down.
I like cerebral games. This is my heart rate can't handle it. It's too much activity going on in the early game.
Look, it's cerebral. It's just cerebral with about 20 pixie sticks thrown into. It's your brain on a high caffeine. Oh, there we go. Why'd they have to do them like that?
The giggles. They both got it. They both got it.
There's always an eyes watching. You're never gonna get away with it for free, Halo.
As it should be. As it should be. Now everyone is sat pretty safe in the circle. It's only really Falcons that we're missing, and then one more team coming from the north is Petrichor. They'll get here eventually, but they have plenty of space to rotate through. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they go over power grid just to rotate out of a spot they're used to looting in China. And yeah, everyone else set up pretty safely outside of Tozy. He's about to die. And
they still got a duo from the Expendables, the Tanvu and Chloris, that are gonna eventually make their way in, you have to imagine.
I'm looking towards the center of the map and trying to call out something that is unusual again, because that's what I've been doing all day today, seeing things that go against what my brain would think would be a normal thing to happen. But honestly, right now, in terms of the splits that the teams are trying to maintain and whatnot, it just kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, everything is kind of gone.
Good job, guys. It took Game 6 for things to not be Game 6 of scrims.
Despite the madness, they were able to return back to form here for the final game of the day. Now, there are teams that are getting close to each other, Falcons and T1 being one of them. Is Ian going to run out there and escape as quickly as possible? You also got the 3-1 split from 4 a.m. with Weibo in the middle. Over by Chumacera. So most of these teams, but this is some classic Miramar circle play around here. So all these guys, they know exactly what they're doing. Is Tosi,
a little jump scare,
for sure. But you know what? That's the way it be sometimes. As the end actually stops down here. And T1 actually started to push out to maybe take this fight with Falcons.
Hiding in the Sandstorm, at least for a little bit. Now, look towards the circle center and how much these teams are currently split. Twisted 17.
Let's go.
Eternal Fire as well. It's a circle. Swings towards Chuma. Again, we've been down here plenty of times before. You'd have to imagine that 4A was going to group up on the HSMM's position as everyone else now is going to try and make a run for the south.
It has been a while since I've seen a Chuma Circle, and this is playing out to be a nice one here at the end of the day as Snakers gets stopped down just a little bit. Long-range shots from Ian will force him to be on the move. It looks like he maybe lost a couple of tires. He's getting it from a couple of different directions right now, and none of his teammates really in a position to provide him some support, and Type's just going to rain the grenades on down. The second one doesn't do it, and Snakers is going to stay alive.
That's the main issue right now, is that Roth and Flood, I believe it was, were kind of already ready to get their rotation going. But caught in the midst of it, Snakers will fall. And you know what, Zenith, good for you. By this time in most other games today, you were dead. So the fact that you're able to not only stay alive, but get a kill as well, good for you.
Yes, indeed. Well, Rello, that's still close to Ian, and was taking a few shots over there. But yeah, I think that was mostly just to keep Ian from taking the shots over at his retreating teammates.
Yep.
So I think, yeah, he's going to take the shots, take his attention, and now he's going to run. But can he get back down to the vehicle safely? That is the question. Ian's still looking in that direction. As Gen G, they have a spot towards the center of circle playing on Chuma.
Also nice to see, I don't know if that was the case at all, but see Rello, as you just saw there, not playing with a mask on. Not sure if he has been safe or if it's just a safety precaution on his part to make sure that there's no issues. Yeah, maybe. Whether it's him having been under the weather or fearing that other people were. It's nice to see that. I assume it's a no-mask day because he feels like everything is feeling good.
Well, it shows on the leaderboard.
Exactly.
They are sitting in second place overall, 46 points. Big day for the Falcons. And they would like to add a few more to that here to close things out as Guangdong Freaks just sharing the roadside here with 17. But Xiaobei's got that Panzerfaust and he's got bad intentions.
Yeah. Good thing for Gumin is that he didn't opt to go across the street because he would have probably been blown up on approach.
He definitely would have been blown up on approach. Xiaobei was wishing he would come over into that street and give him a clear line of sight. But we'll stay alive for the time being. As we cut back in with our first place team on the day, the duo. Just an unbelievable performance from the Expendables so far. And now they are down to a duo for sure, but they are just as dangerous as two, it feels like today. They just everything going their way.
It's phenomenal to see how Expendables has kind of been revived with the addition of Chloris. It's a roster that we saw in global tournaments in the past, but I feel like they were figured out by opposing teams. Guys, they just run it straight at us. If we just, instead of meet their aggression, then just kind of play on the defense and wait for them to make a mistake, we take them out. And therefore, they started crumpling. I mean, they failed to make their way through APAC qualifiers to global tournaments. They seemed like they were kind of at a loss for what are we supposed to do. We can't figure it out. And then you had Chloris, a mastermind of his own, former Genius player, phenomenal individual player, and him and Tan Vu really have made something absolutely magical happen, because I feel like it has enabled the way that both Doc Juice and Delwyn play the game now as well. Is he actually going to hit a nade from up there, or is it just going to be continuously harassment with the glider?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. But it looks like they're going to be able to get Purdy back on his feet once again as Navi just taking shots from the skies. Nowhere is safe as the new circle has popped for him. They're in a great spot, and you gotta imagine you'll see, maybe some teams might make their way into that west side of Chuma, but
17.
Yeah, they got
sending it.
There's some teams with options here. Is 17 just going to send it right past this fight? Oh no!
What?
Tan Vu, he was ready and waiting, but Lil Ghost will win the 1v1. Great stuff from him.
I saw what you did against someone else with a vehicle and approach earlier, but you don't have a P90 this time around. I got you, Tan Vu, says Lil Ghost. As he comes out victorious there, and the kill feed, for a little bit at least, starts popping off. Weibo taking some long-range fights to Eternal Fire, and Adder also here waiting for the arrival of the remaining 17 players. They've found Xiaobei already, but they have Sushu and Xiaowu close.
And Chloris just hiding out on the patio right now, waiting to see if 17 actually decides to do something here. But Gen G, they're just going to play it safe to the vest. They have no reason to really do anything weird. As okay, they read where Chloris is. They're going to make the push in. Yes, nicely done. All three go in. Don't take
the risk of getting knock and a flush.
Not only that, but it was clearly set up as well. You have one guy shooting the door, you have another guy throwing the flash, and then as they jump in, one goes wide, one prones down, the last one peeks the corner immediately. Clinical. Amazing setup, clear comms, great execution.
Well done there from Gen G. Well, TSM, they're trying to find their way into the zone. They're on the south side right now. They've got VP up on the cliff side. Fortunately, no angle down on them, or at least they're not looking, so they should have a free passage all the way as Mixie. Yep, Mixie going to be the last one. He's going to go for the buggy as the best choice in this situation, but nothing going to hit, and VP now will turn their attention back towards the north.
Yeah, doing the Tuscan Raiders dirty with not hitting that shot. Anakin would have crashed that pot.
Like that? That was my Tuscan Raider.
I liked it.
Thank you.
It wasn't the long version, and I
worked hard on it.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Ferris has come off his glider. He's going to spot the rotation of Falcons going straight past him, and that actually could potentially prove to be a nuisance to Falcons, depending, of course, on where the next circle is going to take us. Also, depending on how deep into the circle Falcons are opting to go, because it seems like they're not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, they're trying to find somewhere, and unfortunately for them, 4 AM just has vision over all of this, and they're trying to extend it across those fields. Those fields are not easy to drive across, so they're just going to go ahead and be content with this shack. They've left 2 in the shack, and Rello back on the cliffside, so that'll be where they play out for the foreseeable future. And now the circle's going to center up, and all this stuff off to the north is going to have to come to a head very quickly.
I was going to say, I feel like Falcons are 10 seconds too early on that center rotation, because if it swings north, they're doomed from down there.
Sure.
But I guess they knew something. I mean, obviously it's phase 4, so it's going to shift away. I should have known that. They knew something. We all knew something. I just forgot something, and Falcons find themselves off that center.
Well, right now, 4 AM, they're hoping that everything goes their way or continues to go their way on this one, because they are dead last, 16th place, only 12 points on the day, but they could make a big come up here in the end as Twisted Minds will run into T1. Who will get the knock on to Raining, but Perfectix is going to get taken down.
Yep, big loss on the side of Twisted Minds as they try to make more space for themselves on the northern side. Sonics, in the meantime, try to fend off against Gen G. He was opted to go further towards the south, but Ada loves the nade on over. Rex with a second to follow. Takes down 2, and now it's just, once again, H-Win solo player left alive, has to make a run for it.
We were saying during the break, it just feels like it has been a while since we've seen Sonics just win a straight-up 4v4 fight. But they have just been having a hard time here today. Now, they do have 25 points on the day, which is obviously a lot better than they did in the Circuit 1 final, but it has not been a great performance from them here today, as H-Win trying to see if he can maybe collect a few more points.
That's the issue, right? Because many teams, I think we would say, okay, you've got
there
25, it is. That's all right, but we hold them to a much higher standard than that, as Babo's going to reverse the vehicle out and find him too. Xiaopian, in the meantime, finds Rello with the mortar. That's 4 AM taking a fight at a distance with the cover that they have available, and yep, Sonics, they can say thanks for the day. We got what we could.
Frustrating stuff there for them, but there's still plenty of time left to get your way into that Circuit 3 final and secure your spot in the grand final. At the end is Nixie taking shots downrange towards TSM, but they look pretty safe.
You'd have to imagine. Twisted Minds in the meantime on rotation, trying to get up towards Lou Issuers. Even that is not inside the next circle. They're wanting to beat T1 on their rotation, as Lou now is going to be the spearhead to meet the Zenith rotation. You see them coming in here. Example's going to get out of the car, but Tulin's down to low HP as well. They're all getting peppered by 17 as they got here. Lou really is the only one with health to work with. Is going to spot Zenith as well. Should be an easy takedown upon his part. Swings around.
Nicely done.
Finds Rainin as well. And that's a lot of space now made for Twisted to try and push further forward.
And that's a good turnaround for them, because if we're going to be hard on the Sonics for having a rough day, got to be hard on Twisted Minds as well. Sure. They've been right around the same spot. Navi as well, Virtus Pro as well, and at least some Twisted Minds there trying to show a little bit of gumption here in the final game of the day. 4 kills so far, but they're in a rough spot, pinned up against the blue on that north side. Where's the circle going to take us? Well, of course, it's going to go to 4 AM, and you see all the arrows happening on the north and on the west. All of that is going to have to come to a head.
Now, 4 AM is going to get the circle, but that compound does not always come with a whole lot of kill points with it.
No, it does not.
So if the circle swings out of there at some point soon, with them only having 2 kills thus far, 4 AM sat in 16th place currently, could finish below 5 points total. Let's see now, Bar post, but Spatulin's great forward spray over the top there as he'll reload. Most likely peek again immediately after.
Gen G definitely finding their footing here in the late day as they are turning it on after that victory. They have managed to secure even more points for themselves here. There's Rex 3 already. And oh no!
Double.
Eternal Fire getting mortared by Flash. Day Trade getting at least the knocks. We'll see if they get the flushes as well, as the Mad is just dancing around trying to play medic here.
That's the across the map as well, or what remains of it.
Oh!
But on the other side, and he gets it! Flash lopped one over to try and secure it, and you can see Mad, he's like, oh, I thought you called safe res on that one. Damn, guys, come on, we had this.
No such thing as a safe res as long as mortars are in play, as they were out in the wide open. And you got a couple of teams that are just making bold sends to somewhere inside the zone. Weibo and TSM both on the move and both being shot at by just about everyone here, as we see Gen G still trying to finish off what's left of Twisted Minds, but that's actually going to be Weibo that gets a knock on a Matulins.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say he got back on his feet, but just to be found immediately after. Lou now over the top, where opponents fell just before, with plenty of crates to loot should he want to, as they find themselves as a duo left alive. Shen in the meantime trying to continue, trying to find some more damage. Over the hillside, he's going to try and make use of this hilltop on the southeast edge of Chuma for as long as he has it available.
This is the other fight that was about to pop off on the eastern edge. Kwangdong Freak trying to push in, but Navi holding strong as being the last one alive. He's hiding behind the vehicle, but he's in the Molotov from Diffix, and that's going to be it for KDF. A good day for them today, though.
Oh, yeah. Definitely can be satisfied with that phenomenal performance by that Rondo game earlier. And here we see the initial knock, vehicle explosion there to help as well. Frustrating, and then Matt thought he had the timing right. It had been a second since the last mortar had come in, but didn't look to the sky. See it when it then came through and took him down.
Don't get much prettier than that. And there you go. Lou will get taken down as well by Lil Ghost, so that'll do it for Twisted Minds as they crawl up to at least 30 points on the day, so not too shabby considering their performance from day number 1. They can add those points together, and Day Trade starting to creep around on the south side, pushing into VP.
Now, Ty sitting down the leaderboard on 8th place with 29 points. They would need 15 points from here to get into the top 4, but it's pretty important to mention that it's only Falcons within the top 4 that is still in this game. So maybe you can sit out another day if you're able to get something going here in the final couple of circles of this day.
Yeah, and if you can't get into the top 4, maybe at least get into the top 8, and you can get an extra day off on not have to play on day 1 of Circuit 3. We'll keep an eye on that 8th place cut line as well. Currently TSM holding on, but like you said, tied with Navi. So there's a couple of teams that still have a shot at it, as Falcons just try to survive the blue zone grenade onslaught from TSM. I imagine there's going to be a few more real grenades coming shortly, and that one's going to put right in Flood's pocket, and that'll do it for Falcons.
I guess we can briefly say that as well. The top 4 is guaranteed for Circuit 3 finals, meaning with how they're playing today, they're practically guaranteed for the grand finals too. And then 5th through 8th are going to be guaranteed for day 2 of the circuit. And the bottom 8, of course, is going to play from the start. It's Norrens. Finds Mamo, Godby finds Shen, that's them out. Bopo now in the meantime, as 17 approaches them, it's gonna slaughter both, take them down on approach. That's more points garnered for 4M, who crawls out of that 16th place spot, surpassing EF.
They're getting everything they can here at the end, as Suju is gonna go out into the blue, it looks like, although he's got I think he's got the jammer bag on, so.
Might as well.
Yeah, 3 guns from 4AM pointing in this direction. Those points were not gonna go away as Suji.
Oh, shots hidden.
I don't know which shot hit him.
I think it's VP on the hillside of the south. The thing is,
yeah.
they're really busy looking at him, but you got Day Trade who's been creeping on over this ridge line for a while now, and now they find them. Good thing is, Nixie gets hit a few shots towards him and then leave. So they're going to give the high ground proper to Day Trade, should they want to try and contest for it.
A number of teams still in. Oh, Hakatori going to go down to Godby there, and he's kind of in a bad spot. We'll see if Diffix or Sosa can get to the res here. Okay, they should be able to. Is VP still just keeping eyes south? Beamy going to turn his eyes to the north to make sure that nobody's coming down to wrap on them. And once he finds out that nobody is, okay, let's turn all guns towards Day Trade.
Beamy is going to run on up. Try and see if he can get up here. Lucarux already is here with Thanadol down already. This should be a push possible. Issue is, can't fight too far on the northern side or you leave yourself exposed to all the teams sat down below.
All right, well, Na'Vi, by virtue of surviving, has passed VP in 17. You can see the...
Another death clap from Xiaowu. They're not satisfied with this. Understandably so.
They have very high expectations placed upon them and that they put upon themselves.
Yep.
And I don't think 13th place with 22 points was what they were expecting out of today, but them's the breaks.
Yep.
So we will see them on day 1 of Circuit 3 as the circle pops off to the north, giving 4 AM a little bit more time to hang out in that compound.
Now what do you do if you're VP? They threw smokes to even kind of give Daytrade 2 options. Either you push through the smokes and take the fight to us, or you leave. But now with this circle going away, knowing that Na'Vi can't make a play on their hillside, they have to try and see if they can take the fight towards Daytrade. Na'Vi running uphill, never gonna happen, not in a million years.
And Daytrade in the same boat. As soon as they try to go downhill, they got shot at by TSM at 4 AM, so now they've got to make the push in. As you see, Bobo's gonna get the knock on a flash. So now Nixie trying to come across the top will see one. Beamy will get another one, but VP down to just Lucarux, and that is gonna be enough as they will take the win over the Daytrade boys.
Yeah, but they will take a lot of casualties in doing so. Only player that will survive this is going to be Lucarux. He's still up, but he's outside the circle. Na'Vi has managed to creep in. TSM is sat here ready and waiting, and 4 AM still with the compound to play. Chilling.
Well, there was not a team in this lobby that needed a big game in the final game of the day more than 4 AM. They had really produced nothing so far through 5, and they have already climbed out of last place in 13th place and in position to get some more off of this if they can just find the angles, if they can just find the shots. Lucarux just gonna succumb to blue. It looks like he's gonna heal as long as he can, but I don't think he will survive much longer.
As Beamy taught him well. How many first hits did he get? 10. It's enough for a bit of fun. Medkits won't be viable, but maybe you can slowly trying to make his way over towards the corpses of the other Daytrade players. The issue is that they'd all been tacked up so hard by the time they actually got to that fight, so I don't think there was more than those 10 to be found among all the corpses of the players up on the hill.
Yeah, it was always going to be tough there. Well, everybody else just kind of slowing things down for the time being. Hackatory has managed to make his way down the hill, get a little bit closer to TSM, but no line of sight to be found just yet. Purdy Cardi just keeping eyes on the uphill boys, but it looks like Sosa and Diffix are going to hop in vehicles, head on down. As no, Diffix times it incorrectly, or maybe he got shot. I'm not sure what happened there, but Purdy Curdy going to steal that one away.
You'd have to imagine there has to be attack involved. If not, that's a big,
it had to. Somebody must have had an angle on him and just hit him with a shot, and then it was just too much damage.
Everyone's waiting for the final circle. Let's see who gets the benefit of it. It's going to just exactly include not the compound itself or the building itself, but the wall for him. The issue is if for him opts to stay inside this compound until it's on the wall, you can be damn sure both TSM and Na'Vi are going to say, let's not look at each other right now, let's just 100%. Look at 4 AM. I like the idea of sending one up on the roof, try to get a little bit of an off angle, maybe a high ground position to spot Purdy down behind or on the side of that shack down below.
All eyes on 4 AM right now, as HSM will try to protect his teammates. But unfortunately, he just does not have an angle.
Have to get
on the Kurt, but Hackatory does. Good shot from him will get him down to about half HP.
4 AM has to get a guy out, and this knock should be the opening for them. They have cars in the compound too. They should be able to try and see if they can get someone out. Throw a smoke at a position down in front of you and get out of the compound itself.
Go.
One more found. Great job by HS.
HS. God's work right now, but Hackatory doing even more as Na'Vi has found the angles. They find the knocks. Shapian and Godv both down. Bobo going to try to go for the reses while HSM is trying to clean up what's left of TSM.
I mean, right now they're all just suppressing one another because they keep knocking one another. HS tries to get more, but TSM is up to all 4 on their feet once more. I say that and I maybe speak too soon. Nope, not able to get the knock. But the rest does come through on the side of Na'Vi too, so it was knocks on all sides, but everyone able to reset.
HSM just a villain right now. He is controlling everything, sparking a few shots sent in return, but nothing finding the mark. As HSM will try to gump out. Hakatori will get that knock, but that I don't know. I don't think that's going to be Resable. I don't know.
It should be behind the wall.
Yeah. He's
right,
he's
at least for a second. But most importantly, I think in this case is that they get 2 players out of the building. You see Godfrey and Bobo both down on the rock down below now. That gives them a better angle to play from. Now, it's still not going to be easy for HS to get out of that position alongside Xiaopian, but they're trying to use some smokes. Smokes they would have loved to be able to throw the other direction later. Try and get their 2 teammates to safety.
Well, right now 4AM's got the dot, and they've got TSM and Na'Vi taking shots at each other. That's about best case scenario for 4AM.
Definitely.
If they can get Xiaopian and HSM down to rejoin the rest of the team with that smoke wall, that'll be huge. And TSM, they're just going to take the push right onto Na'Vi, that deployable shield. That's a lot of grenades coming in, and that is going to do it for Na'Vi. Well done by TSM, but do they have time to reset here? Put the 4, oh no, Bobo, beautiful grenade. Godby with the spray on the sparking. It's just 2 left alive as they try to survive the reign of terror from 4AM. They get a huge victory in the final game of the day.
It took until game 6 to get the 4 angry men proper angry, but here they come menacing all the way through to the finish. Great performance here to round off the circuit finals, and again for a team that got 0 in the first circuit, amazing that they're able to round up so many points here.
Absolutely amazing, especially it took all the way to the last game to do it, but you know what, it gets done. That's all that matters. And 4AM now find themselves in a little bit better position than they were yesterday.
And they were hunted too. Keep in mind, they only went to Juma because T1 opted to try and take them out in Hacienda. So smart read initially, smart play out here in the finish of the game to bring it home.
And in the end, they had all the utility they needed at to finish off that game because nobody ever got close to them.
Yeah.
Very well done by 4AM to finish off the day. Well, it has been a wild and wacky grand final for Circuit 2. I cannot wait to see what Circuit 3 has in store, Toby.
No, it's gonna be something. I feel like we're only adding to the chaos and then we're popping it all off once we get to the grand finals.
Well, I mean, there's already been enough chaos for the day, and we've got a lot of chaos set up for the next circuit. We do have a day off tomorrow, but before we get to that, we get to have our analyst desk break down everything that we saw today. We get to hear a couple of interviews, take a look at these boys after a long day of play, and finally some of these teams are going to get a break, but we are going to be done for the day. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to break down circuit number 2.
Well, the hunted becomes the hunters for this one, and very much needed indeed. It's been a rough road for 4AM, but this is an extreme boatload of points that they needed to try and solidify themselves going into the potential PGC Grand Final here, Toffees.
Yeah, they actually walk away with the win after 6 games that were incredibly difficult for them, and they do it off of a big brain play. They knew T1 was hunting them. They take T1's drop spot at Chuma, knowing that it would be empty, and then the circle ends up being just down the street from them. So all of the scenario lined up just right for them to go ahead and find these points, and they played out that end game very, very well. It wasn't easy. Na'Vi and TSM locked off on those sides, and that red zone they created to eliminate TSM was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, considering where TSM was, I mean, they didn't have many options, right? Like I was saying, if only one person had like a mortar or something, but it didn't really matter. They were able to use other explosives to be able to dislodge them.
Ordnance. Ordnance was the name of that end game, because we saw TSM, not surprisingly being TSM, knocks out Na'Vi through just pure ordnance usage, and then it gets turned back around them in a stroke of irony as they end up going out here. Now, we did see a little bit of mortar plays. Daydre goes ahead and gets a nice shot in there. You can see Eternal Fire not, I think, very happy with how today has gone.
No, I would agree with that here, but it's weird, right, for them, because obviously they had such a smash hit when it came to the Circuit 1 finals. So overall, they're probably still going to be okay, but it's just they should be able to get more reps out of a game and a day like this.
Absolutely. It does feel like, I think, if of all the teams that came in today they were probably the ones that I think felt those coldest. Like they maybe could have benefited from those extra days of play. And the good news for them, I guess, is they'll have those in Circuit 3. They'll have a few extra days to sort of get their feet under them as they head into the final. Because, you know, as far as the circuit days go, at the end of the day, I don't think you should be that stressed about being in a day 1 or a day 2, because if you're a good enough team, you shouldn't be in the bottom 4.
Agreed. I am of the opinion now, though, as we kind of watch the end of that match as well, that having a day or 2 before going into that circuit final is only a boon.
I think so.
At this point, watching how these teams are playing, of course, we've had some of those teams that were top 4 from the previous one come in today and still look good. Right, that's not exactly par for the course for all of them, but having a little bit of a warm-up before rolling into this on the stage, again, in what you would consider hyper-competitive matches overall here for the World Championship, it's important.
It is important, and we can see that from those teams like the Expendables, who've played every game so far, who came out. This last game, anomaly with this early, really hot drop that they did, but every other game that they played, they were in it, they were getting points.
They were number 1 until,
absolutely. Now, number 1 until that, whatever that was against Petrichor, I don't know if they had what was going on, but it was interesting.
All right, well, let's head over to the stage with Bellas. We have interviews ready to go.
Hi guys, it's Bella on the stage for the post-match interviews. I am joined by Falcons Roth. GG Roth, that was amazing for you. You seized that Aaron Gill with 13 kills, and you guys throughout the day almost made top 4 each time. So how does it feel to close out Circuit 2 on such a satisfactory note?
It feels amazing. I mean, Rello is calling the tournament of his life. I can't say enough about how proud I am of him and what he's overcome in his life to be here and to be able to play at the level he is. I'm grateful to be his teammate, and I'm excited to see him host the trophy or hoist the trophy at the end of the event.
All right, and you know, you guys are one of the 2 teams that have played 6 consecutive days here at PGC 2024. Do you think playing every day has helped you